Hi everyone, a very good evening to all of you. How are you all doing? All right, I see a lot of you already here. Hello, hello, everybody from R1, R2, R3, and R4. Good evening, good evening. Yes, so how is your practice going? How is the prep going? Tell me. I am well, thank you for asking. Hi, Chatur. Okay, so you're Ujjwal. All right. Okay, okay. Great, Nilesh. So, how many passages have you practiced this week? Yeah. So, how many RC passages this week? Since all of you are telling me that you've been practicing VARC, your prep is going on. So, let's see how well it is going on. Hello, hello, Soumya. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Going fine, ma'am. That's great. Okay, 6, 3, 10. The numbers are coming in. All right. 7 to 8. Okay, so this is Friday. So 5 into 2, 10. 10 is a good number. All right, 16, 14. Great, great. Yesterday too in the class. Okay, so I'm talking about the tests that you are taking. Hello, Pranav. Hello. Okay, so let's see what we are going to do today. We'll first learn about passage selection, right? How to select RC passages among, four RC passages that you will be getting in the CAT exam, right? So this is something that we'll learn. And apart from that, we'll also talk about, just give me a second, trying to hide this. Yeah. Apart from that, we'll also learn about how to approach different question types, right? In various batches, this is what I have just covered, right? So we'll talk about questions like logical structure, further application. In further application, we'll talk about what will the author likely agree or disagree with. And of course, there will be your usual inference questions as well, right? So this is what is on the agenda. Okay. So now just one thing that I want to show you before we begin. In case, let's say, of course, we will be learning many concepts today, right? But there are many more concepts in VRC and we can practice a lot more together. So, in case you feel that you need this structured practice along with a community and fabulous faculty members, then you can join our R5 batch. Go check out our website, you'll get the details there. KD sir is taking English there, VRC, and Ravi sir will be teaching LRDI, Swapnil sir will be taking up quants. Okay. All right. So let's talk about how to select an RC passage. I'll show you two RC passages right now. Okay. And you have to tell me which one would you attempt first in an exam scenario. Yes. Okay. So this is your first RC passage. And how do you generally decide? Yes. How do you decide whether to attempt this passage first or not? In case, let's say, you have been deciding that out of 2 to 3 passages. So, this is how all the basics, Tanishk, all the basics. That's a very blanket, comprehensive term, right? I'll try to cover how to read an RC passage, the different question types, passage selection, of course, but this is not all that there is to RC passages, right? So, I'll try to cover the maximum that I can with you. Familiarity of the topic. All right. So that's one criterion. Philosophy chhodna hai. That's Chatur. I don't agree. The first two paragraphs usually help. Okay. So here's what I would do. I usually first go for the opening sentence. Okay. In large bodies of water, the temperature drops slowly, the deeper one dives. Okay. So is it a science passage? All right. But I don't make the decision just based on this, right? I then go to the middle of the passage, right? So somewhere here. In most cases, the failure follows a pattern. The company or service will be growing, whether in users or revenue. So, okay, this is probably not a temperature passage, right? Probably it has something to do with company, consumers, right? So now I have got an idea what the genre is, uh, what perhaps roughly we are going to talk about, perhaps a company's growth. And I feel that the language is easy. Also, this is of my topic of interest. Okay. But I also see something in double quotes here, trust thermocline. Okay, now this appears to be a relatively complex word. All right. So this is what I've seen here. Now I'll go to my next passage, right? So let's see. Okay, my window is hiding. Just okay, give me a second. Let me just contact our team for this. Okay, we'll work out a solution. Yeah. Okay. Now look at the second passage. I'm sure while I was texting, you've already done that. So it says for millennia, many people around the world measured time based on the placement of the sun, with midday determined by when the sun was highest in the sky over that particular village or town. Okay. Now, okay, seems about time, and I see a lot of dates also. So now it's not like some I was particularly looking for them, just that there were a lot of dates here, so they kind of emerged. All right. Then I read this sentence. It says during this time, the UK, which birthed the modern railway in 1825, had already experienced a very similar issue. Honestly, this doesn't tell me a lot because I don't know what the issue is, right? So maybe I'll look for some other clue. Okay, it talks about Greenwich Mean Time, standardizing time. So probably, yeah, this passage is about time and probably it's tracing some sort of history of time, right? So this is how, yeah, this is how you decide what is the topic, what is the genre, and what is the ease or difficulty level of the language. So, yes, based on this, what will you prefer? Hmm. Based on this, which one will you prefer? Okay. So, Om Prakash says second. Vaishali said first. Okay. Vaishali says, okay. Saksham says first. Second, first, second. Okay, okay, all right. The first one, okay. Three. Tarun, there's no third passage. All right. So, if I were in your place in an exam scenario, right? Because simply because it says thermocline, I might have just chosen the second passage because I feel this is something very familiar to me. And again, it's very subjective, right? So this is something very familiar to me. The history of time, how time was later standardized. Earlier, there used to be different time as per area. So probably I would go for the second passage first. But today we'll go for the first passage first. Okay. And you'll get to know the reason a little later. Okay. So let's go for the first passage first, and I'll give you 3 minutes to read it. 3 minutes. All right. So 3 minutes is your reading time, and I'm timing you. So try to wrap it up in 3 minutes. All right. Then we'll go for questions. We'll launch polls. Again, they'll be time based. Okay. So let's go. All right. 3 minutes are up. Have we finished reading? Yes. Tell me. One student has written done. 2 minutes more. Oh my god. That's a lot of time. Okay. One more minute. Finish. All right. So I hope you've read by now. Chalo. Then let's look at the first question. Okay. So, do you want me to explain the passage first, or should we go for the questions first? Let's try the questions. Okay, you don't have to answer here. Okay, in case let's say the D was for the answer. All right. So, let's attempt the first question. Again, I'm giving you 90 seconds for this. Okay, let's go. All right. Let's see what your response is. Okay, I can see that 7% of you have marked A, then 27, 24, 42. All right. So we'll discuss question one. Let's go for question two first. Okay, we'll discuss all the questions together. All right. Let's go for question two. Okay, launching the poll for question two. All right, some of you've completed. See, now you've completed well in time. It's not yet been 90 seconds. So some questions take you more time, some questions take less. So I'll just let you know when it is 90 seconds, 5 seconds to go. All right, done. So let's see what your responses are like for this one. 20, sorry, 19, 36. Okay, am I looking at the right poll? Just a second. Okay, is it 36, 31? This one, I think, yeah. 36, 31, 20, and 13. All right, so this is the correct answer. Good, 31%. Let's go for the third question now. Again, 90 seconds. So some of you have already marked. See, again, the length of the options is shorter here. It's an accept question. I hope you notice that. So 90 minutes are up. Let's see your results. So for question 3, 30, 31, 23, 24, all right, 24 and 21. Okay, so yeah, these are the percentages. Now let's go to question number 4. Okay, so here I am again giving you 90 seconds. Go. All right, done. So good. 1 minute 30 seconds are over. The answer here is A. I didn't tell you the answer for the earlier one. This was an easy question. Yeah, business registers growth in key metrics, right? Okay. Now let's discuss the questions. Okay, let me just note down the percentages for question 4, and then let's discuss the questions and of course the passage as well. So I think what this passage talks about would resonate with you, that a lot of companies that we buy products from these days, especially the ones that are subscription based, right, or tech based digital services, there it's a very trust based relationship, right? And if, let's say, uh, such companies cross that trust thermocline, they reach that trust thermocline and cross it, then sometimes our trust in those companies can go away, right? So that's when we know the thermocline has been crossed. मैं तो खुश हो गया था कि सब सही ही है. ओके, तो कोई बात नहीं, खुशी मत कम करो अपनी. ऑल राइट, दिस इज नॉट अ जजमेंट ऑन योर cat performance. Okay, we are in the very beginning of our prep. All right. So the passage implies that the error inherent in the linear system approach is the assumption that. So, first of all, you need to remember from where this question has come, right? And I'm sure because you had just read the passage, you must have remembered that this is from the last para, right? Okay. So, now, is this an assumption question though? Is this an assumption question? Do you have to identify the assumption? I mean, is it an assumption question in the same way you'd attempt one in critical reasoning? Not really. It's an inference question, it's not an assumption question. Okay. Notice this, the passage implies that, right? The assumption is something that is there in the last paragraph and you just have to infer it. Okay. Now, somebody asked me the meaning of thermocline. See, it is written here, a near physical barrier where warm water meets cold. The shift between the two is sudden and dramatic. So, trust thermocline means that till this point you trusted the company. Now comes a point where your trust is broken, right? There's a barrier that has been broken. Now your trust is broken. The thermocline has been crossed. Okay. Now, what is the error inherent in the linear system approach? All right. Let's read the last paragraph. The concurrent loss of trust by many users, concurrent at the same time, loss of trust by many users is what makes such a breach so dangerous. Many businesses fail to spot the risk of these collapses because they treat customer experience as a linear system. Okay, what does that mean? Companies, particularly tech companies, like to see customer experience as a linear system. Linear systems are those in which cause quickly leads to effect. They are easier to measure and execute strategy, right? Execute strategy around because they imply that there is a straw that will break the camel's back. Now, this is an idiom that has been used here. So, you know that, okay, there is a point, right, that will break the customer's trust. Okay, so there is a straw that will break the camel's back, which currently identified in time can be avoided. So you know that, okay, if I do this bad action, let's say it will lead to this effect on the consumer, this bad impact on the consumer. Then if I follow it up with another cause, it will lead to this bad effect. And this chain might ultimately, I can identify the cause. Let's say it is C T, the threshold wala cause. Okay, I can identify that cause, that this particular action of mine in this chain can then break the trust. This is what companies think, that it's a linear system and you can predict that particular action, that particular time. Okay, and because you can predict it, companies think you can avoid it. Prices can be gradually raised. Don't raise them immediately. So it will not break the customer trust. A product offering can be diluted. If, let's say, you can't raise prices, you can gradually dilute it. Then you can just change the terms and conditions at times. Okay, so you can avoid that particular threshold which will break the customer's trust. Okay, so what is the assumption here when the companies are assuming that, oh, it's a linear system? What is the assumption? 42% of you have marked this. A reduction in service quality will result in a proportional feedback signal from the user base, facilitating course correction. A reduction in service quality will result in a proportional feedback signal from the user base, facilitating course correction. Okay, so why do you think that this is the answer? Hmm. The last option, facilitating course correction, refers to. Yeah, you tell me that, because I feel that this is something that you can't infer from the last paragraph. That when I decrease the quality of the product, there will be a proportional feedback. From where did you infer this? That there will be a proportional feedback. Yes. uh, and therefore, you can correct your course. The idea here is not that you can correct your course. The idea here is that you can predict that point when the customer's trust can be broken, and therefore you can avoid reaching that point. So this here is not capturing that. Okay, what is capturing it is the threshold of consumer tolerance is an identifiable limit, that you can identify that threshold and it can be detected and avoided. Something that is written right here. Yes? Does that make sense? C is the answer here. C is the answer, not A. No, 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 no. The answer is not A. The answer is C. What made you think that A is the answer? Hmm. So this is what it is saying, no, that you can identify that straw that will break the camel's back, basically that final threshold that will break the customer's trust. Hanji. Now let's look at B. Why is B not the answer? 27% of you have marked this. Consumer trust is a pooled resource that depletes at a constant rate. Where do we talk about this pooled resource idea in the passage? Yes, we talk about this, no, that it is a pooled. The trust is not just individual, it is rather pooled. Yes? Tell me, identify that paragraph for me. Okay. The reason was we were referring to a threshold, which can be, yes, I can be referred to as the break point. Yes. Okay. So here, in most cases, that failure follows a pattern. Consumers moves in. Just a second. Pulled. It's mentioned. Mhm. The second last. Okay. All right. I read it on a Word doc, so my locational references are different. Yeah, pooled resource. Absolutely. So, here we are talking about the pooled resource in a previous paragraph, right? We are not talking about it when we discuss the linear system. So, why would you mark B as the answer? That it is a pooled resource. That's not the idea here. Why you're calling it a linear system is not because so many people are pooling their trust. You're calling it a linear system because there's a cause effect chain there. So, no. A. The impact of micro infractions is negligible provided that companies' revenue and user growth metrics remain positive. Has the passage implied this? That the impact of these micro infractions is negligible? Aren't we going against the passage when we say this? Because I am saying that these multitude of micro infractions basically company deviates from the correct course. So these micro infractions, they don't just harm an individual's experience, they damage the trust that multiple customers of yours hold. So this is going against the passage, opposite to what the passage is saying. This was just the context. This was something that we could not infer from here. This was out of scope from when we look at the last paragraph. So I hope this is clear. Yes, option C, I can explain again. Option C talks about a threshold, right? So we are also in this paragraph, we are saying that companies feel that they can predict, okay, if I take this action, what will be my consumer's impact? What will be my consumer's reaction, right? So if I take this bad action or negative action, what will be the reaction? Then if I do this, what will be their reaction? And what will be that point when they will just go away, when their trust will break? So this is how they look at this customer experience as a linear system. Okay, so the assumption is that I can identify this breaking point, this point when the customer will go away, this threshold point. So yeah, this tolerance is the threshold of consumer tolerance is an identifiable limit that can be detected and can be avoided. So very easily inferred from the last sentence. Okay, B, you shouldn't even be confused between B and C. B is the context. B is referring to another idea. The two ideas are not related here. Okay. All right. So, what is not clear in D? Tell me, Madhushri. A reduction in service quality. Is this the assumption? Is this linear system specifically about quality of the product? Yes. This linear system is a system of customer experience. It's not specifically about service quality. It could be about prices also, as given in the last paragraph. So this becomes too narrow, first of all, and this becomes out of scope. Okay, that the customer will provide proportional feedback and then we'll correct our course. Micro infractions is negligible means that their impact, let's say you do like its impact will be negligible. It's not like the customer will leave. That's what is being said. Okay, let's go to the next question. The author characterizes consumer trust as a pooled resource. So now you have to look here. Okay, this is the question based on this paragraph. The author characterizes consumer trust as a pooled resource mainly to account for which aspect of the trust thermocline. Okay, so again, this is a sort of a question that is asking you an explanation for a phenomenon, right? Again, in the nature of inference only, right? Again, in the nature of inference. Okay, so what does the author mean here? Pooled resource. So first of all, what is my understanding of a pooled resource? Where multiple people are, pooling in the resources that they have, right? So consumer trust is a pooled resource as well as an individual one. A multitude of micro infractions for consumers don't just harm an individual's experience, they damage that trust commons, that again common trust. That's what trust commons here means. They damage that common trust that multiple people hold until the trust thermocline is breached for large groups of users at the same time. Okay, until this happens. This is important, yeah. So now, why has the author, characterized consumer trust as a pooled resource? What is the author trying to indicate here? The shared nature, right? If let's say I have to form a shadow answer, the shared nature of trust. So now, option A, I think I have the incorrect percentages here, but that does not matter. The invisibility of the accumulating discontent prior to the breach. Is it talking about the shared nature anywhere? Option A. It is not touching on the idea of pooled at all. Okay, so the idea is not to show you that this is invisible. The micro infractions, their impact will be invisible. This is not indicated at all in this paragraph, so this is again out of scope. Okay, also it's not addressing the question, right? The question is not about invisibility, it's about the shared nature. Okay, now, let's look at D, the inability of linear strategies. Now, what has the content setter done? What has the content creator done? In the previous question, they included something about pooled resource just to confuse you. That was the context. Here it says the inability of linear strategies to repair the damage once it has occurred. This is again the context. This is not the idea behind using the term pooled resource. Right? Now, B versus C. C says the disproportionate impact of micro infractions. I hope you understand infraction now. Infraction is when you stray away from the correct course, right? You do something that is not good for your consumer, that the consumer will not like. Small little things. So the disproportionate impact of micro infractions on long term user retention. Is it talking about the collective nature of trust, this option, or is it rather focused on the severity of the impact? That see, it is going to be disproportionate, you are going to get a lot of backlash. That can happen from just one consumer as well, right? So the disproportionate impact of micro infractions is not the point here. The point is not to show you the severity of the impact. The point is to show you the shared nature of the impact, that one day everybody leaves together, right? So the simultaneity of the user departure once the threshold is crossed. That is why the author has used the term pooled resource, to show to you that okay, because it is a shared thing, when it is withdrawn, everybody withdraws it at the same time. Okay, So it is breached for large groups of users because it was pooled in the first place at the same time. Does that make sense? All right. C again. Okay. What is not clear in C? Yes. What is not clear in C? Tell me. The focus here is not on the kind of impact that breaking the trust, the severity of the impact, that if you do a micro infraction you will get this kind of an impact. The point is to show you the shared nature of that impact, that because it was a shared resource in the first place, that now everybody leaves at the same time, and that is why the simultaneity of user departure once the threshold is crossed is the answer. Okay. Yes, yes. C is what has motivated our author to use the term pooled resource, right? That's the idea. Okay. Let's look at question 3. 1 and 2 clear? The idea for the disproportionate one, okay, like a single. Uh, Chirag, yeah, okay, perfect. Based on the passage, now see, here you had to focus on what was being done in this question. This is a double negative sort of a question, right? So two negatives make a positive. So here we are saying, based on the passage, none of the following characterize the market position of a company immediately prior to a trust thermocline breach, except. That means, what am I asking you? Two negatives, cancel them out. Basically, I'm asking you, based on the passage, which of the following characterize the market position of a company immediately prior to a trust thermocline breach? तो कैसी पोजीशन होगी उस कंपनी की जिसका अभी नहीं रीच हुआ ट्रस्ट थर्मोक्लाइन? प्रायर टू ट्रस्ट थर्मोक्लाइन उस कंपनी की क्या मार्केट पोजीशन होगी? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन. यस. All right. So in this case, this was a direct question because it is given to us. Okay. The company, see, in most cases, the failure follows a pattern. The company or service will be growing, whether in users or revenue. In many cases, there will not even seem to be a new rival in the market. So it's not like the market is very tough, with existing ones failing to threaten them through market share. Then suddenly, over a short period of time, sales and user numbers collapse. Consumers move to seemingly inferior products or simply disengage completely from the business. The thermocline has been crossed. So, immediately prior to thermocline, what was the case? You are in a very comfortable position. The market is not full of uncertainties for you. Your key user metrics, revenue, users, they are growing, right? So those who mark this, the company experiences a plateau. What is a plateau? Yes, a stagnation. No, it is not experienced. It does not experience a stagnation in user engagement. Rather, its users or revenue are growing. Okay, so no, this can't be the answer. Okay, this is going against the. So this is opposite of what the passage is stating. C, the firm witnesses a growth of its metrics. Now, this was wrong because of the latter part of the option. That is why we tell you to please read the options fully and carefully. A lot of students, if they just read this much and mark C as the answer, this part is correct. Okay. But it says, despite market uncertainties, in fact, the firm was in a very comfortable position. There was not even perhaps a new rival in the market. Okay. Or existing ones were not even able to compete against it. So, no market uncertainties were there. Okay. D, the enterprise maintains its market dominance through product diversification. Where is this stated? This is completely alien. Not given anywhere in the passage. Product diversification. So our answer is, the business registers growth in key metrics. Metrics, measures through which you measure your performance. Right? So this was the easiest. Would you agree? It was a direct question. You just had to make sense of this none and except. That's it. Good, Chirag. Okay. Now, the last one. The author cites the frequency of trust collapses in both technology and traditional firms, mainly two. So the author at one point says, no, if only it were this easy. Yes, because there are so many companies. Yeah. this particular paragraph. So the author says, see, at its simplest, the trust thermocline represents the point at which a consumer decides that the mental cost of staying with a product is outweighed by by their desire to abandon it. Right? This somehow reminds me of my house help that, at some point I decided that the mental cost of staying with her was being outweighed by my desire to abandon her. Right? So it may seem like an obvious problem for companies, yeah, that okay, let's just do this cost benefit analysis of the for the customer. At what point will they desire to have us in their life? At what point will they feel that, oh, the mental cost is too high? So it seems like an obvious problem. Yet, if that were the case, this behavior would not happen so frequently in technology businesses and in more traditional firms that prided themselves on consumer loyalty, such as car manufacturers and retail chains. So, if only this cost desire analysis was so easy to do, if only this was such an obvious problem, then this would not really happen. This behavior wouldn't happen so frequently in tech businesses and more traditional firms also that actually pride themselves on consumer loyalty. This is what the author is saying. Okay. Now, let's look at option B. So, why does the author cite the frequency of trust collapses? What is the point that they're trying to make for both of these? B says challenge the assumption that established customer loyalty provides immunity against a trust thermocline. Has the author talked just about those firms that pride themselves in consumer loyalty? So, those who've marked this, has the author not talked about tech businesses as well? The question is asking you why they have talked about both. So, isn't this an incomplete answer anyway? If you just talk about those companies that have established customer loyalty. So, this is how I eliminated this very easily. Okay, C says illustrate that the mental cost of a product is a metric that transcends specific industry verticals. Are we just talking about the mental cost of a product? Isn't it too distorted? First of all, we're talking about mental cost and comparing it with the desire to mental cost of staying versus the desire to abandon it. So we're talking about these two things. Second, isn't this distorted saying the mental cost of a product? So again, this was easy to eliminate. I didn't even have to go into a lot of understanding this. Okay. D, suggest that the reliance on emotional engagement has made the behavior of modern consumers less predictable. Is this a comment on consumers and their unpredictable behavior? That today's consumers, very unpredictable. Is this a comment on that? Is this why we are saying that this is why it is so high? This reaching the thermocline is so high. No, that's not the idea here. You are just trying to show that it appears to be an obvious problem that, oh, I can easily manage as a company. But no, it's not that easy to manage, right? So the author is simply trying to highlight the difficulty of managing the thermocline. This was a purpose of the author behind mentioning something here, the frequency. Okay, that kind of a question, right? So here you had to focus on the on the why has the author talked about the frequency, not the what of it. I think many of you marked B because you focused on the what. Oh yes, consumer loyalty has been talked about, right? Trust thermocline has been talked about, but that is simply the what, not the why. Right? Clear to you? Then now you also know how to tackle these none and except double negative questions. Okay, although this was a direct question, yes, let's go to the next RC. Absolutely. And these two were inference questions. I'm sure you've practiced some in the course of your preparation by now. So the second option, as I said, it is just talking about these more traditional firms. It is not talking about the tech businesses at all. It is just giving their characteristics of consumer loyalty. Okay. Oh, जिम जाना है नेक्स्ट रो को. Chalo, that's good. We should have routines in our lives. Great. I respect that. Now, overall, what do you think about the difficulty level of this passage? Yes. No, Partha. So, after this, KD sir will take an RC session. Then Brijesh sir and Sharwari ma'am will take B and CR. Moderately difficult. Okay, moderate to difficult. All right. Uh, so, where did you feel the difficulty lay the most? Yes, comprehension, question types, elimination. I got two correct. That's great. Okay, moderate for me. All right. Question. Okay, the question types maybe. Okay, some of you are saying comprehension, too much info. Slow comprehension. Okay, so see, for each of you, the problem could be different, and this is what you have to work on. Okay, so this question was intended to just make you conscious of where the weakness lies for you. Okay, and work on that accordingly. Okay, now lack of time. So that means you need to work on your reading speed. Let's include this in comprehension. Okay. All right, then. So we did the first passage first because that was the more difficult passage of today's session, right? And of course, in the sessions, I always prefer to get done with the more difficult thing first. That was the pure reason. So let's come to the easier passage for the day. This is passage two. Again, take a deep breath. I'll give you 3 minutes again, and this should be done in 3 minutes. Okay, it's 492 words. You can do it in 3 minutes very easily. Let's go. Start. See, some of you have already finished. It's not even been 3 minutes. Done. Perfect. Need 1 minute. Okay, 30 seconds. Sorry, let's go to the first question. 90 seconds attempt. Sure, sure. So it's been 1 minute 30 seconds. C is the answer. Let me see what you have marked, the percentages. So here are the percentages. 42, all right. 41, 13. Okay, wait, sorry. I think it's not in the order. C has emerged as the winner. Yes, sorry. My bad. Okay. B is 13 and D is 4. Good. See, 42% of you got it right. Great. Let's go to the next one. 1 minute, 90 seconds. Sorry, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Go. See, some of you have already marked. Yes. So, not all questions will be equally lengthy. Yes, those who are saying correct, how do you know? All right, 90 seconds are up. The answer is D, Delhi. Okay. Now, let's have a look at the percentages. Okay. Okay. I think these are the percentages. Question 2, 7, 13. Okay, no. I've got the result now. 68% of you have marked yes. Who are dopamine release? Ara maza? Yes. So, as I said, not all questions are going to be difficult or time consuming. Now, let's have a look at this one. 90 seconds again. Let's go. Stay focused. Okay, again, I see so many of you have already marked, and now it has been 90 seconds as well. All right, then let's see what the answer is. It is C. Let's see what the poll says. 41% of you have identified this, 27, 17, and 15. Perfect. All right. And now the fourth question. Let's see what you say here. Start. Okay, I'm sorry. There was some problem with the question stem, so I've changed it and I'll give you extra time, okay? Interpret the question stem and attempt. Some of you have completed. Okay. Let's see your responses. It's been 2 minutes now. I gave you more time. So, don't think of me as a sadist because I didn't keep it as the last question on purpose, but I kind of knew that here students might falter, and that's because it's a genuinely tricky question, right? Now, the idea here was the author of the passage is likely to agree with all of the following claims except. So, which is the one that the author will disagree with? This was the question. Were you able to interpret it correctly? That you have to go for a disagree? Yes, yes, yes. Disagree? प्रैंक नहीं हो, मुझे बस ये बताओ क्वेश्चन स्टेम समझ में आ गया था? है ये ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन, सारे थोड़ी इजी बना देंगे हम. Perfect. ठीक है. So question stem was clear. All right. In that case, we'll discuss it. In that case, it's fine. That's the main thing. समझ में आना चाहिए पहले question stem. Deal तो हम कर लेंगे tricky question से. Okay. So the passage I think must have been clear to you. Nothing very complicated here. Okay. And this is pronounced as Greenwich, just for your info. Greenwich. Okay. Not Greenwich. All right. Which of the following can be most reasonably inferred from the passage regarding the history of timekeeping? Now, I want to know why 41% of you have marked A. The shift to a standardized clock was mainly a safety mandate designed to eliminate single track collisions. Is it that narrow? See, there were multiple causes in a way that we needed a more coordinated timekeeping system. Why? Because railways had arrived, right? So there were major problems for the railroad. If, let's say, there was no single time or there was no sync, at best people might miss their train, so that was one. At worst, they were more likely to collide when using a single track. So it's a range of problems. At best, people might miss their train. At worst, they were more likely to collide when using a single track, the trains. Okay. Also, if you notice here, We were talking about logistical issues, right? There were also these issues. Now, you can't keep listing dozens of arrival and departure times for each train. It would be so cumbersome, imagine, for the railway timetable. So, we can't say that the shift to a standardized clock was mainly a safety mandate. It was equally logistical as well, right? For convenience as well, so that people don't miss their trains. So, this is too, what kind of a trap is this? This is too narrow to be the answer. Yes, there were freight trains as well. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's look at B. 13% of you have marked this. The widespread adoption of clocks in the Middle Ages fractured North America into 144 conflicting zones. This is combining two pieces of information. A very clever kind of a trap, sorry, not track. Mechanical clocks. When did they start replacing sundials? In the Middle Ages. All right. And now we says that this method, whatever the method was they were using for these mechanical clocks, it lasted well into the 1800s when there were at least 144 different time zones. So the time zones emerged by the 1800s, right? It's not that it was a product of middle ages only. यस, हाँ, कह सकते हो टिंडर ऑप्शन, अगर लग रहा था ये आंसर है तो मुझे लगा भी नहीं था तो ओके. सो या, इट्स अ डिस्ट्रैक्टर, इट्स मेंट टू distract you. Yes, so just like in the world of Tinder. Now, D. North America required multiple time zones because its continental railway infrastructure was less advanced than the UK's. पिछड़ा हुआ देश है वो, पिछड़ी हुई कॉन्टिनेंट है, इसलिए उनको ज्यादा टाइम जोन्स चाहिए थे. No. So that is not the reason. This is distorted. I mean, the reason given is not at all the reason. C. The limits of early mobility disguised. So limits thi na early mobility pe. Now this is a, they have just changed the language to slightly medium level instead of easy level language. So limits of early mobility simply means that people didn't travel especially long distances from their homes. There were limits to early mobility, how much you could move. These disguise the logistical flaws of a hyper localized time system. So at that time, the hyper localized time system worked. Okay, because people were not moving long distances, goods were not moving long distances. So this limit it was used to hide it, disguised the logistical flaws that could emerge. Logistical flaws like movement of goods, movement of people, timetables. So उस टाइम पर ये डिस्गाइज हो गए जब लोग नहीं जाते थे. Isn't it? Hyper localized is when, let's say, your movement, hyper localized time system, when, let's say, if I say that in Rohini, Delhi, it is 10 p.m. today, 10 p.m. right now, but in Pitampura it is 10:30 or maybe 10:05, let's say. Yeah, so this is hyper localized. My time is confined to my local area, right? So yeah, C is the answer. Is this clear? Yes, absolutely. Confined to a very small area. चलें फिर आगे. This was easy. This was an inference question. So this is to show you that inference questions don't always have to be difficult. Okay. On the basis of the passage, which one of the following best explains why the North American railway industry deviated from the British model of time standardization? Now, even before answering this, if I have read the passage carefully, I know that they had to deviate because it's a big continent, right? So, UK is a small country, and if I look at North America, US plus Canada, that's a big continent. I think Mexico bhi aata hai na? Haan. So that's a big continent. So they had to deviate. Because of that, they had to go for 4 time zones, right? So now, those of you who've marked B, C, see, most of you have marked D. That means you remember this, that the geographical expanse of the terrain, yes, the land is so vast that it made a single continental clock unfeasible. You are right. Now, look at C. कंडेंसिंग ओवर 100 लोकल म्यूनिसिपल क्लॉक्स. ये कहाँ से आया मुझे बताओ. म्यूनिसिपल क्लॉक्स की बात हुई है when we have talked about North America and Canada. Yes, म्यूनिसिपल क्लॉक्स. ये आंसर करेक्ट था, ये आंसर नहीं करेक्ट है. सी, बात ही नहीं हुई म्यूनिसिपल क्लॉक्स की, तो दिस इज एलियन इन्फो. ओके. Coordinating train schedules across two separate nations required an agreement. Okay, so now see this. We have not mentioned any such agreement here, right? We are just saying that they adopted Fleming's ideas, but because of the sheer size of the North American continent, it was decided that four major time zones would be created. No such idea of agreement between US and Canada has been discussed. Anyway, US does not respect agreements, right? We know that. So, A. An engineer's revolutionary blueprint suggested dividing the tracks into four distinct operational blocks. No. So he did not suggest this. Not at all. He just came up with this revolutionary idea of creation of time zones. उसके beyond नहीं कहा सर सैंडफोर्ड फ्लेमिंग ने कुछ भी. Okay. All right. Now, question 3. Which of the following set of terms is closest to mapping the key arguments of the passage? Okay. So this is main idea plus a structure question. You have to track the structure of the passage very well in order to answer this question, right? Now, B says, which 27% of you've marked, mechanical transition. Okay, probably you mean transition to mechanical clocks. Railway inefficiency. All right, accepted. There were logistical issues. British precedent. Yes, there was a British precedent. And then it says prime meridian establishment. So prime meridian establishment was at the Greenwich, basically, laboratory, the observatory, sorry, not laboratory, right? So we didn't really establish it. We just said that this is the mean time, right? But my point is, does it cover the all the key arguments of the passage if you've marked B? Yes. Straightforward answer tha bilkul. Sahi keh rahe ho. This is incomplete. This is incomplete, right? We are not talking about the US and Canada at all. They'll be so angry. See, we have not talked about this idea. We have not talked about how they had to adapt it. So, C is the answer. Localized scheduling, earlier that was what was happening. Transit induced hazard. Now, when people started traveling via railroads, there were hazards. Systemic unification. So, this is what UK did. It did a systemic unification of time. And then US and Canada, they adapted it according to their geographies. So, C. Okay. Now, look at A. Solar variance. Okay, maybe we are saying that there was variation in time because of tracking it to the sun. Industrial expansion, this is not at all the key argument. The argument is regarding railroads emergence, right? Or transit happening now over longer distances. Timetable alignment, that was one of the issues. Yes. Global sync, have we done a global synchronization? Too extreme, right? Too extreme. We have not done a global sync, otherwise there would not be an Indian standard time, right? D, municipal timekeeping, passenger confusion. Municipal timekeeping, okay, probably it's talking about 140, it's taking it as municipalities, although we haven't conveyed any such idea, so here itself it becomes iffy, right? 17% of you, please notice, municipal word नहीं मैंने देखा यहाँ पर, ठीक है? Passenger confusion, it's this was again not the primary idea. Okay, passenger confusion, okay, probably it comes from here, but there are other reasons also. Yeah, logistical issues also. 1 2 3. Single track reform, not at all, not at all. This is not a key argument. Okay, continental partitioning, ऐसा लग रहा है partition हो गई. So no, C is the answer. And that's a good point. So, the author of the passage is likely to agree with all of the following claims except. So, what is the author likely to disagree with, right? Now, here we have two close answers, okay? But neither of them actually is the true answer. Why? Let's have a look. It appears to be the correct answer because this idea of safety concerns is given, right, in the passage, right? This is a safety issue. Yeah. Now, we also talked about this that dozens of, okay, based on different time zones across, was adopted nationwide. In 1880, it was adopted nationwide. All right. So when we look at the UK paragraph, right, when we look at the UK paragraph, we say that during this time, which birthed the modern railway in 1825, uh, UK had experienced a very similar issue. So I understand why you would think that it had also experienced these safety issues. Okay, agreed. As railroads began to better connect cities and towns to one another, it became apparent that stations could not keep listing dozens of arrival and departure times for each train based on local time zones. So, uh, very similar issue, and after that, I use this. I give this explanation. So, their very similar issue was actually a logistical issue. Their very similar issue was not primarily a safety issue. By 1847, all British railway companies had adopted a single standard railway time across their networks. Okay. Now, it was in 1880 that the government stepped in, right? The government stepped in 1880. Okay. The new timekeeping method, now known as Greenwich Mean Time, was adopted nationwide in 1880, making the UK the first country to standardize time. So, see, by the time the government stepped in, safety was not the primary issue there, right? Uh, the main reason for UK that has been mentioned is logistics, right? And then first it was adopted by railway companies. In 1880, the government stepped in. So we can't say that it was because of safety concerns. It was primarily, yes, in the UK's case, logistics is what emerges from this paragraph. Okay. Now, this is why A is the answer. Let's look at B, C, and D and why they're not the answers. A personal travel mishap shaped how a massive continent tells time today. I know that, first of all, it feels like this was not a mishap. It's not like us engineer ka accident ho gaya tha. Yes, this is what you might be thinking. It's not like he met with an accident. But mishap doesn't always have to be an accident. It simply means trouble as well. So mishap can mean trouble as well. Right. So a personal travel mishap shaped how a massive continent tells time today. Now, some of you might have felt, oh, this seems such an exaggeration. But see, this very exaggeration is given in the last paragraph that he came up with the revolutionary idea, creation of time zones. And that shaped. It's not saying that that led to how they tell time today. It's just saying it shaped, it played a part. Okay, so this is correct. This is something that the author will agree with. And therefore, this is not the answer. Okay, right. Hmm. काफी chats हो रही हैं. I'm probably missing the fun. See, the push to synchronize clocks began as a private industry fix. Don't you think this is correct? It was a railway industry's problem, right? First, the railway companies actually did this. So, this push to synchronize clocks was actually a railways issue initially. So, it began as a private industry fix. Okay. Ritiman की बहुत complaints आ रही हैं. Why is this? Why are you people after Ritiman? Hmm. D. Introducing mechanical clocks to medieval towns did nothing to resolve the chaos of sun based timekeeping. This is true because even though mechanical clocks were introduced to medieval towns and villages, what happened? Uh, what did they do? They would set their clocks by gauging the position of the sun. Ultimately, they were all tracking the position of the sun. The timekeeping remains sun based. And what did it lead to? Every city to operate on a slightly different time. Every city was on a slightly different time. So, yes, it did nothing to resolve the chaos of sun based timekeeping. Okay. And therefore, it is incorrect. I mean, therefore, yeah, the author will agree with this, and therefore, it is incorrect. Does that make sense? Private, okay, so you are thinking कि private industry कैसे आ गया? Because in India railways is nationalized, right? It is under the government, but that's not the case in the other countries. In UK it is privatized, and not that's not a it's not boding well for the UK, right? So private होगी वहां पर. ठीक है. गुंजन, क्लियर नाउ? प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री फिक्स वाला, क्योंकि ये एक्चुअली में प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री, यहाँ पे हम रेलवे इंडस्ट्री को बोल रहे हैं. फिक्स मतलब दे वर ट्राइंग टू फिक्स अ प्रॉब्लम. This was really tricky question indeed. Yes, it was tricky, I agree. A does not appear to be the answer in the first glance. Yes. D, once again, D, देखो ये वाला पार्ट पढ़ो. Mechanical clocks eventually started replacing sundials in the Middle Ages. But towns, what would they do? They would set their clocks by looking at the position of the sun, leading every city to operate on a slightly different time. तो जब सबका अलग अलग टाइम ही चल रहा है, तो क्या chaos solve हुआ of these different times? नहीं solve हुआ. और टाइम कीपिंग अभी भी सन बेस्ड ही रही. We are looking at the position of the sun, right? So that's why D is correct as per what I just read in these two sentences, and because it is correct, the author would agree with this. That's why it is not the answer. Yes, I understand this. Becoming too Indian while answering this, I totally relate with this. It took me also some time that, oh, it's a private industry there. Um, could you please explain option 3 again? C. Yeah. This is what we are discussing. No, it began as a railways का problem. ये problem railways की थी. So railways ने उसको fix करा. Railway companies ने, they started adopting a single standard railway time. So it began as a private industry fix. Later on, the government stepped in and they adopted it nationwide. Okay. VA भी होने वाला है. In fact, yes, the very next session is Sharwari ma'am session, and she will do some VA with you, right? So stay tuned and solve some good quality VA questions. Understand their logic. I hope this question is now clear to you. Yes, this was an easy to moderate passage. I'm sure you have gauged this. Now, one of you is asking me which is closer to the actual cat level, first or second. Actually, both could appear on the cat. If you've seen your previous year paper, some of the passages there were easy, they were doable, and they were not even time consuming. So, this is that kind of a passage. Okay. And the passage 1 is also equally likely to appear on the cat, right? We would not do anything with you that would not appear on cat. That is not likely to appear on cat. The level, okay? All right. Clocks did nothing to resolve the chaos. Chaos made me choose it immediately. Yes, I understand, because it appears to be extreme, isn't it? It appears like, oh, chaos bol diya. So you have to therefore read between the lines here. Understand here. नहीं, next session शर्वरी मैम का है. Okay. Good approach to solve the questions. A good approach to solve the questions is, of course, through elimination. Okay. And going back to the passage, going back to that particular area, going back to that particular paragraph. Students often avoid it. Students think they remember info, but that is actually, sometimes it leads to overconfidence, and sometimes it leads to inaccuracies as well. Right? Okay. का एक बड़ा कैंसल कल्चर चल रहा है आजकल. ऑल राइट. एक्सप्लेन ऑप्शन ए अगेन प्लीज. ए में मुझे बताओ, ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने जब तक स्टेप करा तब तक उनका रीजन सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स था कि उन्होंने स्टैंडर्डाइज ही कर दिया टाइम. और यूके के केस में तो सेफ्टी दिया हुआ है नहीं, लॉजिस्टिकल इश्यूज दिया हुआ है. In lethargy, we avoid it. And sometimes even students think that it will save their time if they don't go back. But actually, that results in an inaccuracy. Right? Okay, so 82% of you read the full passage. Good. You don't have to skim in a 500 to 550 word passage. All right? So that won't help. Chalo. Okay, so this is a summary of the passage selection process that we discussed earlier. I hope you will remember this. Read at least 2 sentences, one from, let's say, the beginning and one from the middle. That, and those kinds of sentences that give you info about the topic. Not like UK faced a very similar issue. Kya issue? That was not clear to me. Right? Notice the difficulty level, and additionally, if let's say they are very visible, dates, for instance, if they are very prominent, or names, if they are very prominent. Sometimes philosopher names are very prominent in an RC passage, and that tells you that it is probably going to talk about some philosophies, right? So this is your passage selection process. All right. Welcome all of you. Welcome. And yes, as I had already announced, R5 is being launched, right? So you can consider enrolling. Just go to this website for all the info. Okay. And yes, keep working hard, keep swimming, stay tuned, and keep preparing on your own. Keep taking tests. All right. Okay, then. Welcome, all of you. I hope you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun. Bye bye. Giving it over to
Hello everyone, good evening. Hi Nikhil. Hello Soumya. Hello, good evening, good evening. लिफ्ट जैसा म्यूजिक लग रहा है. हाँ, मुझे भी थोड़ा लिफ्ट जैसा लगा. Hello, good evening, good evening. So, what was your key takeaway from Nikita ma'am's session, guys? Quickly drop a message. What was your key takeaway? या फिर ये बता दो कि इस वीक में कितने आरसी सॉल्व करें. हाउ मेनी आरसीज डिड यू सॉल्व दिस वीक? हाउ मेनी वीए क्वेश्चंस डिड यू सॉल्व? डिड यू सॉल्व एनी पैरा समरी क्वेश्चंस? व्हाटएवर इट इज. आरसीज वर गुड. Okay, how to choose RCs? Okay, you learned how to choose RCs. Very good. Don't rush while answering. Yes. You saw me in the video solutions. Thank you, Nilesh. Thank you so much. It feels really great coming from you. Okay. 14 RCs. Wow. 2025 RCs. 8 RCs. 0 VA. Okay. I'm not happy with this. Okay. 2 RCs per day. 14 RCs. Very good. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you. Your takeaway, Rodha, is the best. Yes. Thank you so much for that also. Okay, good. So I was thinking that when we start our CAT preparation, no, सबसे पहले दिमाग में सिर्फ है ना हमारे आरसी चलता रहता है. वी आर सो मच फोकस्ड ऑन आरसीज that sometimes we are little bit delayed to start our VA preparation. है ना? We little bit ignore para summary, we ignore para jumble, and we somehow start late for VA. है ना. VA, I always tell this that VA is little bit, ignored child. Okay, little bit ignored child hai VA. So this happens and it's natural also. I can understand that because obviously we feel that RCs zyada aate hain. There are 4 RCs, है ना, and there are 16 RC questions. So yes, the focus is always on RCs, and it should be also. But please don't ignore VA. Okay, VA is equally important. VA is scoring for you. Okay, VA is scoring, because if one RC is difficult, or if one RC is very dense and it takes a lot of time to read it, then the problem will happen that you will spend time on that and then you'll have no time in VA. But VA questions are not like that, है ना. Upper cap should be 2 minutes per VA question. That is, achievable target also. So rather than starting VA preparation very late, okay, please make sure you start your VA preparation early along with RCs itself. Okay. So please make sure that VA preparation is not ignored, because I'll tell you, the order of solving for VA questions, top priority should be para summary. Okay, then it should be para completion, then para jumble, odd one out. This depends on student to student, but this should be your top priority, right? Because they are scoring. You can actually get these questions correct if you practice, and if you are in the rhythm of that. So please make sure, don't ignore this. From very early on, start practicing para summary as well as para completion questions. Okay. Middle child. Okay. So is it necessary to do RC daily? Yes, it is necessary to do RC daily. Plus, my recommendation would be, if you can do 2 RC plus 4 VA questions. Yeah, 4 VA questions will hardly take 10 minutes for you to solve, right? Even if you give 2.5 minutes per question, it will still require only 10 minutes for you to solve, plus analysis or 15 minutes. So you can wrap it up in 20-25 minutes. So this would be my recommendation: 4 to 5 VA questions every day along with 2 RCs. But 2 RCs are necessary. You should solve them. Okay, you should definitely solve them. VA से stress हो जाता है. Okay. Yes, you can struggle when options are way too close. Yes, I can understand that you can struggle there, definitely. And that is the reason what I thought was, let's try this elimination rules for para summary first. Let's just go through them together, okay? And then we can actually move on to questions, okay? So let's see this elimination rules. What are the top 4 elimination rules? Okay, first is scope mismatch. Now, when I say scope mismatch, means what? Okay, so eliminate options that are either broader or narrower than the passage's central idea. So the main thing that you should be doing first in this case is recognize the central idea, right? Recognition of central idea is very important. You should definitely be able to recognize it. Then only, you will be able to find out the surrounding things, correct? So scope mismatch shouldn't be there. Recognize the central idea, and your option should be hovering over that. Okay, it shouldn't go wayward. Please make sure that you eliminate the options that are broad or that are narrow. Okay, now narrow means what? Narrow means, they are way too focused on a small aspect or small detail, correct? Whereas broader options means they are generic. Okay, broader options will be generic options, and narrower options will be focused on small detail in the your short RC. Okay, your para summary. So please make sure you eliminate such options. Okay, out of scope. This is the easiest to eliminate, I feel, because you eliminate the options that bring in new information. है ना? So our rule should be no new information. Okay, we should always say this: no new information. Your para summary is like a playhouse. Okay, so you go to children's area in mall, you must have seen children's area. So they have a very restricted area. Okay, they can only play there. So our para summary is like that child's play area. Okay, you are only restricted there. You can only throw balls there. No balls should come outside. So out of scope is no new information. Okay, please make sure you follow this rule. Then next should be partial truth trap. Central idea find karna. Okay. Okay, central idea find karna. Okay. Ritiman, I'll tell you one thing. You eventually get the hang of it. Okay, when you start practicing, in the beginning it feels very impossible. In the beginning it feels very abstruse. In the beginning it feels like I can't do this. Everything jumbles in your head. But that is the thing that you should keep patience. Okay, so keep patience, keep on practicing. However, how many wrong RCs you get, how many wrong questions you get, how many wrong VA questions you get, stick to it. Okay, however cliched it might sound, but consistency is required. Okay, so yes, and the practice that we are doing together on YT also, plus we have different videos for all the topics. Just go through them, attend your classes, and stick to your practice. This is what every day you have to do. Just show up and do it. Okay, so please make sure you remember this. Now, partial truth tag, this is also very interesting option. Eliminate options that capture only one aspect but miss the main argument. This is again same thing. Focusing on small detail. Okay, focus on particular aspect. Okay, focusing on particular aspect, not grabbing the whole idea. Okay, extreme language. Eliminate options using absolute words. This you might have learned by now, that always, never, completely. These words are red alert for you. Okay, you have to be beware of these words. This you might have learned up till now. So please make sure this applies in para summary also. Beware of the words that are extreme in this case. Okay, should we start practicing? Okay, Harsh, I'll tell you the Rodha booklets, they are very basic. You can just start from there. So you will, slowly build confidence. The Rodha booklets are the first step. They are beginner level. Okay. So even if you don't know anything, you will certainly learn concepts from that, and you will get a beginner level confidence that you should be getting. So I'll recommend you start solving the Rodha booklets. That is the first step. Okay, you are not able to understand the context sometimes because we lose focus midway. That is the problem. Why don't we understand the context? Because we lose focus midway, first thing. And second thing, we read it like a story. Okay, we read it like, okay, I want to know something. No, you have to read it from author's perspective. Okay, your opinion does not matter. Whose opinion matters? Only author's opinion matters. Okay, you and I, we are insignificant in the RC game, in the para summary game. You just have to think like the author. Ask questions every time. If you start doing this from very early on, you'll definitely develop that habitual thing. Okay, main idea, yes, I know many of the people struggle with this, but you get the hang of it as you start practicing. Okay, yes, let's go ahead. And I'm going to start a poll as soon as I change the slide. So please make sure you mark your answers. And one more thing I want to tell you, that correct answer is not visible. I will tell you the correct answer. When I launch the poll, correct answer might not be visible even after you mark it. I will tell you the correct answers. Okay. So I'm going to launch a poll for this question now. Okay, let's start. Done, done, done. Yes. Okay, code and controller. I'll answer this for you. Broadly, in 90% of the cases, extreme language is going to eliminate the option unless the RC also uses the words. If RC has used the extreme words, then we are allowed to use, but otherwise they are to be eliminated. Okay. No, there's no timer, Aryan. I am your timer. Okay. So there's no timer, explicit timer. I'll tell you. Okay. Okay, let's start this. We'll close the polls now. We'll close the polls. We have got enough votes, and let's see this. You know what? 44% of the people have answered A. Okay, 44% of the people have answered A. Let's see this. We need to acknowledge that the term science fiction is something of an oxymoron. Obviously, because science is concerned with facts, and then you're adding fiction to that, right? So, science is concerned with proof, facts, and testable, repeatable outcomes, whereas fiction is concerned with creativity, invention, and imagined situations. So, here, definition. Correct? Definition is going on. I'll tell you correct answer, guys. I'll tell you. Okay? Just wait. Have patience. This is perhaps little more than a cute observation. See, more than a cute observation. More than is a keyword here, okay? Keywords. But this oppositional duality is what can make science fiction incredibly interesting, engaging, and fun. It pokes at the status quo and imagines what else might happen if only we could squeeze scientific truth into a new shape of our choosing. I'm going to read it for you. I'm going to tell you my observations. Then I'm going to tell you what should you have seen in the option. Then I'll tell you which is the correct option. Okay. So let's do it this way. See, it pokes fun. It pokes at the status quo and imagines what else might happen. So scientific fiction is, necessary genre. Correct. So here definition of science fiction is given, and then here importance is given, and lastly conclusion is given. Okay, this is the broad distribution. Now let's see the options. Science fiction is worth acknowledging because it uses the contrast between fact and fiction to challenge. Stop here. As soon as you read the word challenge, stop here. Our passage says pokes, poking. This says challenge. What I feel is challenge is not equal to poking. Do you guys agree with me? Do you guys agree with me that challenging is not equal to poking? Correct? So, if challenge is not equal to poking, A is gone. Got it? Challenge is not equal to poking, guys. So, science fiction's power comes from its dual nature. Correct? Where the tools of science are used to build fantasies. Okay, fine. This option misses one major point. Dual nature is fine, but where is oxymoronic part? Oxymoronic part is missed. Oxymoronic part is missed here. Correct? Oppositional duality. Here it should have been oppositional duality. Oppositional duality. इसीलिए हमने oxymoron बोला है, guys. Okay, oxymoronic part is missing in B. B is gone. They are saying oppositional duality. Very keyword. Oppositional is a very important keyword here. You can't miss it. So B is gone. It's the friction, correct? Because friction is again opposing forces, correct? Between what we can prove and what we can dream. That makes science fiction so compelling. I don't have any word that is problematic here. In option C, I don't have anything that is problematic. Friction part is good, correct? What we can prove, what we can dream is also correct. That makes the science fiction so compelling. Compelling part is also correct. So I don't have any problematic word here. Got it? Let's keep it aside. Okay. Science fiction deserves acknowledgement. Stop here. Stop here. Stop here. Don't go ahead. Don't go ahead. Okay. First thing, deserves acknowledgement is little bit tangential. Okay, it's not saying that it deserves acknowledgement. It says it's very compelling, it's interesting. Okay, first visible problem. Second, due to its ability to combine cold hard facts with wild imagination. Same problem, guys. Oxymoronic part is missing. Friction, oxymoronic part is missing in D also. So D is also gone. C is the correct answer because I don't have any problem in C. Okay? Yes. What exactly tools of science mean here? Okay, tools of science means proofs or facts or repeatable outcomes. Tools of science are proof, facts, repeatable outcomes here. Okay? Difference between poking and challenging. Okay, I'll tell you one simple thing. Okay, poking is what, you try to test it, or you try to little bit play with it, or you try to see it, you are curious about it, you observe it, you try something with it. That is poking. Correct. Challenging is what, you have some different facts with you and you are going and you are challenging this. No, this is not true. Correct. Challenging means what? Undermining. Challenging means undermining. We are not undermining. The para summary doesn't say anything of this sort. The para is not saying challenging, undermining, nothing like that. It's just poking. Means, we want to see where it goes. It's interesting. This is the meaning. Okay. Okay. So C was only 21%. Only 21% was answer C. Guys, what I want you to note here is the process that I am following for elimination. Okay, each and every word plus I am dividing the option in chunks. Okay, divide the option in chunks and then see the problem with the words. Got it? So the process is what you should observe here, not the questions. Questions are not meant to be memorized. What you have to understand is the process that we are following. Got it? Let's go ahead. Where is oxymoron in C? Friction. Friction is oxymoron. Opposing forces. Friction is oxymoron. Guys, that's what I told you. See, B, there is no oppositional dual nature or oxymoron. Here it's friction. Friction is oppositional duality. Frictional is oppositional duality. Okay. Frictional is oxymoronic. Let's go ahead. Okay, I'm going to again raise a poll for this. Just read. By the time you read, poll will be raised for this. I've started this question at 6:49. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Done. 2 minutes are done. It's 6:51. Your 2 minutes are done. If you haven't marked the answer, please mark it. Then we'll close the polling. Okay, let's see this question. We'll stop the polling now. There's a deep cultural unease at work in the society, one that has less to do with economics than with how do we understand the difference itself. I'll tell you one simple trick. Okay, I'll tell you one simple trick. Whenever it has less to do, okay, whenever it has less to do से लेके mark करो, then this part is not needed. This part is not needed for us to understand the meaning of the sentence. There is a deep cultural unease at work in the society, one that has with how we now understand the difference itself. Less to do with is not needed for you to understand the meaning of the sentence. So ignore that part. Go ahead. Okay. So, with how we now understand the difference itself. Okay. Britain has become oddly uncomfortable with unlabeled strangeness. Means we, that is Britain, okay, Brits, let's say Brits, okay, they do not like, unknown strangeness, right? They don't like unknown strangeness. Fine. In theory, okay, in theory, we live in an age of radical individualism, unprecedented freedom to be oneself. So theory is very nice. Okay, theory may we have individualism, we have freedom. In practice, we are far more tolerant of difference that comes with a narrative attached. Narrative means here story. Okay, simply story. Okay, so I am only comfortable about something which I know, okay, which I know the story of. So you can be different provided you explain yourself. For example, let's say that you are in a college and there's a transgender person in your class. So you will be far more tolerant with that person when you know his or her story. Okay, when you know that person's story. But if that person doesn't explain you anything, no, you will be always curious. You will be intolerant because you are suspicious by nature then. Correct? So basically, what happens is when I know the story, I am comfortable. When I don't know the story, I am not comfortable. This is the meaning. Okay. You can be different provided you can explain yourself. You can be strange provided you assure everyone that you're harmless and intentional. What you cannot easily be is odd without commentary, absorbed in something that makes you little sense to anyone else. So basically, you can't be different if you are not explaining it. You can be different if you explain, then people will be tolerant. But if you don't explain anything to anyone, people won't be comfortable around you. This is the conclusion. Okay, this is the conclusion that we are getting here. Now, let's see the options. Britain has learned to welcome unusual lives only after extreme word hai, correct? Extreme one, correct? They are saying far more tolerant. They are not saying only. It's not conditional. Only word is extreme and it is not used in our para summary. Okay, so let's not mark it with only. After they are translated into reassuring identities, others can process. This word is the problem. A is gone. We are just saying far more tolerant. We are not attaching any condition to it. But when you say unusual lives, only after they are. So this makes it conditional. Okay. This makes it conditional. So please make sure that it shouldn't be conditional. A is gone. The rhetoric of radical individuality. Okay, rhetoric is what? Thinking, discourse. Okay, what you call thinking or what you call discourse of radical individuality now coexists with the demand that strangeness explain itself before it can pass as acceptable. Means explanation is needed. I don't have any visible problem with B. Let's keep B aside. Okay, let's keep B aside. There's no visible problem in B. Economic pressures. Stop here itself. Stop here. Don't even go ahead. Okay, don't even go ahead. Economic pressures eliminate the option. You don't even need to go ahead. As soon as it becomes economic pressure, it becomes narrow and it becomes something which is not mentioned to you anywhere. So C is gone. Okay. Contemporary liberal culture has expanded tolerance by making it easier for eccentric people to account for their differences. Guys, the tone is negative. Here, making it easier, tone becomes positive. Whereas this entire thing, tone is negative. Did you observe this difference? Did you guys observe the tone difference in D? Tell me how many of you observed the tone difference in D. Please tell me how many of you, they got to know that D and para summary has different tones. There was a lag. Contemporary liberal. Contemporary is current. Liberal is, having freedom, or people who think very liberally. People who are broad minded. So contemporary liberal culture means right now we are having a very freedom of, we have a culture of freedom. That is the meaning of contemporary liberal. Yes, no. So I've got many yeses, I've got very less no's. Very good, guys. If you have got it right, if you have noticed the tone difference, then perfect. You are on the correct track. Okay, because this was not included in the elimination methods, but tone difference can make a huge impact on your elimination methods. So it is just twisting it and making it positive, whereas my para summary is very negative. So please make sure that you add this one more fifth point in our elimination strategy, that is tone difference. It's a very visible tone difference. D is gone. B is my correct answer. Okay, B is the correct answer. You didn't observe until I highlighted. Okay, difficult question. This was a moderate question. It was not a difficult one, it was a moderate question. Tone right? Yes, you can. If you would have, if your reason for elimination of option D was tone difference, you have hit the sweet spot. Okay. Explain B again. Rhetoric, I have written it. See, thinking or discourse. Rhetoric का meaning मैंने लिखा है, thinking or discourse. Okay. Uh, B, see, I'll tell you. The rhetoric, that is thinking, okay, of radical individuality, coexist is fine, means tolerant, with the demand that strangeness can explain itself. Guys, you are still stuck on the thinking that why is B right? Whereas what you should be thinking is why other options are wrong. Ye mat socho why B is right. That's not our job. Okay, our job is to definitely eliminate other three. So don't get stuck on the same in the same loop that why B is right. Please make sure that you understand why ACD are wrong. Okay. Economics, less to do with economics, guys. Less to do with economics. Less to do means economics से लेना देना नहीं है बोला है. The current problem that we are dealing with is not related to economics. Less to do with economics बोला है. That was the reason I eliminated C. Got it? Let's go ahead. We'll start the poll for this. You read it. By the time you read, the poll will be visible. Give more time to solve. Okay, Shiv, I'll give you 2.5 minutes. No problem. I started this at 7. I'll give you 2.5 minutes to solve. Okay, guys, we'll close the poll in 30 seconds. Shreyas, you're done. Okay. Nikhil is also done. Nilesh is also done. Okay. Okay, we'll close the poll. Now I have given you 3 minutes. Okay. Now I have given you almost 3 minutes to solve. Okay. You wanted more time. I have given 3 minutes. Okay. AK, this was slightly tough. Okay. B and C are confusing. Okay. Let's see this. Darwin, of course, is famous for his work on evolution. His book on the origin of species laid out a wealth of evidence that evolution occurs and proposed a mechanism, natural selection, for how it does so. Okay, fine. So, basic principle. Okay, basic principle is discussed. Although much has been learned since, and many of his ideas have been extended, corrected, or refined, the origin remains the founding text of modern biology. Okay, so it remains the still, right? I'll say still a founding text, okay, of modern biology, and is the pinnacle of Darwin's work. Pinnacle is highest point, okay, pinnacle is highest point. But there's a twist here, connector. But Darwin's first scientific monograph is, focused topic book. Any book which is focused on a single topic is called as monograph. Okay, monograph and his last, the two bookends of his thoughts, so to speak, were both about how animals have, over the vast spans of time, transformed the landscape. So, see, what is the conclusion? By animals rule. Correct? Animals rule. They change the landscape. Correct? Now, let's see the options one by one. The true wonders of Darwin's scientific mind were not just evolution, but the slow world shaping power of animals. True wonders, really? Are we really talking about true wonders? Don't you think this doesn't go with our para true wonders? He's only saying pinnacle of Darwin's work, right? We are saying pinnacle. This option says true wonders of Darwin's, and again it says scientific mind. Again it says scientific mind. Okay, not needed adjective. है ना? This scientific mind is a not needed adjective, correct? Plus true wonders is problematic here because we are favorable with pinnacle, peak, zenith, something like that, right? True wonders is out of nowhere. Very good job. This is out of scope. A is gone. Okay. While Darwin is famous for his work on how evolution occurs, his first and last books focused on how life shapes the landscape. What is the major keyword missing in this option, guys? Please tell me. एक सबसे major keyword missing है. What is the major keyword missing? Please answer this. Animals. Very good, Aditi. Good job. Yes, Vaishnavi, Jhalak, Muskan. Everyone has eliminated this correctly. Very good job, guys. Ansh, Srishti, Abhira. Good job. Animals word ही missing है भाई. Eliminate this. Okay, eliminate this. Let's go ahead. The pinnacle, acceptable word. Yes or no? Acceptable word. Pinnacle of Darwin's work is evolution. Okay. But his scientific bookends are dedicated to the geological change. Geological refers to landscape. Okay. Geological refers to landscape. Do you guys agree with me? Geological is landscape. Okay. I don't have any visible problem here. There's no visible problem in this option. Plus animals is also there. I have animals, है ना? Makes it broader, whereas B has all the qualities that are needed. Anupam, B doesn't have animals. B is missing our hero. B में animals ही नहीं है. B is missing our hero. Okay. Now I'll say transformed the landscape. Landscape is related to geology. Okay, landscape will be uh, C misses the first book or monograph, but that's a very secondary point. Yashwardhan, C misses the first book or monograph, that's a secondary point. You can't include all the secondary details in your para summary. It is supposed to be a summary. If it is supposed to be a summary, you can't include all the secondary details. Okay, so please keep C aside. There's nothing problematic in C. Okay, there's nothing problematic in C. Though I agree that geological might be little bit broader than what we need. Okay, little bit broader than what we need. I agree. I do agree with this. But let's analyze D. Darwin's first and last monographs reveal his lifelong research on creatures. Okay, problematic guys. We are only focused on animals, not creatures. Okay, as origin of geological change. See, your para summary should include main idea and conclusion. Other details are not mandatory. Okay, main idea plus conclusion should be there. Other details are not mandatory. Okay, yes, pinnacle is not the evolution but origin. No, no, no. Pinnacle is, that his book still remains very important. This is the pinnacle. The thing that his book still remains relevant, still remains very important is the pinnacle. Got it? Lifelong research. Yes, lifelong research is extreme. But I'll tell you one thing. Since he only wrote a monograph, single monograph, so it can be acceptable. But the bigger problem than lifelong research here is creatures as origin of geological change. Here also geological is written, so it's acceptable. But creatures nahi. We have to say animals because conclusion says animals. It has to be C. D is also eliminated. C is the correct answer. Okay. D skips animals. Yes. D भूमि. D is skipping animals. D में animals ही नहीं है. So I have to eliminate D. Okay. Let's go ahead, guys. Again, we'll raise a poll for this. You read. By the time you read, the poll will be raised. I'll give you 2.5 to 3 minutes for this also. Okay. The poll has been raised. You take your time. I'll give you 2.5 to 3 minutes. Okay, one more minute, guys. Done. Okay, last 30 seconds, then the poll will close up. No problem, Alok. You can join now. No issues. We are just solving the questions. You can just go back for some theory if you want. Done. Okay. I'll start explaining. By the time I come to the options, the poll will anyway end. Okay. So let's end the poll and go ahead. Hold up a dime and ask me to give it my full attention. Right? We hold up a dime and focus. Correct? We do it. Instantly, I'm wondering what's going to happen next. Obviously, now if I hold something and tell you to focus on this, you will be intrigued. Okay, ma'am, kya kar rahi hai? Isn't it? It's a very simple thing to happen. Correct? It's a very simple thing to happen. Let's go ahead. Sure, I can put my eyes on the dime and I can even try to fill my whole mind with that dime. Okay, I can try. So author says that okay, I'm not against trying, I can try. But in practice, James felt he could simply see in the actual operations of his own consciousness under those circumstances that the moment he confronted such a task, his thoughts were immediately departing from that object. You know what? Actually, when someone tells you to focus this, our mind actually starts wandering. Okay, our mind starts wandering here and there, and we start departing. Our thoughts start departing from that object. Okay, I'm wondering why you asked me to look at the time. Okay, so I am again thinking like, why do you want me to look? Correct. I immediately suspect you are trying to play a trick on me. So I am trying to figure out what you are doing that the dime is supposed to stop me from noticing. This is a very classic distraction trick. है ना? Focus on the coin. Magicians use this very classic distraction trick कि आपका ध्यान यहाँ पे रहेगा and then they'll do something. Right? So I immediately go there and I start thinking, why do you want me to focus on this? And I get suspicious. Oh, and you really should clean your fingernails. Okay, this is humor now. Correct? This is humor. Last line is humor. Correct? Basically, the only one point that is happening here is, you tell me to focus and I can't. And, I get distracted. I get distracted. Right? That's the only focus. Okay? That's the only focus. Correct? You know what? I am actually glad the options are not visible to you guys. Correct options are not visible because then at least you have some interest remaining when I start with the options. So I am actually glad that the correct options are not visible because then you will start, debating in the chat boxes itself, like, why this is not, why this is this. So while I'm explaining, you guys are debating in the chat boxes. So I'm actually glad the answers are not visible. Let's see this. What looks like attention to an object soon turns into a search for the larger situation within which that object makes sense. What is the most important thing missing in A? Please tell me. What is the most important thing missing in A? Tell me the most important thing missing in A. Distraction. Good job, guys. Distraction is missing. Correct. Kshama, AKG, correct. Harshit, close. You're close. Srishti, distraction. Yes, correct. Suspicion is also missing. Suspicion part is also missing. I have two correct answers here. Suspicion and distraction, both are missing. Good job, guys. You are going on a very correct track. Good job. I'm proud. So A is gone. Okay. A is gone. The mind does not stay with the object for long. Correct. The mind does not stay with the object for long. Correct. Because it is more drawn to the hidden purpose behind the task than to the object itself. Okay, fine. Again, what is the thing missing in B? What is the thing missing in B? B में क्या missing है बताओ? Distraction, correct. Again B में distraction missing है, same problem. Hidden purpose में suspicion आ गया. Okay, suspicion आ गया, इसमें distraction missing है. Suspicion is still there because hidden purpose is there. No, hidden purpose I can still relate with suspicion, but there's no distraction happening. है ना? There's no distraction happening. B is gone. Got it? Megha, have you understood? Suspicion, stray thoughts, Ansh, correct. Vishal, yes, right. Correct. Good job, guys. Hidden purpose I can still relate with suspicion, but distraction part is missing here. Even the simplest act of seeing carries interpretation with it. So detached perception cannot be separated from judgment. Okay, I have so many problematic words in this. Interpretation, problematic. Detached perception, problematic. Judgment, problematic. Out of scope. Out of scope. Yes, mind does not stay means distraction. Mind does not stay is distraction. That is what I am calling distraction. Okay, I am wondering, this is distraction. Correct, I suspect, this is distraction. So when you're not able to focus, that is what I'm calling distraction. Yes, Shiv, right. Now C has a lot of, C was the easiest option to eliminate. C was the easiest option to eliminate. It was out of scope, which I call as OOS, out of scope. C is gone. An effort to hold the mind on one object quickly gives way to suspicion. Okay, fine, correct. And stray thought. Okay, this is also correct. Stray thought is distraction here. Okay, stray thought is distraction. So यहाँ पे suspicion भी आ गया, distraction भी आ गया, both are there, which shows how unstable pure attention is. Correct. How unstable pure attention is. Why eliminate option B, Nilesh? Eliminate option B because it does not talk about distraction. Option B is not talking about distraction. That is the problem with option B. Okay, Nilesh, have you understood now? Your logic was you did not understand. Fine, that logic is also right. Yes. Twinkle, correct. Option B is eliminated because it does not have straight thoughts. Beta, correct है आपका reasoning. Okay, your reasoning is correct. Pure attention बहुत extreme नहीं लगा. Unstable pure attention, no, it's not extreme because we are talking about try to fill my whole mind. See, try to fill my, give it my full attention. Full attention, fill my whole mind is pure attention. So no, it's not extreme, Shiv. Understood? Shivansh, it's not extreme because full attention and full whole mind is given to you. Understood? D, no, D hasn't got any tonal problem, guys. D hasn't got any tonal problem. D is perfectly in line with the tone. There's no tone mismatch. You read it carefully. Okay? So, see here, stray thought is distraction. Suspicion is also there. And this part, pure attention, I can't focus. Problem of focusing is also there. And an effort to hold my mind. This is also correct. There are no problems in D. D is the correct answer. Okay? How to identify? That's what I've written down. See, uh, I'm saying that whenever there is tone mismatch, it is so visible that the words will carry that tone mismatch, guys. In D, there is no tone mismatch. There is not even a single word which goes in opposition to my para summary. Okay, let's go ahead. Does not stay. That's what I'm telling you. Stray thought is distraction, guys. Stray thought मतलब क्या, यहाँ वहां घूम रहा है आपका दिमाग. Stray thought is यहाँ वहां घूम रहा है आपका दिमाग. That is distraction. So D is correct. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's start a poll for this. You guys read. By the time you read, the poll will be up. Shavik, D is not telling you its own conclusion. D is only telling you that we can't focus. Okay, Shavik? D is only telling you that you can't focus. It's not drawing its whole conclusion. The if you read it, आप रीड करोगे तब भी आपको पता चलेगा कि आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो रहे हो, आप स्ट्रेट थॉट पे जा रहे हो, मतलब भी आप फोकस नहीं कर पा रहे हो, मतलब भी आपका अटेंशन अनस्टेबल है. Okay, let's start marking, guys. We'll end the poll in 30 seconds. This is a difficult question. It's moderate to difficult. Okay, let's end the poll. Uh, ओके, यू आर कार्टून की क्वेरी है कि मैम ड्रॉन टू हिडन पर्पज doesn't implicitly means that mind is getting distracted. यू आर कार्टून, आई टेल यू वन थिंग, आप फोकस नहीं कर पा रहे हो मतलब ही आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गए ना. एवरीथिंग इज नॉट रिटन एक्सप्लिसिटली. आपको कुछ ना कुछ वहां से लॉजिक उठाना पड़ेगा. यू आर नॉट एबल टू फोकस ऑन द कॉइन, यू आर थिंकिंग ऑल द डिफरेंट थिंग्स, मीन्स यू आर डिस्ट्रैक्टेड. दिस इज इम्प्लिसिट. गॉट इट? Okay, let's see this. How to decide that we should skip this question. Kshama has asked a very good question, Kshama. This is the kind of question that you should actually leave in exam. Kshama, I really appreciate your question because no one has asked this question. I'll tell you, because all the options seem very close. Okay? All the options seem very close. So, and if you see the paragraph also, it's very twisted. बहुत गोल गोल घुमाया है ना? So, it's very twisted, and Brahmand and Atman. So, as soon as your mind starts blocking, okay, I'll tell you one cue. Okay, I'll tell you one simple cue. As soon as your mind starts blocking, stop there. Okay? Yes, not every battle is meant to fight, correct. Not every battle is meant to fight. You have to win the war, not the battles, okay? So, Kshama, as soon as you start getting blocked, okay, stop there. Got it? I hope I've answered your query. Let's see this. The way to think of consciousness is that it is the thing that illuminates, that allows for all mental phenomena. Okay, fine. Consciousness, in turn, is itself illuminated by Brahman, the one and only source of all illumination. So, conscious illuminates us, and consciousness is illuminated by Brahman. Okay, Brahman is Sansar, what you call. Okay, so consciousness and then Brahman. Without Brahman, there would be no light of consciousness, and therefore no experience, no knowledge, no perception. So, consciousness, then Brahman. Okay, if Brahman is not there, then no experience and nothing. Okay, him alone as he shines, do all things reflect. This whole world radiates with his light, not needed. This is not needed for my understanding. Leave it. Quoted part is not needed. Okay. There is only one reality, Brahman, which takes myriad illusory forms. Myriad is variety. Okay. Myriad is variety of illusory forms. But like fire, it is both an individual flame and a blaze. Means it is complete in itself. Okay, it is complete in itself. It is flame also, it is blaze also. This one reality is both the transcendental Brahman and the immanent Atman. Now, consciousness is what is Brahman, plus it is Atman also. Everything else is fleeting, illusory, sprung from ignorance. Consciousness is illumination. As the light of a blazing lamp brightens a dark room, so consciousness lights up a life. Okay. Now, I know there's not much of understanding is to be done here. Okay. Let's see the options. I'll tell you what to eliminate here. Without Brahman, there is no perception or knowledge. Correct? Without Brahman, there is no experience, no knowledge, no perception. Fine. Immanent is inside. Immanent is inside. Inherent. Immanent is inherent. Okay. Mishti. Have you understood Mishti? It is the source that illuminates our consciousness like a lamp in a dark room, rendering everything else merely fleeting and sprung from ignorance. Guys, without Brahman, there would be no light of consciousness, therefore no experience. This is fine. Okay. This is fine. But this without Brahman part is secondary. One and only source of illumination, this part, consciousness is itself illuminated by Brahman. So consciousness is Brahman. This part is missing in A. Did you observe this? Did you observe this? That consciousness is Brahman, part is missing, or Brahman is the only source of illumination. It's consciousness, this part is missing. Did you observe this? If yes, please tell me in the chat boxes. क्या आपने ये ऑब्जर्व करा कि शुरुआत नेगेटिव से हो रही है? इस ऑप्शन की स्टार्टिंग इज इट्स स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम नेगेटिव, whereas my para starts with a positive note that consciousness is illuminating, consciousness is Brahman. You missed it, AKG? Okay, no problem. Ajay, the para, yes, the para itself is extreme. Yes, I will say yes to this question. So, in case you missed it, please make sure that you focus on other aspects of other options also now. So, keep an open mind, okay? No problem, Nikhil. It's a very difficult question. So, if you have even missed it, no issues. So, A is gone because this part is missing. Okay, in option A, this part is missing. Okay. Consciousness is the illumination that lights up life, but Brahmand is the only one source of light. That is one reality. Everything else is just fleeting illusion. You know, it actually embodies everything. Consciousness is illumination that lights up Brahman. Fine, that is consciousness is Brahman. It's the only source of light. That is also correct. Him alone as he shines is already given to us. No experience without Brahman. There would be no light. Fine. It is one reality, correct? Everything else is just fleeting illusion. There is no problem in B as such. Let's keep it aside. Okay? Brahman is the single light that all things reflect. It is the one true reality that radiates with the help of our consciousness. Our, we are talking about general consciousness. We are not talking about our consciousness. Okay, we are not talking about our consciousness. Okay, our consciousness is a big problem here. This word is a big problem. Our consciousness is a big problem. Okay, C is gone. Brahman is the one and only source of all illumination. It lights up our consciousness so that we can experience. You know, negative condition is given, positive condition is not given. Do you get this difference, guys? That without Brahman, no experience, no consciousness. But positive condition is not given, that it lights up our consciousness so that we can experience. Are you getting this difference? Passage says negative. This option says positive condition. Got it? That's how you answered D. Hemant. Okay, I might. You shortlisted A and D, was inclined towards D but chose A. Okay, Mishti, no problem. Okay, Ansh also did the same. Okay, you were Shreyas, you were confused between B and D and marked B. Okay, so good na, Shreyas, you marked B. B is right. Okay. Abhilasha also did the same. Fine. Okay, have you understood this? D is a very subtle trap, guys. D एक बहुत ही अच्छा, it's a very well structured trap. Okay, because paragraph says without Brahman no experience. This says Brahman is there because we can experience, so that we can experience. So you know this is actually a positive condition, whereas our para says negative condition. So D is gone. What is remaining is B. I have problems with A, C, and D. I'll tell you one thing. A was difficult to eliminate. D was little bit difficult. C was the easiest to eliminate. But according to me, if this question comes in exam, you should definitely leave it. Okay? You should definitely leave this question in exam. Please don't solve it in exam. It's going to be definite trap, and you're definitely going to, fall in that trap. Got it? Let's go ahead. Vibhu, I already answered. Why not A? Ashish, same. You were confused between A and D. Okay. Okay, the poll has been raised, guys. Please make sure you answer this question. Okay, guys, start answering. Okay, please mark your answers, then I'll close the polls. Okay, let's close the polls. 66% is D. Okay. 14%, 11%, 9%. Okay, fine. Don't write option, guys. Okay. Okay, let's see this. This was Ansh. Yes, this was a simple question because I didn't want to end with a difficult question. This was the end of para summary. We'll solve some para completion questions also. Okay. So, we are living in the era of plantations. Their logics rule our world. From landscape design to cultural attitudes, the logics of the plantation organize and discipline life at a planetary scale. Fine. This tells me importance of plantations. The principles of plantations are simple. Life in all forms ought to be isolated and its growth standardized. In a plantation, life is contained and denied its interconnectedness with other forms of being in the name of optimized mass production. Negative points of plantation. Okay. Plantations rely on the violent erasure of native, interdependent, and complex life words to replace them with monocultures. Strong negative vibes. What is the vibe check here, guys? Strongly negative. The vibe check is strongly negative. Okay. Dispossession is crucial to the process, making plantations a key agent of imperial expansion. since early colonial times. Plantations produce the wealth and the modus operandi, MO, what you call, that allowed Europeans to take over the world. Why plantations? They make money. Correct? They make money. Okay? This was the, gist. Plantations transformed agriculture by replacing ecological diversity with efficient monocultures, thereby becoming a durable model. Stop. Stop, 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 stop here. Durable model. Operandi is operating procedure. Ritik, operandi is operating procedure. Stop here. Durable model, tone is negative. This is positive tone. Tone check. Quickly tell me how many of you were able to eliminate this on the basis of tone. Okay? Tone is positive. I have a strong negative vibe from my RC. Correct? मेरे छोटे RC से mini RC. My mini RC gave me a very strong negative vibe. Right? Jay Kumar, Jay agrees with me. Okay. Ritu also agrees with me. Very good. Tone change has ruled out Nikhil. Very good, guys. Good job. I'm so proud. A is gone. The plantation system spread globally. Okay, because imperial powers discovered that standardized production was more profitable than native forms of cultivation. This gives me a neutral tone. भाई neutral tone है ये, yes or no? Neutral tone. I am still not getting my vibe. Okay, I'm still not getting my vibe. B is gone. It's a neutral tone. The modern world continues to inherit the plantation's disciplinary structure. Stop here itself, which treats life as separable, controllable, and productive. Positive tone. Positive tone. Yes, Himanshu, vibe check is strongly negative. This is also a negative option. Sorry, this is the option is positive. I don't have to go with this option. C is gone. Okay. Plantation logic extends far beyond forms by isolating, standardizing, and dispossessing interconnected life. It has organized modern power and imperial expansion. Now I'm getting a negative tone here. This question could be solved only on the basis of tone. Okay? This question could be solved only by tone check. D is the correct answer. D is the correct answer. Yes. Good job, guys. Very good job. I'm so proud. You can successfully gauge tones. You can successfully gauge tones. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead with sentence insertion, that is paragraph completion. Okay. Abhishek, I'll tell you, because it says isolating negative word, dispossessing interconnected life. You know this part, dispossessing interconnected is negative tone. Okay, Abhishek? Dispossessing जब वो बोल रहा है तो वो negative बन जाता है. ठीक है? Let's go ahead. Okay, I'm going to skip this question and go ahead because I want to solve some para completion questions also. Okay? Ansh, it might depend because some are very small and some are very lengthy. Like the consciousness wala was very lengthy, whereas some questions were very less. So there's a range. Okay, there's a range. So we can't be exact in that prediction. Let's raise a poll for this. Okay, sentence insertion question. Okay, 2 minutes. Guys, please mark your answers. We'll end the poll then. 2 minutes are done. Please mark your answers. Are you guys hungry? Yes. Okay, I'm getting answers now. Okay, let's end the poll. 63%, okay, is C. That is option 3. Very good. Okay. Guys, do I really need to explain this? It was so easy. See each example. Each example. Farmer, first example. Correct? Farmer is first example. Litigant. Litigant is second example. Okay. Village. Village is the third example. Right? Village is the third example. So farmer is the first example, litigant is second, village is third. Okay, three examples. Each example becomes a window. Three. Each example becomes a window into the ways a disconnected system can do violence, not loudly but daily. Then I'll say Roy's approach here. Here means where? In the line that I am saying in 3. Here was distinctively bureaucratic, even procedural. Each example is the biggest hint. Okay, it is the biggest hint. Got it? Yes, yeah. I was just asking because कोई आंसर नहीं दे रहा था तो आई थॉट यू गाइज आर हंग्री और व्हाट कि प्लेट लेके घूम रहे हो हाथ में एंड देन एक हाथ में लैपटॉप है सो आई वाज सस्पिशियस ऑफ दिस बिकॉज suddenly many answers were very slow. When I said I'm going to end the poll, then फटाफट people started clicking. So I thought कि आराम आराम से चल रहा है एक हाथ से and then एक हाथ में लैपटॉप. So that was what I thought because suddenly the votes were very less. श्रेयस ब्रेक चाहिए 15 minutes for dinner. Okay, let's see. Okay, okay, fine. So, as I was saying that each example is your biggest hint, and these are the three examples. So, three is the perfect job here. Okay, option three is the perfect job because I can then insert my sentence here. Got it? Easy tha. This was easy question. Yes. I didn't want to terrorize you guys. I don't want to terrorize you. I want you to fall in love with VA questions, okay? I don't want to terrorize you and make you go far away from VA questions. Then you will be only focusing on RCs, okay? So let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's raise a poll for this. अभिषेक वो वाला क्वेश्चन बहुत डिफिकल्ट था कॉन्शियसनेस वाला ओके द कॉन्शियसनेस वाला क्वेश्चन वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट सो डोंट स्ट्रेस ओवर इट इवन इफ यू हैव आंसर्ड रॉन्ग डोंट स्ट्रेस ओवर इट डोंट फस ओवर इट जस्ट लीव इट wow I've already started getting votes good job let's ask Rodha are we having break after my session please tell students general mechanism that helps to solve I'll tell you after this question I'll tell you just be you I'll tell you after this question okay Okay, very good. I'm getting good votes. We still have 1 minute to go. अच्छे से पढ़ो क्वेश्चन को. Yes, last question, the answer was C. Okay, let's end the poll. Let's end the poll. People are already. Okay, I've got the answer from Rodha, guys. No break. There's no break. Next session at 8 p.m. There's no break. Okay, I've got so weird distribution on this 32, 24, 23, 21. Will you discuss the order to attempt in VRC? Actually, MP Mastro, I've already discussed. I already told my priority. Priority should be para summary first, para completion second, para jumble and odd one out third. Because they are similar type of questions, so you can attempt any one of them, equal priority. Okay, equal priority. Okay, so this is the order. Now I'll tell you about sentence insertion questions also. Please make sure that first thing that you need to check is your sentence hints. What are the hints that are given in the sentence? Okay, second thing is you can check the flow. Third thing is you can check the keywords. General procedure is this: you see the sentence, you see if you get any hint out of that sentence, and then you start reading. And जब जहां भी आपको लग रहा है this might fit, please put that there and then read it again. So flow check करना है आपको. Please check the flow and then see any keywords are there or not. Like in this question, each example was hint. It was keyword for you. Got it? So please make sure that you do this. Okay, let's go ahead. They were there and then they were gone. Okay, they were there and then they were gone. Thousands of history books destroyed by a wall of dirty water that punched its way through university library. Actually, I can put it in one. I can actually put it in one. I can actually say they were there and then they were gone. What? Who? History books. Who is they? History books. Yes or no? Abhira, just give me a moment. I'll solve this question and I'll take your query. Okay, Abhira? Just give me a moment. Okay. So I can actually put it in one. I can actually put it in one. University library. Grief and shock swelled in me. Grief and shock swelled in me. Distending like, okay, for whatever is happening, books that buckled, burst the shelves, playing their pages. I had got used to them being around tidy and dry, and that was the problem. Actually, you know what? This is a sort of big revelation. This is a sort of big revelation. An entire, para is explanation. Do you guys agree with me? Even if I put it in 2, 3, 4, na, let's say 2, 3. If I put it in 2, 3, na, my flow will break. My flow will break in 2, 3. 4, it's okay. But in 4, it's like done and dusted. I know everything. Why should I say they were there and then they were gone? It's like, you give a punchline and then you reveal the big secret. Okay? Yes, Ansh, very good. It's a poetic start. Yes, it's a poetic start. Okay, it's a poetic start. So, basically, what will happen here is, what about pronoun they? They is history books. Okay. Shiv, very good question. Normally, we don't use personified pronouns for books, but author is so attached. Vibe check kya hai? Emotion. Emotional hai bhai. Author is very emotional in this case. He's very attached to that. So, what is the vibe check? He is getting sentimental about those books. In his mind, they are persons, they are personified. So they pronoun is very much justified here. Got it? One is correct, why not two? Two and three, the flow will break. The events का जो flow चल रहा है, see, punched it way through university library. Then what happened? Grief and shock swelled in me, distending like water soaked book. See, comparison. Water punched its way. Comparison. I'm going to break the flow if I put it in two. Water soaked is your hint here. Okay. Then I can say buckled and burst the shells, playing their pages. Then again, they were there and then they were gone. I had got used to them being around. In this case also, that dramatic flare that is happening, no, the dramatic flare that is happening, that is going to, it will dramatically come down. So three also, the flow will change. It's like, big revelation, poetic start, and then the explanation. Okay. Mishti, option 4, so everything is done now. You already know they are gone. What is the use of reiterating it again, Mishti? Tell me. You know they are gone. You have already seen the author's emotions also. Then aren't you stating a reiterated fact here? You are just, restating it again. There's no impact. There's no impact of that sentence in 4. So 4 can't be the answer. It has to be 1. The tone vibe check is like this: big revelation and then emotions. Okay. Emphasizing, yes, AK, you want to emphasize it. Okay, you want to give it that dramatic revelation, so it has to be in 1. You want to emphasize that they tells us that they are so important to author. Okay, let's go ahead. Guys, let's hold on to poll for a moment. Let's hold on to poll. I wanted to answer one question: order. What should be the order? I'll answer this. Abira asked this. I'll answer this question because it's a very important question. Okay, it's a very important question. I'll answer this. You know what you can do is two RCs. Okay, two RCs, then para summary, or you can say para completion, then one RC. Okay, or you can do two RC, para summary, one RC, and then para completion, and then go for para jumble or odd one out. Okay, Abhira, this should be the order. This is what I have answered for your question. Okay, you asked this, right? What should be the order? This should be the order. Let's go ahead. The poll has already been raised, guys. The poll has already been raised. Okay, guys, start voting. 2 minutes are done. Start voting. Okay. Okay. Last 10 seconds. Okay. Let's end the poll. I found the biggest hint here. Okay. I found the biggest hint here. Did you notice D is 35%, C is 33%? Uh, Hardik, poll has just ended. Okay. Poll has just ended. Okay. See, him, yes. Him. Give him the kind of send off he deserves. She opens up his ribcage. She opens up his ribcage. Yes, to give him. Give him the kind of send off. Him. Biggest hint. Him. Correct? Yes. Correct. Now let's go ahead. Here's a devil's bargain. Give up the ability to dream and you could live forever. In Resurrection, Bijan's first feature. Actually, you know what? Till here, two tak there is no mention. So obviously option one is gone. A stylish detective decides to seek out one of these holdouts. But to find him, she must first enter a past era of cinema. Okay, now something is happening. So two is also gone because there's no mention. There's no mention of him in 2 also. Okay. It's very absurd. Yes, Piyush. It's very absurd. And that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. It's absurd, but you have a big hint given to you. So you can actually score in this, sentence insertion question. She locates the constant dreamer. Now, please make sure constant dreamer after projecting herself into Chinese hybrid of Ritzlang dramas. Constant dreamer is him. Who is he or who is him? Constant dreamer. Okay, constant dreamer. She locates the constant dreamer after projecting herself. So, this 3 also won't make much sense because who is him? Him is constant dreamer. Okay, who is him? Him is constant dreamer. See, when I say him here, ID is unknown. Guys, please mark the difference. Pay attention. When I say, but to find him, she must first enter. Him, in this case, ID is not known. She's searching. And then when she, goes back into the past era of cinema, she actually gets who is he? He's a constant dreamer. Okay. The constant dreamer after projecting herself into Chinese hybrid. Then fairy tales and the kind of opium den fantasies cooked up between the wars to give him the kind of send off. This send off is sort of concluding. Do you think that send off is concluding? Do you think that send off is concluding? Right? Send off is concluding. So it has to be option 4. It has to be option 4. Understood this? Okay, I want to ask this for everyone. Please let me know, was this session helpful for you guys, or are you motivated to focus on VA? Please tell me yes or no. Are you enough motivated by this session to focus on VA and little bit instead of entire focus on RC? Please let me know this. Yes, okay. I am so glad. I just wanted you to drag back to, VA. VA is great fun, guys. It requires less time. No focus. मतलब इतना ज़्यादा आपको focus नहीं करना पड़ता है. So it's fun. It's less time consuming and it's great solving these questions. You could actually benefit in RC by solving parasummary questions. Do you know this? You could actually benefit in RC by solving parasummary questions. Okay. Yes, tonality concept was new, Ansh. Yes, vibe check. Please make sure you check the vibe of the para summary. Okay. And next up will be Brijesh sir's session. And Brijesh sir will also take the remaining question types. That is, he's going to deal with para jumbles and odd one out. So, you should continue this vibe check. Please take it into para jumbles and odd one out also. Okay. Yes, vibe check for the win. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. And please stay tuned for Brijesh sir's session. Okay? Stay tuned for Brijesh sir's session. Brijesh sir is waiting. And please, guys, dinner के लिए मत जाना, रुक जाना यार. एक दिन लेट खाना खाओगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा. Okay? एक दिन लेट खाना खाओगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा. ठीक है?
Good evening to all the students. A very warm welcome to all of you. Am I audible? Just let me know. Acha, okay. Hello, hi. I'm sorry. मुझे लगा कि वो चलो. So, how is everyone doing? Quite good, है ना? A warm welcome to all of you once again. I'm not able to see myself on the YouTube channel now, but I think the comments show that I am live, है ना? I am alive also. Chalo. ठीक है. So thanks Sharwari ma'am for taking such a nice session. So right now we just finished. क्या finish किया हमने अभी? We finished para summary and paragraph completion, right? So two topics from VA, right? And now we will take the other two topics, that is parajumbles and odd one out, correct? So हाल चाल एकदम बढ़िया है. तो पैरा जंबल पे फिर से आ गए काफी दिनों बाद. R2 बैच वाले बोल रहे होंगे सर पैरा जंबल कराए तो एक जमाना बीत गया, right? So it's a good time to revise the concepts and also solve some questions. I hope you are enjoying this session, है ना? चलो बढ़िया है. तो पीजे एंड ऑड वन आउट, मैंने कहा था ना ये these are two sides of the same coin. सीआर कराएंगे. सीआर आज नहीं करा रहा हूँ क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है कि मैं फ्राइडे के सेशंस में सीआर तो ऐसे ही कराता हूँ. सो आई थॉट कि लेट्स स्टिक टू द सिलेबस. दो आई हैड कि कुछ सीआर क्वेश्चंस भी लेके आ जाऊं, बट एवरी फ्राइडे 9 o'clock आई डू मीट विद सीआर. तो मैंने कहा चलो टुडे लेट्स हैव एन एक्सेप्शन टुडे, है ना? लेट्स मेक एन एक्सेप्शन. ठीक है. तो नेक्स्ट वीक से फिर से मैं सीआर लेके आ जाऊंगा. फॉर टुडे वी शुड स्टिक टू द कैट सिलेबस एंड पैराजुमल ऑड वन आउट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक. मेनी ऑफ यू फील दैट कि यार what is the point of solving these questions if the chances of getting them right is very low, है ना? I think many of you have this in mind कि parajumble or odd one out में chances are very low. I mean the probability of getting the answer right is so low that it is not worth attempting. But according to me it's not ठीक है यार, वो डायरेक्ट उसका बेनिफिट है. मार्क्स इज डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट, बट देयर इज इनडायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ऑफ सॉल्विंग पैराजम्बल्स एंड ऑड वन आउट. यू बिकम बेटर in paragraph completion, you become better in para summary, and above all parajumble odd one out, they help you become good in स्पीड रीडिंग. मुझे लगता है कि स्पीड रीडिंग develops because of parajumble. Once you know how to connect the sentences, you can run through the sentences very fast. That's the reason why, even if you're not getting them right, or even if you don't intend to solve them in the exam, at least try to practice. क्योंकि कहाँ से कौन सा क्वेश्चन इजी आएगा, we cannot say. So it's quite possible कि CAT 2026 में you have only 2 questions from parajumble, and those 2 were the easiest question in the entire BA. So it should not happen that because of your preconceived notion, what was easy and the easiest in the paper, you missed completely, है ना? सबको समझ में आ रहा है ना? तो थोड़ा सा इस पे ध्यान देना. While solving the questions in the class and also in the earlier sessions, I also have released one recorded video on parajumble. मैंने एक focus किया है 3-step process पे. I have said that step 1 is find the opening sentence. Step 2, as you all remember, is form pairs, correct? So I will write these down. I think ये block नहीं होना चाहिए. So let me just, एक minute, just a moment, guys. I will put it here. So step 1 is always, I mean, I don't say step 1 should be the first step, but generally step 1 is find the opening sentence. So ये पहला काम करते हैं हम लोग कि opening sentence ढूंढना बहुत जरूरी है अपने लिए पैराजंबल में. And then step 2 says that we should try to form a pair. So these two are 2 very important steps. You form a pair, you find the opening sentence. Sometimes you form a pair first and then you realize the opening sentence. Sometimes you go with the opening sentence and then you form a pair. Okay? So these steps can go up and down, but these 2 are very important parts of the exercise. And finally, once you have done these 2 things, step 3 is to fix the remaining sentence. And in the third step, you are almost 50%. You have 50% chance of getting the right answer, provided that step 1 and step 2 are correct. है ना? याद है? And चलो start करते हैं. So first we will take a few questions from parajumbles. Then we will switch to odd one out. तो ये थोड़ा सा गलती हो गया मेरे से, ये odd one out है, but ठीक है. So you all can see the questions. I will start with a easy question. Can you all see question number 3? थोड़ा सा ये easy लगता है मुझे. I thought that this is the easiest among the lot that I have. So let's try this question before I teach you the concept and I take you through the entire process of solving the question. Let's try to solve the question on your own. Are you all set? Try करोगे खुद से सब लोग? Try करोगे ना? चलो. So I think start. Timer starts now, though there is no timer. Approximately 120 seconds. Let's try to wrap this up in 120 seconds. ठीक है? Try करो, मुझे बताओ कैसे solve करोगे. And once we have the answer, then we will go ahead with the discussion. Your timer has started. Okay, so people, okay. So I think we have had enough time, है ना? So people are marking their answers. I can see the answers. 1, 4, 2, 3, 1. Okay. What about others? Please put in your answers. हाँ, दे दो आंसर. देखो क्या आ रहा है आंसर. 1, 4, 2, 3. सब लोग ने 1 को. Okay. Because options have been, because we don't have options. This is type in the answer kind of a question. तो ऑप्शन तो होगा ही नहीं. 2314 4231 2314 142, ठीक है. So one problem that you will face in this question is whether should we start with 1 or should we start with 4. ये एक प्रॉब्लम आने वाला है आप लोगों को, है ना? And then it says that it is likely to be of a similar age. Did you see this, people? So similar age refers to some age, right? Some perhaps more than 10,000 years old. Right? All of you agree? So this similar age could refer to 7,000. Can I say there is a connect between these two, and maybe this would help us to form a pair? Agree, everyone? So when you say numerous stories of coastal submergence attributable to post-glacial ocean rise are likely to be of a similar age, that means there is some sort of noun to which this similar age refers to. And we don't have any number in 4 or in 1. There is no age as such. So the only number to which this similar age could refer to is 7,000. So can I say that 2, 3 is likely to be a pair? And I think most of you have done that job very well. You have spotted 2, 3 as a pair without any doubt about it. So that becomes that actually helps me increase the probability of getting the answer, because I know that 2, 3 is a pair. So we know that oral memories of volcanic eruptions go back more than 7,000 years in several instances. Numerous stories of coastal submergence attributable to post-glacial ocean rise are likely to be of a similar age, that means 7,000 years. Some perhaps more than 10,000 years old. So 2, 3 is a pair. And can I say this talks about oral memories? And therefore, the stories also should be a oral memory. Agree or not? So can I say oral memories here, and the stories which have been told about coastal submergence by some, it has been passed down from generation to generation. This is also part of oral memory. So if both 2 and 3 talk about oral memories, can I say that these oral societies were able to pass on knowledge in a coherent form? This should be the introduction to. So can I say 4 should come before 2, 3? Please understand this. Once I have put 2, 3 in perspective, putting 4 after 2, 3 does not add any value. First of all, you would say that under optimal conditions, oral societies were able to pass on knowledge in a coherent form across hundreds of generations to reach us today. So volcanic eruptions go back to 7,000 years old, and stories of coastal submergence can go even to as long as 10,000 years old. So can I say 4 can be the background to 2, 3? Because 2, 3 के बाद 4 का फायदा नहीं है ना यार. When you say that oral memories have passed, we know oral memories of volcanic eruption. We have several stories of coastal submergence. That means we have got these orally. So when 2 and 3 imply orally, then there is no point putting 4 after 2, 3. And what is the logic that I gave you in class? If you remember, I had told you that if you put 2, 3 and then you put 4, then 4 is redundant. मैंने कहा था ना, it does not add any value, because from 2, 3 it is clearly visible that 4 is implied. So from 2, 3, 4 is implied, so 4 should not come after 2, 3. But when I put 4 before 2, 3, then 4 becomes the background for 2, 3. सबको समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं कि 4 एक background बनेगा और 2, 3 उसका elaboration बनेगा. That is how 4, 2, 3 comes as a pair. Am I not right, all of you? So this is how we are fixing everything. Now we are left with one sentence, and that will decide the sequence. So 4, 2, 3 is pretty clear to us. कि भाई ठीक है, under optimal conditions, oral societies were able to pass on knowledge in a coherent form across hundreds of generations. And how were they able to pass on knowledge? In fact, what are the examples of that? So the examples of that are, we know that oral memories of volcanic eruptions go back more than 7,000 years in several instances. Numerous stories of coastal submergence attributable to post-glacial oceans rise are likely to be. ठीक है? Now the point is कि ये one यहाँ पे आएगा, ये deciding point है. Agree all of you? नहीं, मैं उस पे ही आ रहा हूं कि 1 आ सकता है ना 4 के पहले, क्यों नहीं आ सकता? या फिर वो एंड में भी आ सकता है ना? ठीक है, पॉसिबल है ना, बिकॉज ओरल सोसाइटीज है, and then you have oral societies. So you might have two ways of putting it. You can say 4 2 3 1, that is one way of saying. You can say 1 4 2 3 है. एक और बोलेगा आपके सर ये 4 1 2 3 भी कर सकते हैं ना. This is how you will have 4 2 3 4 2 3, but यहाँ पे ये break हो रहा है. Now what is the reason for using the word indeed? ये indeed का reason क्या होता है? Can anyone tell me? If you use the word indeed, what is the purpose behind it? Yes, all those who use it, can anyone tell me कि indeed को कैसे आप use करोगे? How to, what is the function of indeed? Contrast नहीं करते indeed से हम. We don't contrast using the word indeed. Have you heard of this usage ever before? Indeed is used to reaffirm something. Indeed का मतलब क्या होता है? Reaffirm. जैसे for example, you watch a cricket match and I say that Virat Kohli played a very good innings. तो आप क्या बोलोगे? Yes, he did indeed. He indeed played a very good inning. So when you use the word indeed, you are actually reaffirming something. So can I say that this indeed, which is reaffirming, should come more as a concluding idea? शुरू में ही डाल दूंगा तो फायदा क्या फिर? If I am reaffirming something, I should have something to reaffirm. When you say the edge of memory is indeed a time horizon, now nothing has been discussed. आपने शुरू में indeed बोल दिया, which makes it a little awkward for me. So looking at the word indeed and the function of it, it should come more towards the end to reaffirm कि हाँ भाई, the edge of memory is indeed time horizon of extraordinary antiquity, one that gives us renewed respect for our pre-literate ancestors in every part of the world. So आपने क्या बोला? Under optimal conditions, oral societies were able to pass on knowledge in a coherent form across hundreds of generations. And then you give examples. Oral societies थी, तो oral memories है अपने पास. There are stories which have come to us through oral memories. So 4 shows you that oral society is very able to pass. 2 3 is an example of that, and 1 reaffirms, says yes indeed, a time horizon of extraordinary antiquity, one that gives renewed respect. समझ में आ रहा है? Are you following this, everyone? To start with indeed is keep up the edge of memory is indeed a time horizon of extraordinary antiquity, one that, see, this indeed needs some sort of background story behind it. जैसे मैंने को सपोज कहा विराट कोहली प्लेड अ वेरी गुड इनिंग्स इन यस्टरडेज मैच, तो आप सब लोग एक्सेप्ट करोगे. अगर मैं कहूं विराट कोहली इंडीड प्लेड अ वेरी गुड इनिंग्स, अब इसके पहले कुछ कन्वर्सेशन चाहिए, तभी इंडीड का सेंस बनेगा. अदरवाइज सेंस नहीं बनेगा ना. फिर इंडीड तो आना ही नहीं चाहिए. Because if you are reaffirming something, there has to be something already uttered, and only that can be reaffirmed. Did you understand, all of you? So indeed का जो usage होता है ना, I think many of you might not be aware of it, but it is used to reaffirm, reassert, agree to something already stated. Are we all clear? So this teaches us many lessons. The first lesson that we learn is कि भाई ठीक है यार, words like of course, words like indeed, words, there are many such words जो खाली, they don't come just for the sake of decoration. They have a certain purpose. जैसे in fact भी एक word होता है. Many of us use the word in fact sometimes. In fact, what? So you give clarity when you use the word in fact. Of course is used to show obviousness, or to show something which is, यार ये तो obvious है. Would you like to know all the questions that will come in this year's CAT paper? तो आप क्या बोलोगे? Of course sir, without saying. या फिर आप बोलोगे indeed sir, please, definitely. Did you understand, all of you? So these words, when they come in the sentence, they actually have some reference from the earlier sentence, otherwise they don't make much sense. सबको समझ में आ गया? These sentences look, these phrases or these words look very simple, and they seem as if कुछ करते नहीं है. ये बहुत कुछ करते हैं. And they direct the conversational flow of the speaker. सबको समझ में आ रहा है ना? इसलिए आप जब when you listen to the conversation of two commentators, particularly when they are from Australia or England, you will find that they use they use these words very often, because these are a part of the usual conversation, and that directs the tone and the opinion of people as to what exactly they want to say. ठीक है, आगे बढ़े हम लोग, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ले लें फटाफट. ठीक है, any doubt, any issues, please let me know so that we can go to the next question now. एक इजी क्वेश्चन देने वाला हूं, ये भी डुएबल क्वेश्चन है, very much related to what is going on in the world right now. You all know that we have a war going on between Iran and US and other allies of USA. So let's take this question. Some of you might have read the newspaper. चलो शुरू करें. 2 मिनट का टाइम है आपके पास. I think you should be able to attempt this question. But देखो, कोई even if you get the questions wrong, that is not a problem. I have been telling this in my class कि question wrong हो सकता है. The probability is always very low, but your reasoning could be in place in the right direction. So if it is in the right direction, at some point of time you will start getting the questions correct. Please take this. You have 2 minutes. Can you all see the question very clearly? Because I think the slide is little not visible. Can you all see the question, guys? Please let me know. हाइड हो रहा है क्या? तो एक काम करता हूं मैं. सो ये तो कमर्शियल वेसल्स है, ठीक है. सो आई विल राइट द वर्ड सो दैट यू कैन सी इट. कमर्शियल वेसल्स है ये, एंड देन यू हैव द वर्ड देन, ठीक है. और ये है टू टेक पार्ट इन, ठीक है. I have replaced it. I have put it in yellow so that you can read it. चलेगा ना? अब दिख रहा है ना? To take part in. So the one that is not visible has been put in yellow, and now you can read the entire question. बढ़िया. चलो, take your time, आराम से. Follow the step-by-step procedure I told you. Done? Okay. So if you're done, just wait for 30 seconds more. Please wait for 30 seconds more, and then we will go ahead and Ashish, Shivam, okay. Take your time. ऐसा नहीं कि जो आंसर दे रहा है उसका आंसर सही है. It's possible his 1 4 3 2. Okay. Some of you are getting it correct. Some of you are just missing by one sentence. कोई बात नहीं. अच्छा, you know, there are certain sentences which always appear mysterious unless you have some background information. Some sentences always appear mysterious because they need some background. Correct? And if you go by the fourth sentence, you will realize that it is a little mysterious to us. Official US figures first spoke of the possibility of soon escorting commercial vessels. Now ये vessels कौन सा vessels है? And where do you escort commercial vessels? And then admitted that this was not yet feasible, and then began pressing allies to take part in securing passage. Now my question to all of you is that if US spoke of escorting commercial vessels, this needs to have a clear background. Where do you think that this can happen? And when the moment you read this part of the sentence of 4, you realize that this must be referring to the Strait of Hormuz, because from here you can pass on the ships that carry oil or whatever. Agree all of you? सबको समझ में आ रहा है कि 4 needs 1 to make sense? बताओ मुझे. Official US figures first spoke of the possibility of soon escorting commercial vessels. ये कहाँ की बात हो रही है? You want to escort commercial vessels, but what is the background? Where is the place? When you have a sentence like this, the first thing that comes to my mind is that ये place कहाँ पर है? You are escorting commercial vessels. Are you escorting commercial vessels from your own country to some other country? New York? कहाँ की बात हो रही है ना? समझ में आ रहा है सबको? So the problem with statement number 4 is that it leaves a certain mystery as to exactly what is happening. Official US figures first spoke of the possibility of soon escorting commercial vessels. ये तो World War I में भी हुआ है, World War II में भी हुआ है. And then you began pressing the allies. When I look at the word allies, I don't understand what exactly you mean. I know that there were allies in the Second World War. US was the ally of England and Russia and France also. So allies means what? Are we talking about the First World War? The Second World War? What exactly it is? So when I look at all these, I realize that if I bring sentence number 1 before 4, I think it can make some sense to the story. The closure or the effectively paralyzing constriction. Constriction means what? Blockage. Constriction hota hai na? So you block something completely or squeeze it completely. The closure or the effectively paralyzing constriction of the Strait of Hormuz has become perhaps the clearest proof that the expectation of Iran's rapid capitulation has failed. So now I know that Iran's war with US is being talked about, and the Strait of Hormuz is the place from where you are trying to escort commercial vessels. So can I say 1-4 looks like a good pair? Why? Because 1 explains to me what 4 wants to say. ये clear होना चाहिए अपने को. Yes or no? Without 1-4 is not clear. And that creates a problem. Is everyone on the same page? सबको समझ में आ रहा है इतना पार्ट? देखो एक एक स्टेप में जाएंगे, पूरा सॉल्व कर दूंगा, फिर मालूम पड़ा 1-4 ही क्लियर नहीं है तो क्या फायदा. Now there is one problem that many people will face. Many people would say कि सर ये this alone ये क्या है? This alone refers to what? ये किसको रेफर कर सकता है बताओ जरा मुझे. Can it refer to what is given in 1 or can it refer to what is given in 3? सब लोग बताओ मेरे को. Please tell me. This alone is already a serious strategic result. So ये serious strategic result किस में दिख रहा है? Can you see it in statement 1 or can you see it in statement 3? तो कुछ लोगों ने बोला 1, कुछ लोगों ने बोला 3. सक्सेस तो यहां पे आया है ना. यहां तो ईरान का कैपिटुलेशन फेल हुआ है. रैपिड कैपिटुलेशन वाज एक्सपेक्टेड, दैट हैज नॉट हैपेंड. So translated from diplomatic language, this means that Iran succeeded in imposing its own agenda and forcing its opponent to respond not where it wanted, but where it had no choice. And this alone is a serious strategic result. The strategic result शायद यही है कि it is forcing its opponent. ईरान के लिए victory नहीं है, but it is forcing its opponent to respond not where it wanted to, but where it had no choice. So if you look at the credit which Iran gets, it is getting from statement 3, not from statement 1. See, if at all I want to connect this alone, तो मैं 3 से करूंगा ना connect, which has some degree of positivity for Iran. बिकॉज स्ट्रेटेजिक रिजल्ट का मतलब कुछ तो बड़ा हुआ है ना. इट्स ओपोनेंट, what has Iran done? Iran succeeded in imposing its own agenda and forcing its opponent to respond not where it wanted but where it had no choice. This is strategy. It forced America to respond not where it wanted to but where it had no choice, and that is what it means to say कि strategic result है ये ईरान के लिए. इसमें कोई strategic result नहीं है पहले वाले में, but you are forcing the enemy to reply where it had no choice, and that is a strategic win for Iran. So shifting of 2 with 3 would make sense. समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Are you following all of this? Now, one thing I have always been telling you, that the pronoun should always be preceded by the noun. Agree? तो हम noun pronoun pair बनाते हैं, right? I think this must have been taught to you, and this is the very fundamental of parajumble, that you first put the noun, and once you have put the noun, then comes the pronoun, and you can't have a gap between them. Because if there is a gap between them, and if there is some other noun in between, the pronoun will refer to that noun. This is a very, very important. So if you say this alone needs a noun. अगर मैं 4-2 कर दूंगा ना, तो ये नाउन मेरे को 4 में दिखना चाहिए. 4 में कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा है मेरे को. Did you understand? So if you look at the phrase this alone, this needs a reference. And where is that reference? This alone could refer to what? Iran's rapid capitulation has failed. Or this alone could refer to what? Iran succeeded in imposing its own agenda. Only these are the two sentences where I can have some reference for this alone. सबको समझ में आ रहा है? So all those who are telling me कि सर 4-2 पेयर क्यों नहीं बना रहे हो, मैं बोलूंगा 2 में this alone दिया हुआ है, 4 में कोई रेफरेंस ही नहीं है उसका. एंड बिकॉज देयर इज नो रेफरेंस, कोई कनेक्शन ही नहीं बैठ रहा है मेरा. तो मैं शुरू करूंगा वन से बिकॉज वन हेल्प्स मी अंडरस्टैंड 4, एंड देन आई नो दैट 3-2 is a pair, because whatever is given in 2 has its basis in 3, and ये translated from diplomatic language है ना. कैन आई से diplomatic language? शायद ये allies से आ रहा है. USA is pressing allies to take part in securing the passage. And translated in diplomatic language का मतलब क्या? This means Iran has succeeded. So 1-4-3-2 becomes the most obvious choice, because 1-4 एक पैर है, 3-2 दूसरा पैर है. 3-2 शुरू में नहीं आएगा, 1-4 बाद में नहीं आएगा. So 1-4-3-2 is the right answer. Are you following this, everyone? पकड़ में आया सबको? साहिल इज देयर, सानवी, बाकी सब कहाँ हैं? साहिल गुप्ता ने भी बोला हाँ. ऑल दिस R2 बैच वालों बताओ समझ में आया कि नहीं? सबके नाम याद है मुझे अच्छे से. सी पैराजम्बल्स, मुझे एक स्टूडेंट का एक वो याद है कन्वर्सेशन. सो ही सेड सर पैराजम्बल्स और ऑड वन आउट जो है ना, दे नीड लॉट्स ऑफ पेशेंस. इनिशियली यू विल नॉट गेट देम राइट, बट आफ्टर यू हैव गॉन थ्रू too much of practice and effort, then eventually they start falling in place, and by that time many have given up. ये भी प्रॉब्लम है ना बच्चों के साथ. सो कई बार क्या होता है ना कई बार क्या होता है कि यू विल ट्राई एंड यू विल ऑलवेज मिस बाय वन. मुझे पता है कि जब व्हेन आई सॉ द आंसर्स यू गाइज हैव put in the comment box, I know that many just missed by one sentence, and that can be very demoralizing कि यार एक सेंटेंस से मिस हो रहा है. So unfortunate. But see, if you have that perseverance and you maintain that, at one point of time फिर क्या होगा कि वो 60% accuracy देने लगेगा. And in VA, if you get 60% accuracy, it's a big win for you. Big win. I know it is not as per the expectation, but if you solve around 8 questions and you get 5 of them correct, it's a good performance. ठीक है? Should we go to the next one? हाँ, एक एक से मिस होगा बट कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. दैट इज द पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ दिस. एक मैं कैट क्वेश्चन आपको दे रहा हूं. ये कैट क्वेश्चन है. इट केम इन वन ऑफ द पास्ट ईयर कैट पेपर्स. आई थॉट ऑफ इनकॉर्पोरेटिंग वन कैट क्वेश्चन एज वेल. ठीक है, ऑल ऑफ यू कैन सी द क्वेश्चन. प्लीज ट्राई, एंड दिस इज वेरी सिमिलर टू व्हाट वी हैव डन सो फार. ठीक है, you have 2 minutes with you. Please try the question with utmost sincerity, and then we will discuss. Time starts now. cat 2018 if आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, उस टाइम पे ये क्वेश्चन आया था. नहीं, ये ऑड वन आउट नहीं है. This is not odd one out question. This is a para jumble. Odd one out usually has 5 sentences. Huh? Of course, I would always advise you to read the question direction. But odd one out में generally आप देखोगे तो there are 5 sentences. This has been there for the past 7 years at least. Only in 2017, we had both odd one out and para jumbles having 5 sentences each. But that pattern changed. It was there only in 2017. Since 2018, we have seen para jumbles 4 sentence, odd one out 5 sentence. However, always read the question direction because cat is known to deceive us. है ना? चलो. So some people have tried and ठीक है. I can see that in the poll some people are doing a good job. बहुत बढ़िया. क्वेश्चन समझ में आया है क्या सबको? अच्छा, when you see a sentence like this, we are only told some of the basic, है ना? When you see, we are only told some of the basic principles. Told by whom? Can I say this comes to your mind? Agree? Agree, all of you? The question that comes to my mind, see, I know that many of you feel that sir, ये तो बहुत silly है. But when you see a word like this, we are only told some of the basic principles. Told by whom? So there has to be some background. So I know that Twitter is that background. Twitter's website says that tweets you are likely to care about most will show up first in your timeline based on accounts you interact with most, tweets you engage with, and much more, right? Website ऐसा बोलता है. क्या बोलता है? The website says that tweets you are likely to care about most will show up first in your timeline based on accounts you interact with most, tweets you engage with, and much more. So it encourages us into bubbles of people. What is that it? Can you please tell me? When you use the word it encourages, can I say it needs a reference? ये किसी को तो रेफर कर रहा है ना? All of you agree? This pronoun it. What is it referring to? Can anyone tell me? It encourages us into bubbles of people. What is that it here? बताइए मुझे. Twitter's website says that tweets you're likely to care about most will show up in your timeline based on accounts you interact with most. So accounts you interact with, tweets you engage with. So can I say that accounts you interact with most and tweets you engage with is frequently the ones which are bubbles of people you know and like? So can I say that it encourages could refer to the Twitter's website of doing this particular thing? Because I need to find some reference for it. And it will not refer to impartiality and objectivity. Because impartiality and objectivity would not result in bubbles of people. If you are impartial and if you are objective, would you collect in bubbles of people? The fact that you are collecting into bubbles of people का मतलब ये है कि that you are coming together with those who have similar mindset. And if there is similar mindset and people are coming together, it is not impartial and objective. It is partial and subjective. So if any of you have connected impartiality and objectivity with it, you have gone completely wrong. It can only refer to Twitter's website. Why? Because Twitter says that it it says that tweets you are likely to care about most will show up first in your timeline based on the accounts with you whom you interact and the tweets you engage with. So based on this, I can say that Twitter's website is encouraging us into bubbles of people we know and like, while blinding us to a different perspective. But the deeper problem of transparency lies in the words much more. तो ये जो much more है यहाँ पे दिख रहा है ना अपने को. So can I say 2-3 is a pair? Sorry, 3-2 is a pair. All of you agree? 3 will come first. Why? Because Twitter आ गया. Whatever it does, it refers to that. It encourages us into bubbles of people. Twitter's website encourages us into bubble of people. All of you agree with 3-2 as a pair? पहले ये इस पे agree करेंगे फिर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. Now we have formed a pair. मैंने कहा था आपसे शुरू में ही कि forming of pair is a very very important milestone of your parajumble and odd one out. If you can form a pair correctly and confidently, then you are almost on the right track. 33% chance है कि आपका आंसर सही निकलेगा in parajumble. All of you raise your hands. सही लग रहा है आपको 3-2 pair एकदम perfect, logically सही है. Why not 3-4? 3-4 इसलिए नहीं होगा कि फिर मैं 2 को क्या करूंगा. See, into the word it needs a noun. What will I do with that? अगर मेरे को 2 को फिट करना है तो मुझे नाउन चाहिए ना. If I make 3-4 as a pair, the problem is then 2 would be placed somewhere later, and 2 is connecting with 3, and something coming in between means noun pronoun pairing नहीं हो पाएगी. मैंने पहले कहा था आपसे कि forming a pair is very important, and while you form a pair, the most important tool that you can use is the noun first and the pronoun later. इनका flow ऐसे ही होना है. The noun will always come first, and then you refer to that noun using a pronoun. समझ में आ गया सबको कि हम लोग नाउन प्रोनाउन को कैसे यूज करेंगे पेयर बनाने में, और हाउ वी कैन एक्चुअली इंक्रीज आवर चांसेस ऑफ गेटिंग द क्वेश्चन राइट बाय फॉर्मिंग पेयर्स. ठीक है. सो ऑल ऑफ यू अग्री कि हाँ 3-2 पेयर है एकदम. उसके बाद में क्या होगा. सो द ऑथर सेज डीपर प्रॉब्लम ऑफ ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाइज इन द वर्ड्स मच मोर. कैन आई से ये मच मोर जो है थोड़ा एम्बिग्यूअस है. We are only told some of the basic principles and we can't see the algorithm itself, making it hard for citizens to analyze the system. So, the deeper problem of transparency lies in the word much more. There is no transparency. Much more बोल के आपने छोड़ दिया उसको. So, when you use the word much more, or when Twitter uses the word much more, it does not clear anything. And therefore, there is a problem of transparency. So, we are told only some of the basic principles. And we can't see the algorithm itself, making it hard for citizens to analyze the system. Did you understand now? That the author says, but the deeper problem of transparency lies in the words much more. So can I say in the next sentence, the author should tell me what exactly is the problem? Here he says the deeper problem of transparency lies in the words much more. So 4 goes and elaborates that problem. So 3 to 4 तो एक straightforward pair बन रहा है ना. पेयर का मतलब ये नहीं कि 2 ही सेंटेंस आएंगे, 3 भी आ सकते हैं. सबको समझ में आ रहा है, मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं. 3 to 4 एकदम बढ़िया पेयर बनेगा. बिकॉज वॉट एवर इज टॉक्ड अबाउट, देखो 2 में 2 पार्ट है. बट के बाद आफ्टर द वर्ड बट यू हैव अ न्यू डिस्कशन कमिंग इन. After the conjunction but, the author says the deeper problem of transparency lies in the words and much more. And what is that problem? The problem is that we are told some of the basic principles and we can't see the algorithm itself, making it hard for citizens to analyze the system sensibly or fairly or be convinced of its impartiality and objectivity. Now the problem arises is, would you put 3-2-4-1 or would you put 1-3-2-4? So यही दो chances है, 1-3-2-4 or 3-2-4-1. All of you would agree that this is where many of you might have got confused. Many of you who were on right track. सबको, I think all of you would say कि हाँ सर यहाँ पे आके हम फंस गए बुरी तरह से. Now what do you think? Will 1 be a good opening sentence or will it go towards the end? अब यहां पे प्रॉब्लम आती है. See what happens. If you put 3 to 4, then 1 at the end becomes redundant. Agree? सुनो इस बात को. If you put 3 to 4, 1 at the end becomes redundant. 1 at the end becomes redundant. Why? Impartiality and objectivity are fiendishly difficult concepts. You have already demonstrated that with the help of 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 4 is already telling me that impartiality and objectivity is something that is very difficult to define or make it clear. You put 1 at the start, 3 to 4 becomes an example of that. Impartiality and objectivity are fiendishly difficult concepts that can cause all sorts of injustices, even if transparently implemented. Look at the example of Twitter. तो आप बोलोगे हाँ सर वो तो समझ में आ गया, but why one can't be a conclusion? A conclusion is something that should give you something new. What 3 to 4 is giving me is already now implied. तो ये 1 पूरा एक तरह से अचानक से आ गया जो कि मुझे पहले से पता है. Did you understand? जब 3 to 4 का स्टोरी पढ़ लेता हूं ना तो मेरे को ये इन्फर में कर लेता हूं कि यार ट्रांसपेरेंसी थोड़ा सा मतलब कैन कॉज प्रॉब्लम्स और ट्रांसपेरेंसी इज नॉट समथिंग दैट इज क्लियरली visible or transparency. So one becomes the background of the story as to why Twitter has been brought into discussion. Twitter का जो point है कि Twitter ये बोल रहा है ये बोल रहा है, why are you bringing that into discussion? Because you say that impartiality and objectivity are difficult concepts that can cause all sorts of injustices. For example, let's look at Twitter. है ना? तो 3 से वो क्या करता है? Exemplification शुरू कर देता है of statement number 1. That's why it sounds appropriate. A conclusion at the end should give you something important, something valuable. है ना? It can't have an introductory tone. Conclusions and opening sentences, they differ particularly in their tones. When you say that impartiality and objectivity are fiendishly difficult concepts that can cause all sorts of injustices, with the example of Twitter, you have already explained that to me. So what's the point of putting it towards the end? It adds no value. हाँ बिल्कुल. 4 बेसिकली आकर के उसको एक स्मूथ एंडिंग दे देता है ना? तो impartiality and objectivity are difficult concepts, and towards the end वो बोलता है making it hard for citizens to analyze the system and be fairly convinced. तो ये जो impartiality और ये objectivity है ना, ये शुरू में उसने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है और एंड में आके दिखाता है कि देखो कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है अपने को. If you put after 4, you are just repeating the same statement again without adding any value. That's why you can sense the awkwardness of it. सबको समझ में आ रहा है ना? Are we all clear and on the same page? It's a cat question, cat 2020, 2018, not 2020. वो तो कोविड का ईयर था. Should I go ahead now, people? I know. आगे बढ़ते हैं फिर, है ना? एक और क्वेश्चन लेते हैं. Then we will move to odd one out because we will have half an hour for that. And दोनों कवर हो जाएगा, ठीक है? तो 5th is done, 4th, 3rd is done, 4th, ठीक है, 2nd is done. तो ये कर लेते हैं अभी, है ना? चलो स्टार्ट करो ये. 2 minutes. बी पेशेंट, बी केयरफुल एंड ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन. बहुत डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. देखो क्लूज का मतलब क्या होता है? क्लूज कैन बी अ नाउन एंड प्रोनाउन लिंक. नाउन प्रोनाउन की जो जोड़ी होती है ना, ये सबसे बड़ा क्लू होता है ना? चलो प्लीज ट्राई. स्टार्ट. You have 2 minutes and then we will move to odd one out kind of questions. Sometimes it makes sense for us to read the sentences multiple times. But while reading, you have to ensure that you have a very cool, calm head. Because when you read in an anxious state of mind, you will not be able to spot those things. That's why many of you, when you solve questions under time pressure, you feel that you're not the same person. मैं देखा हूँ कई बार बच्चे बोलते हैं सर टाइम स्ट्रेस जब होता है तो मैं थोड़ा सा अलग हो जाता हूँ, कुछ और बन जाता हूँ. People are giving their answers, okay. कैसा लगा ये क्वेश्चन? वाज इट टफ? कैसा लगा ये क्वेश्चन? वाज इट टफ? ऐसा लगा कि ये हो जाएगा? चलो, सो डू यू थिंक दैट देयर इज अ, एक मिनट, मेनी पीपल हैव गिवन द राइट आंसर. किसी ने मिस किया तो हल्के से मिस किया है. अच्छा, मुझे ही बताओ प्लीज, ऑल ऑफ यू, व्हाट इज दिस रेफरिंग टू? Statement 2 will connect with which sentence? Don't count on any of those sizes. That means definitely something plural. It needs a plural noun, right? Those का मतलब होता है, और sizes भी है ना, इसका मतलब plural noun है. और plural noun मेरे को कहीं दिख नहीं रहा है, मेरे को खाली एक ही जगह पे दिख रहा है. Plus size means one thing, curve means another, and extended size means another. So can I say these are names of different type of sizes? कि एक extended size है, एक curve size है, एक plus size है, and all these are sizes. So can I say those sizes can refer to what is given in one, and therefore 1 and 2 can be a pair? सबको समझ में आया ये बात कि 1 2 can be a pair for sure, because there is no other place where I can connect those sizes with. There is no size. 3 says there are often different sizing structures. So when you say there are different sizing structures, the examples are visible in one. So immediately मेरे को 3 1 2 pair लग रहा है. There are often different sizing structures for every type of garment. What is different sizing? Plus size भी है, curve size भी है, extender sizes can be defined as all of the above or something else entirely. So 3 1 2 एकदम बढ़िया लग रहा है अपने को. And then it says don't count on any of those sizes to be available to try on in store, but do brace for return fees if your online order doesn't fit. तो ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर अगर आपका फिट नहीं होता है तो आपको रिटर्न फीस देना पड़ेगा. So these are the sizes which are explained in one. Don't count on any of those sizes to be available to try on in store. You can't try on these are in store, and do brace yourself for return fees. तो आप बोलोगे 3 1 2 तो हो गया, तो क्या 4 शुरू में आएगा या एंड में आएगा? What do you think about this? Yes, people. Where do you see 4 coming in? Towards the start or at the end? Return fees, free in-store alterations are largely a thing of the past. So when you talk about in-store, that means ये in-store की बात हो रही है. Free जो था वो नहीं है, while a trip to the tailors can cost just as much as the item itself. So can I say the financial angle to it here connects with what has been discussed in the towards the end? तो एंड में सही लग रहा है ना, शुरू में समझ में नहीं आ रहा है मुझे. See, the problem is not that 4 cannot come at the start. The problem is 4 and 3 do not make a pair. 4 and 3 are completely disconnected sentences. In 4, you say free in on-store alterations are largely a thing of the past, while a trip to the tailors can cost just as much as the item itself. There are often different sizing structures. Now, the problem is when I move from 4 to 3, I don't understand what is the connect between these two. But when I move from 2 to 4, I know the connect. The author says don't count on any of those sizes to be available to try on in-store, but do brace for the return fee if it is online. Free in-store alterations are largely a thing of the past, while a trip to the tailor. So he says that basically things are becoming expensive now for you. It's not going to be easy. That is what some connect is. So at least 2 and 4 is giving me a better connect. 3, 1, 2 is one idea. 4 comes at the end with the cost factor. सबने कॉस्ट फैक्टर लगाया होगा ना, और कॉस्ट फैक्टर की बात 2 में हुई है. ऑल ऑफ यू अग्री कि हाँ सर ये तो मुझे बहुत सही इजी लगा था. Many people have got this question correct. I know they have got this question correct, but some of you have just missed here and there. Maybe you got a bit confused. कैसा लगा पैराजंबल का एक्सपीरियंस? After many days we are solving parajumbles online. I have been taking critical reasoning, and in the R2 batch I took, I think, these questions parajumbles long time back in the month of January. मजा आया सबको, बहुत बढ़िया. नहीं, खेल तो खत्म, आज हमने कर लिया है टेम्परेरीली. The battle has been won, but the war is still there, है ना? ठीक है. Should we go ahead to the next part of the session, and that is है ना? अंश ने कहा है सर, I got confused with the tonality of the option 4. हाँ, वो कैसा होता है ना कि it looks slightly independent and cut off from the rest, but then the problem is that 4 will not go with 3 at all. It connects only with 2. Why? Because you are discussing the commercial side of it. Return fees lagega if you are ordering online and it doesn't fit, and free in-store alterations are largely a thing of the past. So that is how there is some connection, though a smooth connection is not there. I do agree, but 2-4 is better than 4-3, है ना? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Can you see this question? Odd one out. Now see, odd one out, I would like to just add something. थोड़ा सा मैं है ना, I will not show you the question. I will talk about odd one out a little. See, odd one out and parajumbles, they differ slightly in approach. I know that conceptually they are the same thing. The slight difference between the two is that in parajumbles, the sequence becomes very important. I will not get full marks as long as the sequence is not correct. समझ में आ रहा है? In odd one out, the sequence is not my concern. My concern is that I should find 4 sentences that should be a part of the paragraph. Once I have found those 4 sentences, I think my job is done. The sequence is not something that bothers me. So that makes your task a bit easier. I know that lots of questions in past year CAT papers, the parajumbles are easier than the odd one out, but that is something that can vary question wise. But if you ask me the amount of time that we take to solve odd one out and the probability of getting the question right, I think odd one out has higher probability, because at the end of the day, you are given 5 sentences, right? And out of these 5 sentences, one is the odd one out. एक तो आंसर है, इसका मतलब 20% की probability तो already है ना मेरे पास. Whereas in parajumbles, the box is given to me, I have to enter the answer. If the opening sentence goes wrong, खत्म हो गया काम मेरा. So I would say that odd one out is a bit more manageable just because of the higher probability of getting that question correct. On the other hand, parajumbles has lower probability. But I can make odd one out very difficult. I can make parajumbles very easy if I want to set a question for you. So don't just simply judge by the question type. One question can be easy of this type. The other question of that type can be very difficult. If I go with the mathematics of it, probability wise, odd one out is a better, है ना? बहुत भूख लग रही है. हाँ, थोड़ा सा बचा है बस, है ना? उसके बाद तो खाना ही खाना है. पीना भी तो नहीं है ना, खाली खाना है. ठीक है, मुझे पता है फ्राइडे है, कुछ लोगों को खाना नहीं खाना है. ठीक है, चलो. So should we start? Should we start? How would you? ठीक है, चलो, let's try this question. Please try this question and tell me what could be the odd one out. Just follow the parajumble process, and when we discuss the answer of this, I will tell you what is a better method. So first you solve, then we will talk about the method. Okay? Take 90 seconds, 120 seconds, please. हाँ नवरात्रि है, बिल्कुल मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ। कल तो पूरा दिन उपवास व्रत था मेरा, व्रत। We can do a poll, but I think 5 options is needed for a poll. So if there is a poll possible with 5 options, we can have a poll. ओके, पोल यूज किया है बट कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। All of you have got this question. I think you have finished the question, have you? Done, right? Very nice. अच्छा मुझे ये बताओ कि what should our approach be when we solve odd one out? So people, when they solve odd one out, they have two approaches. I will just talk about the approach and I will just add my 2 cents to it. ठीक है? So one approach is theme based approach. You must have heard about this. सुना है आप लोगों ने theme based approach क्या होता है? What is theme based approach? 4 sentences talk about Virat Kohli's batting and 1 sentence talks about Virat Kohli's personal life. तो आप बोलोगे कि 4 sentences talk about Virat Kohli's batting, whereas the 5th sentence talk about कि वो शादी में क्या पहन के आया था, and that's why the 5th is the odd one out, right? Can I say this is what we mean by theme based approach? Theme of 4 sentences is something similar and 1 sentence does not have the same theme and therefore that is the odd one out. Now that is easier said than done. You will not find cat questions which are so easy. Most of the time they are a little complicated. So you have to use theme based approach as well as PJ approach. And we can actually have a synthesis of these two approaches. What do I mean by synthesis of these two approach? I can actually use some elements from the PJ approach and some elements from the theme based approach. I can merge them together and I can have a new approach. ठीक है? तो आप बोलोगे सर ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? When I take the PJ approach, I would try to form pairs. Agree all of you? जोड़ी बनाना तो आसान है ना? जोड़ियां इतनी बनती हैं, आप लोग तो बना ही रहे हो जोड़ी. So if I form pairs, it's possible for me that I can get at least 2 sentences, sometimes even 3. So when I have 2 sentences with me, they will always have something common. और अगर 3 sentences है तो भी कुछ और भी कॉमन है. So once I have 2 sentences, it becomes easy for me to say कि यार दोनों में क्या बात चल रही है. So if I have 2 sentences, I can easily say कि they have something common in them, and I will try to collect sentences that have similar, that are on similar lines. Initially the theme will not become clear, but initially I would form pair. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल यहां पे इस क्वेश्चन में क्या है, कौन सी जोड़ी बन रही है बताओ जरा मुझे. Can I say that these two are pairs? All of you agree? 3-1 पेयर है. अब 1-3 है, 3-1 है, बात अलग है, बट 3-1 पेयर तो बनेगा ना. They practiced enormous caste and gender discrimination. They hadn't opened their minds to the world. So these both, they and they speak of the same set of people. And therefore 3-1 could be a pair or even 1-3 could be a pair. That is not my concern. So this they needs a noun. Agree all of you? अब ये noun कहां से मिलेगा मेरे को? ये noun मिलेगा South Asian societies. Why? Because the scientific revolution which took place in Europe. So Europe is not going to be caste and all this. It has to be something different, and that is South Asian societies. So once I know that 3-1 is having a similar idea, I bring 5 as a part of it. Now I know that 513 is one unit. Agree, all of you? Now if I put 513 as a unit, 2 along with it does not sound good. Why? Because but the attempts to protect them should not be at the cost of less vulnerable sections. ये of our own कौन है भाई? पाकिस्तान तो नहीं है अपना पड़ोसी. Did you understand? When you say our own, you should be very clear as to who are you referring to. So 513 along with 2 does not make sense. So you will say कि 4 ही लेता हूं साथ में फिर और 2 को odd one out बनाता हूं. समझ में आया कि नहीं? So once I put 513 as a pair, I have no other option but to take option 4. Why? Sentence 4. Because only with 4 it can make sense. The scientific revolution, which took place in Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries, largely bypassed South Asia. Because we were tradition bound, they were ossified. Ossified का मतलब क्या होता है? थोड़ा सा rigid हो गए थे वो लोग. So 513 along with 2 does not make sense. 513 with 4 makes sense. So 2 is the odd one out. There is no reason to get rid of 1, 3 or 5. They all come together as a unit. So this was a very easy question. I think 70-75% people got this correct. सबको समझ में आ गया कि ऑड वन आउट में हम क्या करेंगे. सो ऑड वन आउट में हम क्या करेंगे कि हम 2 या 3 सेंटेंस को निकालेंगे, फिर हम देखेंगे कि इस 2-3 सेंटेंस के साथ कौन जा रहा है, एंड देन आई कैन यूज अ थीम बेस्ड अप्रोच. So once I have formed a pair of 2 sentences, I can get a faint idea about what exactly is the theme. And then the other sentences which are on similar lines, I can drag them into it. So I would use the theme-based approach towards the end, not at the start. I would start with the PJ approach, and as I have formed a pair or so, I will go and make it a theme-based approach. समझ में आया कि नहीं सबको? तो शुरू करो पीजे अप्रोच से और बीच में एंड में उसको थीम बेस्ड बना दो, क्योंकि अगर आप जंबलिंग करने बैठोगे तो टाइम निकल जाएगा. So once you have 3 sentences going together, it becomes easy for you to take the 4th into it. चलो आगे बढ़ूं मैं. बढ़िया हो गया ना. अब मैं आपको एक कैट क्वेश्चन दे रहा हूं, नॉट कैट क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, अभी कैट क्वेश्चन नहीं दूंगा आपको मैं, रुको. प्लीज ट्राई दिस. बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन है. लेट मी सी. हाँ देखो, अरेंजमेंट होगा तो 1331 इज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. और ऐसा नहीं है कि अरेंजमेंट करना ही करना है अपने को. मैंने कहा था ना कि 3113 बोथ कैन वर्क आउट, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. ऑफ कोर्स माय प्रेफरेंस वुड बी टू हैव 3 फर्स्ट एंड देन 1, बट ठीक है, दैट इज नॉट अ मैटर ऑफ डिस्कशन. हो सकता है. चलो ट्राई करो जरा 5वां क्वेश्चन. लेट मी सी हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर एबल टू गेट दिस वन. सटल है बहुत. Okay. अच्छा, before we go ahead with the answers, ठीक है, all of you, can you see any clues using which you can form pair? Yes, all those who are there listening to me right now, can you tell me that? Can you point to the clues using which you can form pairs? चिराग ने कहा yes. रिया ने भी कहा अच्छा। अच्छा, मुझे ये बता दो कि ये क्या है आपको, ये ऐसे ही आता है क्या, जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ इट? क्या बोलते हैं इसको हम लोग? व्हाट डू यू कॉल दीज टू अंडरलाइन फ्रेजेस और टू अंडरलाइन वर्ड्स? ये ब्लाइंड स्पॉट नहीं है, ये इसको बोलते हैं सेंटेंस कनेक्टर। ये सेंटेंस कनेक्टर ही है। इट हेल्प्स मी connect the sentences. Agree or not? For example is just a connector, likewise is a adverb. All of you agree? So can I say I can use these two to form pair? Agree or not? सब लोग हाँ या ना बोलो तब मैं आगे बढ़ूंगा। अब ये फॉर एग्जाम्पल है, ये किसका एग्जाम्पल है? सो द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन दैट कम्स टू माई माइंड इज, ये फॉर एग्जाम्पल है, एग्जाम्पल ऑफ व्हाट? सो आई नीड टू लुक कि ये किसका एग्जाम्पल है ये। For example, when you are driving a car, the area just behind your shoulder is often a blind spot. So can I say this is an example of a blind spot? So before this, I should say what is a blind spot. तो one के पहले क्या आएगा? Which sentence can come before one? Which sentence can come before one? Negative emotions नहीं आएगा. This is more of a area है ये. तो एरिया है तो फिर आप इमोशंस की बात ना करो. डोंट कनेक्ट एनीथिंग विद एनीथिंग. ये इट है तो प्रोनाउन है तो ये भी नहीं आएगा. सो कैन आई से कि शायद ये हो सकता है. द डिक्शनरी डिफाइंस अ ब्लाइंड स्पॉट एज दैट एरिया. दिस एरिया कनेक्ट्स विद दिस एरिया. समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं? आर यू कनेक्टिंग? बताओ सब लोग, समझ में आ रहा है ना कि मैंने पहले पकड़ा फॉर एग्जाम्पल को, फिर फॉर एग्जाम्पल किसी का तो एग्जाम्पल है, इट इज एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ समथिंग, राइट? सो आई नीड टू फाइंड दैट सेंटेंस ऑफ विच इट इज एन एग्जाम्पल. And I don't see that in 4 because 4 has come with a pronoun. So 4 will not connect because emotionally stuck की बात तो हो ही नहीं रही है. Negative emotions है, अच्छी बात है, but I would not connect negative emotions with area just behind your shoulder. It is not connecting with emotions. So 3 and 1 is a pair. So you have taken off very well. You say the dictionary defines a blind spot as that area in your range of vision which you cannot see properly. So this is nothing but a physical area. So a good example of that can be when you are driving a car, the area just behind your shoulders is often a blind spot. So ड्राइवर के पीछे बैठ के कुछ भी करो दिखेगा ही नहीं ड्राइवर को, है कि नहीं? तो 3-1 पेयर है ना? All of you agree? सन्नाटे में चले गए सब लोग, क्या हो गया? है ना? तो 3-1 पे इसके बाद में क्या होगा? सो कैन आई से दैट इमोशंस का गेम अभी चालू नहीं हुआ है. इमोशंस का गेम चालू होगा. सो लाइकवाइज एवरी पर्सन हैज अ फ्यू ब्लाइंड स्पॉट स्पेशली कंसर्निंग देमसेल्व्स. है ना? बिकॉज इफ इट कंसर्न्स योरसेल्फ only then allowing others make sense. है ना? So can I say likewise is getting compared with, तो ये जो है ये physical area है. This blind spot is physically. Now we are making a transition from physically to personally. तो likewise आना चाहिए ना, ट्रांजिशन वर्ड होना चाहिए ना. आपने डिस्कस किया फिजिकल ब्लाइंड स्पॉट, अब आप जा रहे हैं डिस्कस करने के लिए इमोशनल या पर्सनल लेवल पे. सो दिस 3-1 नीड्स अ ट्रांजिशन टू 5 एंड दिस लाइकवाइज इज डूइंग दैट. इट इज कनेक्टिंग और रादर इट इज अ ट्रांजिशन वर्ड. मैंने बताया था ना क्लास में आपको कि ट्रांजिशन वर्ड जो होता है, इट मूव्स योर आइडिया फ्रॉम वन स्फीयर टू अनदर स्फीयर. करेक्ट? So, likewise, every person has a few blind spots, particularly concerning themselves, that they are not able to see clearly and properly. It is a place where they are emotionally stuck and refuse to see or even allow another perspective. Did you understand? Every person has a blind spot concerning themselves. It is an area where you are emotionally stuck. So, can I say 5 के साथ, अब आप बोलो मुझे कि 3-1 तो पेयर है, 5 के साथ क्या जाता है? 2 will go well with 5 और 4 will go with 5. Does not connect at all with the flow. 4 connects with the flow, 2 becomes the odd one out. Are we clear? मजा आ गया. ब्लाइंड स्पॉट पहचाना कि नहीं तुम लोगों ने आज? This was a good question. It started with some complication, but as you started using the clues, the question became clearer and better. समझ में आ रहा है ना कि क्वेश्चन को टैकल करने का देखो, when you read a question in one go, you will never be able to make sense of it. Many of you don't realize that we have to start with a step by step process. तो मैंने पहला काम क्या किया, मैंने पहला काम किया कि ये फॉर एग्जाम्पल किसका एग्जाम्पल है, ये लाइकवाइज किसका एग्जाम्पल है, और दिस लाइकवाइज इज बेसिकली कंपैरिजन विथ व्हाट. So I need not see, I will not arrive at the answer just by reading the sentences. I have to start somewhere. And the best place to start is to use a pronoun and see if you can use it, to look for any sentence connector and see if you can use it, to look for some sort of, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, conjunction जो शुरू में होता है sentence के. So all these are enough for you to tell you कि यार कहीं कहाँ से हम शुरू कर सकते हैं. And once you start with that, then the pieces will start falling in place. And then the theme will come and help you to find the right sequence. Are we all clear now how to attack these kind of questions? Now, a similar question, a similar question is there. एक मिनट, अब मैं आपको एक इजी क्वेश्चन देने वाला हूं. ट्राई द सेकेंड क्वेश्चन, उसके बाद एक और फटाफट करेंगे, है ना, एंड देन वी विल रैप अप. प्लीज ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन. ये इजी है, ये बन जाएगा. आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ यू शुड गेट इट राइट. अच्छा, एक और चीज ग्रामेटिकली बता देता हूं आप लोगों को मैं. ये जो है ये पोजेसिव प्रोनाउन है, ठीक है. द डॉग इज वैगिंग इट्स टेल, है ना. एंड ये जो आई टी एपोस्ट्रोफी एस है ना, ये इट इज होता है, बिकॉज मेनी ऑफ यू माइट गेट कंफ्यूज कंप्लीटली. सो ये जो है ये इट इज है, और ये इट प्रोनाउन है, और ये इट्स पोजेसिव प्रोनाउन है, और ये इट्स का इट इज है. Did you understand this? So I know that some of you might get confused. That's the reason why I thought of giving this clarification. क्या लग रहा है भाई? कुछ तो होगा, कुछ तो मिल रहा है ना. So did you understand this, guys? Needs a noun, correct, all of you? Because it is not clear. इसको भी noun चाहिए, है ना. Can I say this also needs a noun? And if you look at fifth one, ये for example को भी कुछ चाहिए ना, needs a reference. Are we getting this point, all of you? So none of these are going to be my opening sentences. And because one starts with and, this is the worst opening sentence. So can I say 3 is a good opening sentence by elimination? It is actually quite difficult to cleanly define science fiction. All of you agree? It is, मैंने कहा था ना कि ये इट्स जो है प्रोनाउन नहीं है. इफ यू अंडरस्टैंड इट्स अ प्रोनाउन यू विल गेट कंफ्यूज्ड and an easy question will become a difficult question just because you do not know the difference between its and it is. समझ में आ रहा है? So please keep this in mind. So it is actually quite difficult to cleanly define science fiction. उसके बाद में क्या होगा? उसके बाद में क्या होगा? अब बोलोगे सर ठीक है, it doesn't, it could refer to what? Science fiction. So ये it जो है ये science fiction है. Correct? All of you agree? और ये भी तो साइंस फिक्शन ही हो सकता है ना, बिकॉज इट्स कुड रेफर टू साइंस फिक्शन. So what happens is it says its boundaries are notoriously ill-defined, mingling with fantasy, fairy tale, and horror. And can I say you have given example of that? Luke Skywalker's land speeder is a piece of science fiction, but Aladdin's flying carpet is a work of fantasy. So can I say that the boundaries are ill-defined, and this is an example of ill-defined boundary? So one seems to be not fitting into the sequence. Why? Because I start with 3 and 2 and 4 are two sides of the same coin, and 5 is an example of that. I think this was a very easy question, surprisingly. सबको समझ में आया ये question? I think this was a pretty simple question. I don't know, but I feel it is very, very simple, and many of you should have been able to get this correct. So, ठीक है, I think we are running out of time. But what did you realize now from this short practice session? You realized that Parajumble's odd one out can be solved much more conveniently if you go with a certain process. I know that this process may not be a very rigid process. You can always play with that process, and it can be very flexible. But many people, they attempt Parajumble odd one out, they just read the sentences. और कुछ भी करते रहते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होगा. When you read a question, the very first thing you need to look at, are there any pronouns, sentence connector, or any other clues using which I can form pairs? So forming of pair is a very, very critical part of the entire process. Forming pair. ये जोड़ी जो बनाने वाला काम है ना, इसको इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग बना लो आप कि पैराजम्बल्स में यू शुड बी एबल टू फिक्स 2 sentences, odd one out में you should be able to fix 2 sentences, and the moment you fix 2 sentences, getting the third and the fourth into it is not very difficult. Why not 3 4 2 5? हाँ हो सकता है. I don't say actually क्या है ना, I will tell you why it can't be 3 4 2 5. 3 4 2 5. ये बोलता है its boundaries are notoriously ill-defined and fuzzy, mingling with fantasy, fairy tale, and horror. है ना? तो ये जो है ना, ये बाउंड्री का ये एग्जाम्पल है कि Luke Skywalker's land speeder is a science, whereas Aladdin's flying carpet is a fantasy. तो बाउंड्री क्लियर नहीं है एक्चुअली. They might be of the same kind, but one has become a science fiction, the other has become a fantasy. So this example in 5 is basically of ill-defined boundary. है ना? ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को. अब ठीक है, तो मुझे क्या लग रहा है कि ऐसा शुरू होगा. It is actually quite difficult to cleanly define science fiction. It doesn't fit into any neat thematic bucket. तो एक तो कोई thematic bucket नहीं है, और फिर उसके बाउंड्रीज इल डिफाइंड है कि कोई फैंटेसी भी हो सकता है, फेरी टेल भी हो सकता है. टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ दैट. हाँ, 3 तो ओपनिंग कर देगा ना. इट इज एक्चुअली क्वाइट डिफिकल्ट टू क्लियरली डिफाइन साइंस फिक्शन बिकॉज कोई थीम है ही नहीं एज सच. द बाउंड्री, बिकॉज द एग्जांपल इन 5 इज दैट ऑफ अ बाउंड्री. सब मिंगल हो जाता है, कोई फैंटेसी, कोई हॉरर, कोई कुछ, तो उसका जो बाउंड्री का इल डिफाइंड बाउंड्री है ना, बिकॉज लूक स्काईवॉकर्स लैंड स्पीडर could be having the same theme as Aladdin's flying carpet. क्योंकि लैंड स्पीडर मतलब क्या हो रहा है कि यू आर मूविंग फास्ट थ्रू द ऑन लैंड, एंड अलादीन का फ्लाइंग कारपेट, ये दोनों थीम वाइज एक ही हैं शायद, बट देन वन हैज बीन पुट इनटू द कैटेगरी ऑफ साइंस फिक्शन, द अदर हैज बीन पुट इनटू द कैटेगरी ऑफ फैंटेसी। तो बाउंड्री क्या है वो इल डिफाइंड का एग्जांपल दे रहा है। ठीक है, बढ़िया लगा आप लोगों को। सो आई होप दैट यू हैव बीन एबल टू मेक द मोस्ट ऑफ दीज great sessions taken by all the teachers, and of course now KD sir will take over from here, and it was of course of some help, and the questions were not very difficult, doable type of questions hai, aisa nahi hai ki bahut difficult. I know that some of them were a bit confusing, but है ना, चलो ठीक है। देखो मुझे क्या लगता है ना कि अबाउट द मॉक स्ट्रैटेजी, in mock strategy I feel that it is better to start with the questions which have options. Para summary is the best bet, then you can come to paragraph completion, odd one out. In between the RCs, just to relax and take your mind off all those heavy RCs, you can take one or two para jumble in between, है ना। लेकिन मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि टू व्हेन यू स्टार्ट योर पेपर, स्टार्ट विथ द शॉर्टर वर्जन, द शॉर्टर क्वेश्चंस, because most of us would like to get some sort of, get some momentum. So RCs don't give you momentum, they spoil your momentum. I mean, I don't say this for everyone, but for me it is not a momentum. शुरू करता हूँ 5 मिनट तो रीड करने समझने में चले जाता है, पहला क्वेश्चन देखा तब तक मालूम पड़ा 5 मिनट निकल गए, मैंने कुछ भी मार्क नहीं किया है. So it's a real it's a setback, because 5 minutes have gone, you haven't marked anything. Psychological setback hai. I might mark 5 questions in the coming, 4 questions in the coming 5 minutes. But I would love to see some sort of, bolte hain na khata kholna. You have opened your account. So the para summary is the best way of doing that. 1.5, 2 minutes, you have marked something, even if it is wrong. ठीक है, चलो मजा आ गया. I hope you all enjoyed. I also enjoyed a lot. It was nice. And ठीक है, चलो, thank you guys. Enjoy your time. Bye.
Hi everyone, good evening. Welcome to this part of the marathon. My name is KD. I hope you guys can hear me and see me. All right. Yes, I can see. Now, very clearly, this is the final part of the marathon. You guys have been running for last 4.5 hours. मतलब 4.5 घंटे से continuously कर रहे हो, कमाल की बात है. Honestly speaking, everyone, मार्च के महीने में मैराथन कोई नहीं दौड़ता, right? So you guys have broken that tradition for sure. Good evening, everyone. So there are a lot of messages. Okay, मैसेज पढ़ने में थोड़ी दिक्कत होती है, right? आंखें, but I am reading. Okay. All right, everyone. I too am very eager. Good evening, everyone. So done with the dinner. Okay, good. चलो, फिर तो ठीक है. But we will not stretch it too much, right? Because first marathon है, ऐसा ना हो कि भाई casualty हो जाए, अगले वाले में कोई आए ही ना, right? Okay. So I'm reading the chat on this side, so I have to turn my head to read it. Okay. Tired तो हूँ, but आपका सेशन करना है. Okay, that's nice. Good evening, everyone. शिवांश कह रहा है सर आपका पूरा नाम क्या है. माई फुल नेम इज, एक बार जरा मैं चेक तो कर लूँ, कैन आई राइट. हाँ, माई नेम इज कृष्णेंदु दत्ता, बट फॉर ऑब्वियस रीजंस शॉर्ट नेम यूज करना पड़ता है, राइट. ये नाम बता दो, अगली बार जाओ तो फिर वो पूछता है हम पहले मिल चुके हैं क्या, वगैरह वगैरह, राइट. I am from West Bengal, but not from Kolkata exactly. Good evening, everyone. Kala Jadoo. All right. Yes. तो शुरू करें. पीयूष कुमार, क्या बात कर रहे हो? दैट्स नाइस, वेरी गुड. यस. नीलेश, यस. AKAGS, you are, I remember you are either अक्षिता और आकांक्षा, है ना? यस. चलो भाई, बहुत ज़्यादा टायर्ड भी हो गए होंगे अभी तक, तो शुरू करते हैं. सो लेट मी स्टार्ट बाय टेलिंग यू व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज द प्लान, राइट? सो नाउ a lot of you probably are our batch students, and a lot of you may not be, and we want to reach equally no matter who you are. मतलब स्टूडेंट हो नहीं हो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, अल्टीमेटली कैट देना है, अल्टीमेटली यू आर ईगर टू लर्न एंड वी आर ईगर टू शेयर व्हाट वी नो, है ना? तो मतलब मजा तो इसी बात का है. सो की 3 things actually I would focus on: how to anticipate in RCs, because this is one key skill. If you do not have this skill, let me tell you, जो जोन आउट होने का प्रॉब्लम, सर मुझे रिटेन नहीं होता, मुझे याद नहीं रहता, व्हेन आई रीड द थर्ड पैसेज आई फॉरगेट व्हाट केम इन फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड पैसेज, ये सारी प्रॉब्लम्स एंटिसिपेशन ना करने की वजह से होता है. एंटिसिपेशन इज बेसिकली थिंकिंग लाइक द ऑथर, ओके, और लुकिंग एट द पैसेज एंड फिगरिंग आउट व्हाट विल कम नेक्स्ट. Anticipation is important, right? If you can't anticipate, then you have to read everything and figure out, which takes time. पहले से anticipate कर सकते हैं तो very clearly आप बड़े आराम से पैसेज पढ़ पाते हो, right? For example, इंडिया में सास भी कभी बहुत ही टाइप सीरियल्स बहुत आते हैं, right? And if you talk to our mothers and all, they are very good at anticipating the serial का flow. They will tell you कल क्या होगा, है ना? ये देख, ये मर गया ना, जिंदा वापस हो क्या जाएगा, right? ये जो बहू है ना, यही असली है, यही ये सांप है. They can anticipate. Exactly same we can do in RCs also. You can anticipate what is going to come next. If you work on this skill, it would be immensely valuable. तो RC काफी improve हो जाता है. Second thing is of course interpretation. तो ये तो करना ही करना है. And third is, जो मैं कहता रहता हूँ कि हमारे RCs का background dancer है ये, है ना? आज की रात गाने में जो background dancers है ना, जिनको कोई नहीं देखता, राइट? ये वो होते हैं. क्वेश्चन को कोई ध्यान से पढ़ता ही नहीं है, इंटरप्रिटेशन होता ही नहीं है. इफ यू कैन इंटरप्रेट द क्वेश्चन एंड देन एंटिसिपेट द आंसर, यू कैन डू अ वेरी गुड जॉब. यू कैन डू दैट मोस्टली इन सीआर बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस, है ना? स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकेंड क्वेश्चंस आ जाए, अजम्पशन क्वेश्चंस आ जाए, इन्फ्रेंस क्वेश्चंस आ जाए, तो एंटिसिपेशन कर सकते हैं. इन्फ्रेंस तो थोड़ा कम, बट फिर भी कर सकते हैं. So this is what I'm going to cover. I'll keep it relatively short so that we don't overshoot the timing, right? तो ज़्यादा कुछ टेंशन नहीं है, शुरू करते हैं, but we will do it thoroughly. बड़े प्यार से करेंगे, ओके? ऑल राइट. तो यस, शैडो आंसर कौन बोला? ओम प्रकाश, यस, वेरी गुड. बट बिफोर आई मूव ऑन, ये वाला आप सबको याद रखना है, राइट? दिस इज, if you are a classroom student, you probably already know that this is something we all are supposed to remember. If you are not a classroom student, तो भी याद रख लेना. Why is it important? Because somehow this will keep you motivated and will give you a very good guidance in terms of what to expect in VARC. Okay, I'll take 30 seconds to explain. First thing first, no matter where you are in VARC right now, तुम्हारी हालत जैसी भी है VARC में आज की डेट में, VARC में टॉप कॉलेजेस का कट ऑफ जो 75 से शुरू होके 80 तक जाता है यूजुअली, आप में से हर एक क्रॉस कर सकता है. इफ यू आर बॉदर्ड अबाउट अ मैराथन इन द मंथ ऑफ मार्च, यू गाइज हैव द कैपेसिटी टू क्रॉस दिस रिक्वायरमेंट इजीली, अनलेस समथिंग ड्रास्टिकली रॉन्ग हैपेंस. ओके, पहली चीज ये है. मैं 85 को मान के चलता हूँ बिकॉज थोड़ा सेफ्टी लेके चलते हैं. 85 को भी हम अगर अपना टारगेट रखें कि भाई इससे कम तो लाना नहीं है बिकॉज कट ऑफ फंस जाएगा, तो शुरू करते हैं 75. यूजुअली 15 to 16 मार्क्स के बीच में आपको ये मिल जाता है. 85 परसेंटाइल यू वुड बी एबल टू मैनेज एट द स्कोर ऑफ 20 लाने के लिए आपको 10 क्वेश्चन करने हैं विद 75% एक्यूरेसी, और मोर और लेस आपको 85 परसेंटाइल आ जाएगा. एज ए कीप ऑन सेइंग, डज इट शो कैट बहुत टफ है? नो, इट्स क्लियरली शोज दैट स्टूडेंट्स आर अंडर प्रिपेयर्ड. कोई तैयारी कर ही नहीं रहा है ठीक से, या तो गाइडेंस नहीं मिल रही है या कर ही नहीं रहे. एंड दैट इज वन रीजन व्हाई एमबीए जो है ना आजकल क्या बन गया है, मैं भी आया, सब कर रहे हैं मैं भी कर लेता हूँ. तो जो कैट में 3 लाख स्टूडेंट्स दे रहे हैं, कैट क्यों दे रहे हैं भाई? बिकॉज मैं भी आया, इसमें से 70-80% लोग हैं. तो नंबर दे के घबराना नहीं है. 85% जनता 6 क्वेश्चन नहीं कर पा रही है ठीक से, 7 क्वेश्चन नहीं कर पा रही, राइट? मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, दिस इज व्हाट आई ऑलवेज बिलीव इन, 95 परसेंटाइल इज द फर्स्ट टारगेट यू शुड हैव। मॉक्स जब भी दोगे पहले 85 क्रॉस करो, फिर 95 क्रॉस करो। एक बार 95 क्रॉस कर लिया, विच इज 10 क्वेश्चंस, राइट, तो फिर हमारी जर्नी शुरू हो जाती है 99 के लिए। क्या नहीं करना है याद रखना, अभी से बता रहा हूँ, सो दैट यू कीप दिस इन माइंड व्हेन यू आर डूइंग मॉक्स एंड ऑल। 99 ले आऊंगा इस मॉक में, इस मॉक में 87 आया है, अगले बार देखना तू 99 लाऊंगा। नो, रॉन्ग अप्रोच। 87 आया है ना, तो अगला टारगेट 95 है। 95 आ जाए तो सस्टेन करो, 2-3 मॉक में 95 के ऊपर जाना है। वो सस्टेन हो जाए तो 97, 98, वो सस्टेन हो जाए तो 99, राइट? व्हाट वी शुड नॉट डू इज, मेरे में है वो बात, है ना, माँ बाप का नाम रोशन करूंगा। अभी तो आ रहे हैं 57 परसेंटाइल, बट देखना अगले मॉक में 99 नहीं आने वाला। इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन, राइट? आज तुमसे तुम्हारा डांसिंग का लेवल अमिताभ बच्चन का है, कल ऋतिक रोशन नहीं बनने वाले। इट्स गोइंग टू टेक टाइम। 75 से 99 नहीं जाना है, 75 से 85 पहुंचना है, 85 से 95, देन ये जर्नी शुरू होती है। सो यू कैन सी इट इज अ वेरी कंसिस्टेंट मार्किंग पैटर्न, है ना? तो ये बात ध्यान रखना, और इन नंबर्स को रट लो। क्यों रट लो? सो दैट यू एटलीस्ट हैव अ गुड आइडिया अबाउट इट, वेयर यू स्टैंड, हाउ फार यू हैव टू रीच। बात समझ में आ रही है? कहाँ पे है, कहाँ पहुंचना है, जानना बहुत जरूरी है। व्हेन आई आस्क दिस इन माय क्लासेस इनिशियली स्पेशली, कि बताओ 99 परसेंटाइल के कितने मार्क्स चाहिए, 72 मार्क्स का अगर होता है VARC, तो इनिशियली जवाब मेरे को ही मिलता है, सर 60 मार्क्स तो चाहिए ही होंगे, मतलब 55 से कम में थोड़ी ना हो जाएगा, 70 तो चाहिए ही होगा, राइट? कहानी बहुत डिफरेंट है, राइट? आई एम नॉट इन द गेम ऑफ 99.99, बिकॉज इसके लिए आपको डिस्प्रोपोर्शनेट अमाउंट ऑफ मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। 4 मार्क्स ज्यादा कमाने में यहाँ पे आपकी जिंदगी निकल सकती है, राइट? बट 99 तक हम आराम से पहुंच सकते हैं। आई हैव रिटन कैट न्यूमरस टाइम्स, आई हैव स्कोर्ड 99 परसेंटाइल प्लस न्यूमरस टाइम्स, एंड आई हैव नेवर ट्राइड टू रियली टारगेट 100, मतलब एक्चुअली झूठ बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब आया नहीं कभी 100, 99 के ऊपर तो आ जाता है आराम से। क्यों? बिकॉज द मोमेंट आई ट्राई टू थिंक कि अब तो 100 लाके दम लूंगा, परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हो जाती है, राइट? बिकॉज यू बिकम डेस्परेट। दिस इज वन थिंग यू हैव टू रिमेंबर इन टर्म्स ऑफ कैट प्रेप। डेस्परेट नहीं होना है, इस बार तो 100 परसेंटाइल लाऊंगा, है ना, मम्मी के हाथों में स्कोर कार्ड देके कहूंगा देख तेरा बेटा, ना, इज नॉट हैपनिंग। फिर 99 आ जाता है, राइट? बट अगर आप खुले मन से आराम से दोगे कि अच्छा ठीक से देना है, 95 तो क्रॉस करना ही है, उसके बियॉन्ड जो आ जाए तो आप बहुत आराम से 99 तक पहुंच जाते हो। दैट इज द रियलिटी ऑफ कैट। ओके, डोंट बी डेस्परेट टू स्कोर। और ये जो बोलते हो ना दूसरों को, मैंने देखा है चैट वैट में लिख देते हैं स्टूडेंट, सर इस बार 99 लाऊंगा, नहीं ला सकते, ऐसे ऐसे नहीं आने वाला डेस्परेट होके। ओके, prepare yourself to cross 75, 85, 95 and then reach 99. This is the journey. I hope this is clear. एक बार मैं चैट देख लेता हूँ, because मैं चैट एक साथ देख नहीं पा रहा। ओके, ऑल राइट, कुछ छूटा तो नहीं? एलन, एलन का नाम ही जबरदस्त है। 29 यू गॉट, यू आर प्रीटी गुड। 95 तुमने क्रॉस कर लिया, वेरी गुड। अर्नव, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट द सेम, ऑलमोस्ट सेम। ओके, रोधा में हमारे मॉक्स, लास्ट ईयर जो हमारे मॉक्स थे, कई एक स्टूडेंट का फीडबैक ये था कि सर कैट देख जब दिया तो लगा कि हम रोधा का ही मॉक सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली इंग्लिश में तो बहुत ज़्यादा। आई रोट कैट 25, तो मुझे तो लग रहा था कि मैं मॉक ही सॉल्व कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज वी रिकॉर्ड सोल्यूशंस एंड एवरीथिंग, सो है ना। तो नाउ रिमेंबर, इट्स नॉट दैट वी आर सेइंग कि हमें पता था कैसा कैट आएगा, बट वी कीप ऑन एनालाइजिंग, बेस्ड ऑन दैट वी क्रिएट, राइट? तो आ जाता है, हो जाता है। ऑलराइट, आई रोट स्लॉट 1। ओके, चलो तो अब शुरू करते हैं। नाउ यू गाइज नो द ड्रिल, क्या करना है। सो आई गिव यू अ पैसेज, आप पहले पैसेज पढ़ लो, ओके, एंड देन वी स्टार्ट द टाइमर। इस पैसेज के लिए मेरे हिसाब से 4 मिनट काफी है। सो इफ वी कैन स्टार्ट द टाइमर फॉर 4 मिनट्स तो सही रहेगा, है ना, वरना मैं 4 मिनट वेट कर लूंगा, राइट? तब तक मैं मैसेजेस भी देख लेता हूँ, एंड यू गाइज स्टार्ट रीडिंग इट। आज वीडियो नीचे रहेगी क्योंकि क्वेश्चंस ऊपर हैं. ओके. Take your time. Don't worry about the others and how fast they are. Okay. आप अपने हिसाब से पढ़ लो. 4 minutes है आपके पास. Are an always passage. Question stem will not help you. I'll wait for about 2 more minutes. Okay, let everybody finish. One minute more. We'll change the slide in 30 seconds. This should not take more than 2 minutes. Thirty seconds more. You need more time, you can take 30-40 more seconds, no problem. Reading में time लग रहा है तो it's all right, that's okay. हो जाए तो डन लिख सकते हो so that I know. Okay. So language-wise, a slightly moderate kind of RC, right? But nothing very shocking or very heavy idea-based. ऐसा नहीं है. Decent enough, right? Okay. Let's go to the questions. अब question करेंगे. Every question should take you about 90 seconds to answer, 90 seconds to 2 minutes मैक्सिमम, है ना, इससे ज़्यादा टाइम लगता नहीं है यूजुअली. तो शुरू करते हैं. So let's have a 2-minute timeline for questions. मोटा मोटा समझ आ गया तो भी चलेगा, है ना, should be good enough. Please mark the answer in the poll only so that we know किसने सही किया किसने गलत किया. Somebody has discovered the emoji key, है ना, बैठ के emojis दबाए जा रहा है. Okay. Done. सबने मार्क कर दिए. मार्क तो किया है, 100+ तो आ गए. Yep. Okay. ठीक है. वेरीफाई आंसर बिफोर गोइंग फॉरवर्ड. हाँ, कर देंगे, नो प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है. कैन वी स्टॉप द पोल नाउ, बिकॉज 2 मिनट हो गए हैं ऑलरेडी. ओके. सो आई विल फर्स्ट टेल यू मार्किंग क्या क्या हुई. 32% मार्क दिस, 26% मार्क्ड ऑप्शन. ये ए पोल में ACDB है ऑप्शंस. आई थिंक देयर इज सम मिस्टेक और व्हाट, बट आई एम टेकिंग इट एज ABCD, है ना. 26%, 26%, 26% or 16%. Okay, the correct answer is, okay, let me just help you a little. यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा little help. Okay, I hope you understood the question, right? मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा, otherwise आप भूल जाओगे क्या पढ़ा था. But it is basically a weaken the answer kind of question, right? है ना. अच्छा, डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में था. ओके, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम. तो बस मुझे ये दोनों एक्सचेंज करना. एक्चुअली ये 26 था, वो 16 था. ठीक है, ये 26 और वो 16 था. ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम. ओके, आई एम यूज्ड टू ऑफ ABCD, नो. ऑल राइट. सो पे अटेंशन एवरीवन, ये तो चलता रहेगा. Which of the following most undermines the argument of the critics of the decision of architects to abstain from prison planning? This question is a weakening the argument question, है ना? So I hope if you have started preparation 3-4 months back, you already know how to do weaken the argument question. और अगर नहीं आता है या नहीं किया है प्रिपरेशन शुरू, तो ये एक अच्छा लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस हो सकता है. The correct answer is option C. Okay, looking at the percentage, everyone, it looks like everybody was equally confused about the correct answer, है ना? So if you got it right, you have done a good job, but if you did not get it right, these are indications कि भाई पढ़ाई कर लो, है ना, वरना माँ बाप सवाल पूछेंगे आने वाले टाइम में. All right, next one. All right, let's start the poll, and I would end it after 2 minutes, है ना? वैसे तो स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन है, बट फिर भी we'll discuss these questions, don't worry. हाँ, क्वेश्चंस करेंगे, वो लर्निंग तो वहीं से आएगी ना. पढ़ाई पहले क्वेश्चंस अटेम्प्ट कर लेते हैं. All right, poll started. We'll end the poll after 30 seconds, है ना? चलो वोटिंग तो शुरू हो गई है. गुड. फटाफट से मार्क कर दो एवरीबॉडी. लेट्स गेट गोइंग. 20 सेकेंड्स काफी रहेंगे. और all right, poll has ended. Let's look at the percentage. So we have the percentage now. 39% marked B, 32% marked A, 17% marked C, and 12% marked option D. Correct answer is option B. Okay, so good job, much better than the previous one, है ना? बहुत बढ़िया. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's start the poll again. We will have 2 minutes for this. 2 मिनट ऐसे तो लगता नहीं है, but I hope you understand, है ना? A lot of students are there and we need to give everybody some time. शॉन तो फटाफट लगाना होता है ना. ये 2 मिनट का पोल है. ओके, आर्यन, प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बी था. प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन का. ओके, पोल हैज कम. एवरीवन आंसर कर दो पोल में. Quickly, everyone. Quickly, everyone. Poll may vanish. I think time हो गया पोल का. Let's end it. होने ही वाला है. Finished. Okay, let's see. 43% marked option A. If you get answers wrong, make sure you stay for this passage for sure. इसमें बहुत कुछ learn करने को है, okay? मतलब इसके अलावा भी रुक सकते हो, but पक्का रुक जाना इसके लिए. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. D पे 34% लोगों ने लगाया है. B पे 17%. ABCD वाली हैबिट है. एंड C पे 6%. तो 6 बेचारा बिल्कुल इग्नोर्ड है, कोई पूछ नहीं रहा उसको, है ना. चलो, गुड, वेरी गुड. ऑल राइट. I would want more participation, everyone. I can see the number of students who are live is very high, but participation कम ही हो रहा है. मतलब a lot of people are like, हम participate नहीं करेंगे. Aryan, no, it's not last. First RC है. Okay, let's start the poll for this. दो मिनट ही मिलेगा. ओके, सो मार्क आराम से. I'll tell you the answer after the poll. पोल हो जाने दो. शांत भीम, शांत. मिल जाएगा आंसर, पहले पोल हो जाए. पोल के बीच में से ये आंसर बता दूं. ऑलराइट, लेट्स सी पोल में क्या आया रिजल्ट. 2 मिनट हो गए. So we have 33% marked option D, 26% marked option C, 25% marked option A, and 16% marked option B. The correct answer is D. The correct answer for the previous question was also D. Okay, so first tell me what was your accuracy. एक बार accuracy बताना, फिर थोड़ा आगे चलते हैं. Okay, 3/4, 3/4, 3/4, 4/4. Rohit, very good, well done. 50%. One of you just asked me कि सर R1 में एडमिशन ले कि R5 में, because time कम बचा है. We pace the class according to the time available. Okay, don't worry about it. R5 में लो, because R1 में आपके पास backlog ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. So I would not advise that. R5 में आओ, मस्ती वहीं होगी अब, है ना, आराम से. 2/4, 2/4, 1/4, 1/4. Nikhil, this is a moderate RC. 2/4, 2/4, 1/4. Now listen to me very carefully, okay? If you got all 4 right, you understand you need me less than somebody who's getting 1 right or 2 right, है ना? So if you got this passage wrong, you stay with me, pay more attention, because I'm going to discuss the passage very quickly, of course, and more importantly the questions. Because जब तक आप ये फिगर आउट नहीं करोगे ना कि आप बार बार कहाँ फंसते हो, तो आप वहां से आउट, यू कैन नॉट गेट आउट ऑफ द ट्रैप, राइट? एंड आई कैन क्लियरली सी बाय योर परसेंटेज कि आप लोग बार बार ट्रैप में फंसते हो. One trap is you don't understand the question. Another trap is you don't understand the options. And of course, कई बार passage ही समझ नहीं आता है. So that's another trap area, right? तो 1/4, 2/2, 2/4 ऐसे वाले जो हैं वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा ध्यान देना. 3/4 if you have done a good job. 4/4 definitely well done. तो कोई इशू ही नहीं है. तुम्हीं लोगों से 100% की उम्मीद है. बट हमें कहाँ पहुंचना है? 95 तो चाहिए अपने को, है ना? 95 अपने को चाहिए. नो मैटर वेयर वी आर, 95 हमें पहुंचना है. टॉप 5% में तो जाना ही जाना है. उसके बाद का गेम अलग है, राइट? वी टॉक अबाउट इट लेटर, बट पहले 95 तो पहुंचना है. सो व्हाट आई एम डूइंग इज, शिव है ना, हाँ शिव, ये देखो अभी शिव कह रहा है कि सर इन्फॉर्मेशन याद नहीं रहता. दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू टेक यू टू. अब वही ये एग्जैक्टली डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ. सो नाउ लिसन टू मी. When we are reading an RC, तो role of the paragraph is a very key area जिसका हमें ध्यान रखना होता है. कोई भी एक पैराग्राफ क्या रोल प्ले कर रहा है उस पैसेज के अंदर, that is something you have to pay attention to. That is one. Second is, where is the author making a claim or idea or a sub idea of the author, right? ये हम पकड़ते हैं, पता ही अपने को. And third is, where is the author using premise? Premise का मतलब होता है details, facts, figures, data, examples, right? Events. ये 3 अगर आप पकड़ना शुरू करोगे, all this will tell you where is the author taking you, right? फिर आप main idea of the author तक पहुंच जाते हैं, या idea flow आपको समझ में आने लगता है. Remember, जब तक you cannot figure out what is the idea flow, why the author is writing it, what is the author trying to convey through it, what is the purpose of the passage, आप passages पढ़ोगे आपको कुछ याद नहीं रहेगा. You would struggle reading it, बोर हो जाओगे, zone out कर जाओगे. सेकेंड पैराग्राफ पे आके याद आएगा यार अभी धुरंधर 2 भी देखनी है. फिर सोचोगे अरे फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ में क्या था, राइट? देन यू वुड रीड फर्स्ट एंड सेकेंड वंस अगेन. फिर 10 मिनट में सिर्फ पैसेज ही पढ़ पाओगे, फिर क्वेश्चन का टाइम ही नहीं बचेगा. ऑल दोस थिंग्स विल हैपन, राइट? सो दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव टू रिड्यूस. सो कम करना है, धीरे धीरे लेके जाना है वहां तक, करेक्ट? सो जरा मैं एक बार पैसेज को आपको समझाता हूं जल्दी से. ओके, नाउ रीड दिस पैसेज. मैंने ऐसे रंग बिरंगी चित्रकारी की है फॉर अ रीजन. एज पार्ट ऑफ अ रेस्टोरेटिव जस्टिस वर्कशॉप. नाउ यू डू नॉट नो व्हाट इज रेस्टोरेटिव. कोई बात नहीं, जिसको नहीं जानते उसके साथ टाइम वेस्ट थोड़ी करना है ना? डीएम में आ गया हाय यू लुक ब्यूटीफुल, तो इंगेज थोड़ी करना है, इग्नोर कर दो. एज पार्ट ऑफ जस्टिस वर्कशॉप, a group of San Francisco prisoners were asked what they would change about the designs of places in which they are incarcerated. थोड़ा सोचो, prisoners को जिधर रखते हैं उधर का डिजाइन अगर चेंज करना हो तो क्या करेंगे? किधर रखते हैं prisoners को? प्रिजन में ही ना, ताजमहल में थोड़ी रखते हैं. The project goals were twofold: engaging inmates are prisoners, educationally, while also providing potentially actionable feedback for redesigning prisoner related spaces. Correct? कॉमा के बाद जो इंफॉर्मेशन आती है ना, एक्स आपने लिखा, कॉमा वाई कॉमा जी, तो ये एक्स मोर और लेस इज एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन. इसको ना पढ़ो तो भी समझ में आ जाता है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इस कॉमा के बाद जो है लिखा है इंक्लूडिंग, ये इंफॉर्मेशन भी आप नहीं पढ़ोगे तो भी कोई फर्क ज्यादा पड़ेगा नहीं. नाउ व्हाट इज द फर्स्ट थिंग वी नोटिस? व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ दिस पैराग्राफ? द रोल ऑफ द पैराग्राफ इज टू सेट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट. ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट कर रहा है. ये कह रहा है कि एक वर्कशॉप हुआ, वहाँ प्रिजनर से पूछा कि आप अपने जहाँ आप रहते हैं उसमें क्या चेंज करना चाहेंगे. ना यू वुड नोटिस design of places in which they are incarcerated. Author is basically using too many words to say something very simple. ये होता है basically a very elaborate, voluble, right, a prolix kind of writing style. It's basically just to fill spaces. प्रिजनर से पूछ रहे हैं जहां आप रहते हैं उसका डिजाइन चेंज. अरे कहाँ रहते हैं आप? बोलोगे सेल में रहते हैं, आप प्रिजन में रहते हैं, प्रिजन सेल. दे कुड हैव रिटन ना अबाउट डिजाइंस ऑफ प्रिजन सेल्स, बट नहीं, in which they were incarcerated, right? Anyway, प्रोजेक्ट का गोल था कि जो प्रिजनर्स हैं उनको एंगेज करें एजुकेशनली एंड साथ में फीडबैक भी दें उनके प्रिजन रिलेटेड स्पेसेस को रीडिजाइन करने के बारे में. दिस इज टेलिंग अस द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ द पैसेज. पैसेज किस बारे में है, समझ में आ रही है बात? करेक्ट? हाँ, उस वन आउट सब अभी देखो आपका कम होना शुरू हो जाता है. तो मैंने फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ पढ़ा. रिमेंबर, आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू रिटेन. मैं याद नहीं कर रहा हूं कि फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ में क्या था. मैं समझ गया कि फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ में प्रिजन सेल को डिजाइन करने से रिलेटेड कुछ बोला है, प्रिजनर से पूछा है. एंड ऑफ द स्टोरी. एक लाइन चाहिए अपने को. 2 पॉइंट थे उसमें, एक पॉइंट फर्स्ट, ये सेकंड, सब मेरे सामने है. इफ आई नीड आई कैन ऑलवेज गो बैक. इट्स एन ओपन बुक एग्जाम. क्यों याद करना है तुम्हें? तुम्हें इसलिए याद करना है बिकॉज स्कूल और कॉलेज में तुमसे सिर्फ याद करवाया गया है. ये आपके बचपन का ट्रॉमा है जो पीछा नहीं छोड़ता. आरसी इज रीडिंग एंड कॉम्प्रिहेंशन, रीडिंग एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग, रीडिंग एंड कॉम्प्रिहेंडिंग. इट इज नॉट रीडिंग, मेमोराइजिंग एंड देन आंसरिंग. नो, इट्स नॉट. सामने लिखा है तो मेमोराइज क्यों करना है? यू अंडरस्टैंड? नाउ आई अग्री कि ये कहना आसान है, आपकी आदत बहुत सालों की है, छूटेगी नहीं, कम हो जाएगी. यू अंडरस्टैंड? कम हो जाएगी. तो फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ का रोल क्या था कि भाई प्रिजनर से पूछा कि आप अपना सेल अगर रीडिजाइन करेंगे तो कैसे करेंगे, क्या चाहेंगे आप उसमें. नाउ ये जो ब्लू वाली लाइंस है ना, दीज आर बेसिकली ऑथर का मेन पॉइंट, क्लेम, सब आइडियाज. वन माइट क्वेश्चन वेदर इनमेट सजेशंस, फिर देखो कॉमा है यहाँ पे, कॉमा, इंक्लूडिंग नहीं पढ़ रहा मैं, बाद में देख लूंगा, आर compatible with the goals of a strict justice system. Now look at the language. Anticipate करेंगे, anticipate. If the author is starting the passage by saying one might question, तो author इसके बाद उसका आंसर भी देगा. Anticipate. Author दो चीजें कह सकता है कि one might question whether inmate suggestions are compatible with the goal of strict justice system, और इसके बाद author कह सकता है कि yes and they are compatible. ये ऑथर बोलेगा नो 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 इट्स नॉट कंपैटिबल. ये ऑथर बैलेंस्ड आंसर देगा कि नहीं, कुछ केस में कंपैटिबल है, कुछ केस में कंपैटिबल नहीं है. राइट? अब फांसी वाले कैदी से पूछो कि भाई रस्सी कितनी मुलायम कितनी टाइट चाहिए बता, है ना, कितना सॉफ्ट कितना हार्ड, तो ये क्या स्ट्रिक्ट जस्टिस सिस्टम ही फॉलो कर रहे हो, इसके साथ तो कुछ लेना देना है नहीं उसका. बट कुछ केस में हो सकता है भाई बेड कैसा चाहिए, लाइट चाहिए कि नहीं, फैन चाहिए कि नहीं. One might question whether inmate suggestions are compatible with the goals of strict justice system. आगे आंसर में कहता है, then again, one might equally well question the strictness of that same justice system in the light of relatively high rate. Now, suppose you are not being able to even pronounce this word. क्या लिखा है ये? recidivism क्या? I don't know what this word is. No problem. यहाँ पे 2 सांप के दांत दिख रहे हैं. कोलोन basically means some information will follow. Author कह रहा है in the US 2/3 of prisoners are found guilty of a new crime within first 3 years after their release. ये एग्जाम्पल है, डेटा है, ये किस बात को दर्शा रहा है सोचो. Then again, one might equally well question the strictness. आपका ऑथर कहता है कि हम जस्टिस सिस्टम की स्ट्रिक्टनेस को भी क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं. और उसके बाद कहता है कि हाई रेट ऑफ समथिंग है. और एग्जाम्पल देता है कि 2/3 3 साल के अंदर वापस जेल में आ जाते हैं. तो ये जो यहाँ पे वर्ड लिखा होगा ऑथर ने, ये किसका रेट होगा? कैन यू गेस? कैन यू गेस ये किसका रेट होगा? तुम्हें नहीं आता वर्ड, कोई बात नहीं, मुझे भी नहीं आता, मतलब मान लो. नाउ यू कैन गेस, राइट? कुछ तो रेट है ये. रेसिडिविज्म. रिसीड का मतलब समझते हो? रिसीड मीन्स टू गो बैक. रेसिडिविज्म बेसिकली मीन्स द रेट एट विच पीपल गो बैक टू क्राइम, है ना? सुना होगा ना वो मिर्ची मुर्गा, मिर्ची मुन्ना, दगड़ू दादा, है ना, अफजल तोंडा. ये लोग क्या करते हैं? ये करियर क्रिमिनल्स होते हैं. मर्डर किया, जेल गए, वहां से एक्सटॉर्शन किया, बाहर आए, फिर मर्डर किया, फिर जेल गए, फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. दैट्स रेसिडिविज्म रेट एट विच क्रिमिनल्स गो बैक टू क्राइम. हम ये गेस कर सकते हैं. यू गाइज कुड इजीली गेस. मैं पढ़ सकता हूँ क्राइम कमिट करने का, रिटर्न ऑफ रेट, वापस जेल जाने का. एग्जैक्टली, बिल्कुल. अब इस पैराग्राफ का रोल ट्राई करो समझने का. कैन आई से द रोल ऑफ दिस पैराग्राफ इज, इट इज शोइंग दैट strict justice system does not really work. रोल ऑफ द पैराग्राफ ही है ना. इस पैराग्राफ का क्या काम है? यही दिखा रहा है कि देखो भाई, स्ट्रिक्ट जस्टिस सिस्टम भी बहुत अच्छा होता है, इफेक्टिव होता है, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है. करेक्ट. नाउ कम टू दिस क्वेश्चन. ओके. Which one of the following best captures the author's stance? What is author's stance? Author's stance means author का viewpoint on the traditional strictness of the justice system. अब आंखें बंद करके बताओ मुझे कि was the author saying good things about it or bad things about it? पॉजिटिव था कि नेगेटिव था उसका स्टैंस? इतना सोचो पहले. तो पहले दिमाग बोलेगा नहीं यार, वो हैप्पी तो नहीं था वो, बिकॉज उसने बोला कि देखो 2/3 तो वापस आ जाते हैं क्राइम में. तो ही वॉज क्वेश्चनिंग इट, है ना, राइट? क्वेश्चन कर रहा था, मतलब ही वॉज नॉट वेरी हैप्पी विद इट, राइट? चलते हैं. इट्स अनकॉम्प्रोमाइजिंग सिविरिटी लीड्स टू अ हाई वॉल्यूम ऑफ रिपीट ऑफेंडर्स अमंग रिलीज्ड इंडिविजुअल्स. ऑथर का स्टैंस पूछा है. ऑथर क्या सोचता है इसके बारे में? आपने यहाँ पे क्या लिखा? ऑप्शन ए वालों ध्यान देना, देखो इसको पढ़ के देखो. इट्स अनकॉम्प्रोमाइजिंग सिविरिटी लीड्स टू अ हाई वॉल्यूम ऑफ रिपीट ऑफेंडर्स अमंग रिलीज्ड इंडिविजुअल्स. ये तो सेम फैक्ट है जो ऑथर ने खुद लिखा है. ये ऑथर का स्टैंस थोड़ी है. ऑथर क्या सोचता है पूछा गया है. आप कह रहे हो ये जस्टिस सिस्टम बहुत सिवियर है, इससे बहुत सारे जो क्रिमिनल्स हैं वो वापस चले जाते हैं क्राइम में. ये तो ऑथर ने खुद ही बोला है. उनकी सोच क्या है? उन्होंने क्या बोला था यहाँ पे देखो. आर कंपैटिबल विद द गोल्स ऑफ अ स्ट्रिक्ट जस्टिस सिस्टम. इनमेट के सजेशंस को सेल्स के बारे में क्या हमें पूछना चाहिए? ऑथर कहता है आप कह सकते हो कि ये स्ट्रिक्ट जस्टिस सिस्टम के गोल्स के खिलाफ है. फिर कहता है बट अगेन आप सेम जस्टिस सिस्टम के को क्वेश्चन कर सकते हो इन द लाइट ऑफ द हाई रिटर्न रेट ऑफ पीपल हु हैव बीन रिलीज्ड फ्रॉम प्रिजन. तो उसका ओपिनियन क्या है? कहना ही से उसका ओपिनियन ये है कि इट इज नॉट वर्किंग. स्ट्रिक्ट जस्टिस सिस्टम इज नॉट वर्किंग, ये उसका ओपिनियन है. ध्यान से देखो ऑप्शन ए को एवरीबॉडी. ऑप्शन ए में कुछ नहीं लिखा है ऐसा. ऑप्शन ए सेज बहुत सारे लोग वापस क्राइम में चले जाते हैं. ये तो यहाँ लिखा था, पर ये ऑथर का ओपिनियन नहीं है, वो एग्जाम्पल था ऑथर का. Therefore, remember I said, अब जब तक ये पहचानना नहीं सीख जाते हो ना, that vanished I guess, मैंने यहाँ लिखा था कि जब तक आप ये सीख जाओ कि ऑथर कोई एग्जाम्पल दे रहा है तो पॉइंट क्या है, ऑथर अगर डेटा दे रहा है तो व्हाट इज द पॉइंट ही इज सपोर्टिंग और निगेटिंग। जब तक आप ऐसा नहीं करना शुरू करते तब तक आंसर्स गलत होते रहेंगे। कम बैक टू दिस क्वेश्चन, ओके। नाउ ऑप्शन डी को ध्यान से पढ़ो एक बार। गुंजन, इक्वली क्वेश्चन इक्वली डज नॉट मीन बैलेंस्ड। वन माइट इक्वली वेल क्वेश्चन का मतलब है कि अगर आप ये पूछ सकते हो तो ये भी तो पूछा जा सकता है। दैट इज व्हाट इट मीन्स। क्रिटिसाइज कर रहा है वो। इक्वल वर्ड देखते ही उसे बैलेंस नहीं मानना है। अब ऑप्शन डी को ध्यान से पढ़ो। व्हाट इज द स्टैंस ऑफ द ऑथर अगेंस्ट ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम ऑफ जस्टिस? इट्स इनएबिलिटी टू डिटर फ्यूचर क्राइम्स। अगर आपकी इतनी स्ट्रिक्ट जस्टिस सिस्टम है तो 2/3 लोग कैसे क्राइम में वापस चले जा रहे हैं? यानी फर्क उनको नहीं पड़ रहा, असर नहीं हो रहा, वो आपके जस्टिस सिस्टम का 5 पैसे की वैल्यू नहीं दे रहे उसको। इट्स इनएबिलिटी टू डिटर फ्यूचर क्राइम्स वीकेंस द लॉजिक फॉर अपोजिंग ह्यूमन अपग्रेड्स टू इनमेट अकोमोडेशन। ऑथर का स्टैंस ये था कि अगर आप कहते हो ट्रेडिशनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को स्ट्रिक्ट होना चाहिए और आप कैदियों से नहीं पूछोगे कि उनका सजेशन क्या है, तो ऑथर का स्टैंस था कि भाई आपका सिस्टम जो है काम कर नहीं रहा, 2/3 लोग फिर से क्राइम कर रहे हैं, यानी आपके पास कोई लॉजिक नहीं बनता है कि अपग्रेड्स के बारे में कैदियों से आप ना पूछें। ये था ऑथर का लॉजिक या ऑथर का स्टैंस। ऑप्शन 1 ऑन द अदर हैंड इज जस्ट अ रिपीटेशन ऑफ दिस डेटा। क्या ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंस समझ में आया ऑप्शंस में? जब तक आप ये नहीं फिगर आउट कर पाओगे पैसेजेस में स्ट्रगल खत्म नहीं होगा। आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड दिस एवरीबॉडी, यस और नो? एक बार देखो ना। ऑप्शन बी बहुत ही बेकार है, आर्किटेक्चरल प्रोफेशनल्स की बात कर रहा है जो एंड में ऑथर ने बोला है, उसमें स्टैंस कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे। सो दिस ऑप्शन इज आउट। इट्स ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड मस्ट शिफ्ट फ्रॉम इन्फोर्सिंग हार्श डिसिप्लिन टू मेडिएटिंग नेबरहुड इंटीग्रेशन। ये वो प्री रिलीज वाला जो लॉजिक था उसके बारे में था, बट दिस वाज नॉट अबाउट ऑथर स्टैंस ऑन ट्रेडिशनल स्ट्रिक्टनेस। सिर्फ ए और डी ही क्लोज थे और ए बहुत अच्छा ट्रैप था जिसमें काफी लोग फंसे भी हैं। इज दिस क्लियर एवरीबडी? सो व्हाट डिड यू लर्न फ्रॉम दिस एग्जांपल? देखो आरसीएस तो आप कितने भी कर सकते हो ना, बट जब तक आप सीखोगे नहीं कि वेयर आर यू गोइंग रॉन्ग तब तक इंप्रूवमेंट नहीं आती है। यू अंडरस्टैंड? ओके, फिर आगे देखते हैं। द प्रोग्राम इन कैलिफोर्निया इज नॉट यूनिक। एंटिसिपेट एवरीवन, एंटिसिपेट। अगर आप बोलते हो कि तू दुनिया में यूनिक नहीं है तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक द ऑथर इज गोइंग टू से नेक्स्ट? घर वाले कहते हैं तू यूनिक है क्या? मतलब अब घर वाले कम से कम 20 एग्जाम्पल देने वाले हैं तो साबित करेगा कि तुम किसी काम के नहीं हो। यस और नो? द प्रोग्राम इन कैलिफोर्निया इज नॉट यूनिक। तो फिर ऑथर इसका एग्जाम्पल देगा। ऑथर एग्जाम्पल देता भी है फ्रीडम रूम, फ्रीडम रूम के डिटेल्स। कैन यू सी दैट? है ना? इन द इमर्जेंट स्कीम्स, इमर्जेंट मीन्स जो अभी नए आ रहे हैं, इम्प्रोवाइज सॉल्यूशंस डोमिनेट। ना यहाँ पे मैं बता दूं ये वाला वर्ड इंडिया में बहुत मिस यूज होता है और रादर रॉन्गली यूज होता है। व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ द वर्ड इम्प्रोवाइज्ड एवरीवन और इम्प्रोवाइज? क्या मतलब इसका? इम्प्रोवाइज का मतलब क्या होता है? मैंने इसका रॉन्ग यूसेज देखा है, इवन बीइंग डन बाय द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट पीपल। तुम कहीं गूगल से ढूंढ के मत बताना, खुद से बताना है ना? परफॉर्म विदाउट प्रेप, नो। स्पॉन्टेनियस, यस, बट व्हाट? स्पॉन्टेनियस गॉट बेटर देन बिफोर। हाँ निखिल, यही मैं ढूंढ रहा था, बहुत बढ़िया। यही तो नहीं करना है, दैट्स रॉन्ग। अपग्रेड, वेरी गुड साहिल गुप्ता, रॉन्ग आंसर। हाँ श्रेयस, टू मेक समथिंग गुड बेटर, वेरी गुड। यही एग्जैक्टली यही मैं कह रहा था। इंडिया में जबरदस्त पढ़े लिखे लोग भी इस वर्ड को नहीं जानते। आई हैव सीन पीपल सेइंग अरे ये लैपटॉप को उसको दिखाओ इम्प्रोवाइज कर देगा। उसके पास तीन महीने पढ़ने के बाद मेरे बच्चे की इंग्लिश इम्प्रोवाइज हो गई है। बच्चे का पता नहीं, आपकी तो बिल्कुल नहीं हुई है। है ना. तो improvise basically means to spontaneously on the spot figure out a creative usage of something. किसी चीज की क्रिएटिव यूसेज ऑन द स्पॉट निकाल लेना, राइट. तुम ईट घर पे ईट लगा के घर बना रहे हो, चोर घर पे आ गया, तुमने ईट से सर फोड़ दिया उसका, यू इम्प्रोवाइज्ड अ न्यू यूसेज ऑफ द ईट. ओके, बहुत बेकार एग्जांपल है बट आई होप यू गेट इट. अब इस लाइन को देखो फिर से. इन द इमर्जेंट स्कीम्स इम्प्रोवाइज्ड सॉल्यूशंस डोमिनेट, यानी जो अभी स्कीम्स नए आ रहे हैं प्रिजनर वाले और सेलवेल के लिए, उसमें इम्प्रोवाइजेशन डोमिनेट कर रहा है, यानी ऑन द स्पॉट क्रिएटिव सॉल्यूशंस दे रहे हैं लोग, क्रिएटिव सॉल्यूशंस. अब आगे पढ़ो. अब क्या आएगा आगे? एग्जाम्पल्स, फैक्ट्स, फिगर्स. करेक्ट. डू इट योर सेल्फ शेल्विंग सिस्टम्स मेड फ्रॉम सिगरेट कार्टन्स फॉर इंस्टेंस आर सप्लांटेड. सप्लांटेड का मतलब रिप्लेस्ड, उसकी जगह पे कुछ लगा देना. बाय सिंपल लीनियर शेल्व्स. देखो यहाँ पे क्या, ये आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड, दिस इज डिस्क्राइबिंग द प्रिजन सेल, है ना. कह रहा है कि इम्प्रोवाइजेशन चल रहा है. जो प्रिजनर्स हैं वो क्या करते हैं बेचारे, उनके पास तो रिसोर्स होता नहीं है, तो वो सिगरेट के कार्टन से शेल्फ बनाते हैं प्रिजन के अंदर. तो जो नए प्रोजेक्ट्स आ रहे हैं वो क्या कर रहे हैं, उसकी जगह पे वो लोग लीनियर शेल्व्स लगा दे रहे हैं दीवारों पे. बेचारे सिगरेट के कार्टन जोड़ जोड़ के सोचो शेल्फ बना रहे थे, है ना. पहले सिगरेट पियो, लंग्स खराब करो, फिर लगाओ, उसकी जगह पे लीनियर शेल्फ लगा दिया. Other fixtures and furnishings are made to be as multifunctional as possible. फिर कॉमा है, डिस्क्रिप्शन है, मिरर stored under bed, sliding table, this that. Coming at the prison design problem from a bigger picture perspective. तो ये यहाँ पे आ गया एग्जाम्पल्स कि भैया जो फीचर्स वो ऑलरेडी यूज कर रहे थे, जो चीजें उनके पास थी ऑलरेडी, उनको बेटर बना दिया इन लोगों ने ऑन द स्पॉट, एकदम क्रिएटिव दिमाग लगा के. हालांकि इतना क्रिएटिव है नहीं ऑनेस्टली देखा जाए तो. बेचारे सिगरेट के कार्टन से शेल्फ बनाए, वो क्रिएटिव है. उसकी जगह पे आपने शेल्फ लगा दिया, वो क्रिएटिव थोड़ी ना है, बट ठीक है. मिरर स्टोर्ड अंडर बेड्स, ये तो हमारे इंडिया में हर घर में होता है, बेड के नीचे सामान. एंड स्लाइडिंग टेबल्स कैन मूव आउट ऑफ द वे टू मेक स्पेस फॉर एक्सरसाइजिंग. सो दिस इज गिविंग यू एग्जांपल कि कैसे वो ऑन द स्पॉट क्रिएटिव सॉल्यूशंस दे रहे हैं प्रिजनर्स की प्रॉब्लम का. बात समझ में आ गई? ओके, चलो. बैंकर्स नो. तो एक क्वेश्चन पे चलते हैं. ये देखो क्वेश्चन कहता है, बेस्ड ऑन द पैसेज विच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग कैन बी रीजनेबली इंफर्ड अबाउट द आर्किटेक्चरल अप्रोच बिहाइंड द इटालियन फ्रीडम रूम. समझ में आ गई सबको? क्वेश्चन समझ में आ गया? आ गई नहीं, सॉरी, है ना. इन चारों ऑप्शन में से विच वन इज ट्रू बेस्ड ऑन द पैसेज अबाउट द अप्रोच ऑफ फ्रीडम रूम. फ्रीडम रूम का क्या अप्रोच था भाई? फ्रीडम रूम यहां पे है, डिजाइन सोल्यूशन दे रहे हैं, सेल बना रहे हैं, और सिगरेट कार्टन की जगह पे एकदम आइंस्टीन लेवल का सोल्यूशन दे दिया उन्होंने. लीनियर शेल्व्स बना दिए, बेड के नीचे मिरर लगा रहे हैं, स्लाइडिंग टेबल बना रहे हैं कि हटाओ ऐसे एक्सरसाइज करो वहां पे, है ना. तो यही आंसर होगा. अब आंसर पढ़ो पहले. इट ट्रांसलेट्स द रिसोर्स स्कार्स अडेप्टेशंस ऑफ द इनमेट्स इनटू डिजाइन फिक्सचर्स. क्या कर रहा है फ्रीडम रूम? जो इनमेट्स ऑलरेडी करते आ रहे हैं उन्हीं को अडेप्ट करके, चेंज करके, इम्प्रोवाइज करके दे रहा है उनको. हो गया आंसर. 34% पता है क्यों है? क्योंकि या तो आपको क्वेश्चन समझ नहीं आया या आप ऑप्शन ही समझ नहीं पाए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ऑलवेज पे अटेंशन टू द वर्ब्स इन ऑप्शंस. चिल्लाता रहता हूं मैं क्लास में, यस और नो? वर्ब्स, एडवर्ब्स, एडजेक्टिव्स हमेशा ध्यान देना है. इट कॉम्पनसेट्स फॉर रेस्ट्रिक्टिव सेल डायमेंशंस बाय इंट्रोड्यूसिंग मल्टीफंक्शनल लेआउट्स टू द पीनल सिस्टम. पीनल सिस्टम कितना ब्रॉड है, ऑप्शन समझ में आ रहा है आपको? पूरा पीनल सिस्टम हिला रहे हैं ये पकड़ के? नो, दे आर जस्ट चेंजिंग द सेल्स. सेल्स के अंदर जो इनमेट्स करते आ रहे हैं उसी को थोड़ा ये चेंज कर रहे हैं, दैट्स इट. कॉम्पनसेट कर रहे हैं रेस्ट्रिक्टिव सेल डायमेंशंस को by introducing multifunctional layout to the entire penal system. No, they are not doing that. This is called a typical broad option. इतना तो बोला ही नहीं ऑथर ने, कॉम्पनसेट कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, बस कह रहे हैं कि भाई जो सिगरेट कार्टन से बनाते थे ये बंदा, ये लोग जाके वहां पे लीनियर सिस्टम लगा के आ जा रहे हैं, दैट्स इट. दिस इज कॉल्ड अ टिपिकल ब्रॉड ऑप्शन जिसमें मैक्सिमम लोग फंस गए. क्या ये समझ में आया सबको? पैसेज इज टॉकिंग अबाउट अ प्रिजन सेल. ओके, ये जो फ्रीडम की बात वो कर रहे थे तो वो एक प्रिजन सेल की बात कर रहे हैं जहां पे इनमेट्स के बनाए हुए डिजाइन्स को ये बेटर बना रहे हैं, अडेप्ट करवा रहे हैं, इम्प्रोवाइज करवा रहे हैं, पूरे पीनल सिस्टम को नहीं चेंज कर रहे हैं. ऐसा ये दिस इज कॉल्ड अ ब्रॉड क्लेम, ब्रॉड ऑप्शन. इतना तो ऑथर ने बोला ही नहीं है ना, तो आपने गलती वहीं पे कर दी. क्या बात समझ में आई? It utilizes limited building materials to preserve the austere environment of the original facility. Limited building material वगैरह कहाँ से आ गया? ऑथर ने ऐसा कुछ नहीं बोला कि इनके पास building material की कमी है. It prioritizes का मतलब है chooses one over the other. The beauty standardization of improvised items. Beauty की बात हुई कहीं पे? Aesthetics की? No, तो out. C तो ऐसे भी वाहियात ऑप्शन था. A और D में सबसे ज्यादा लोग फंसे, मतलब A में फंसे बेसिकली, D तो करेक्ट आंसर है. क्या बात समझ में आई सबको? तो कैलिफोर्निया इज नॉट यूनिक बोल के इन्होंने फ्रीडम रूम के बारे में बताया, राइट? दिस इज एक्स्ट्रा इन्फॉर्मेशन अबाउट फ्रीडम रूम. डिटेल्स कह सकते हो, डेटा कह सकते हो, है ना? ये कब आते हैं वापस इसमें? जब आपको जरूरत पड़े वापस आ जाओ, देख लो, याद करने की कोशिश मत करो. अब इसका डायमेंशन क्या था, अब रटने लग गया बैठ के, राइट? नहीं करना ये सब. ओके, ऑल राइट, थोड़ा सा आगे चलते हैं. आगे लिखा है, critics of this prohibition approach point out that such spaces would then be designed by less experienced people, leading them to even less humane, and suggest architects champion proactive solutions instead of strict abstinence. अब इस पैराग्राफ का रूल समझते हैं. ये पैराग्राफ क्या कह रहा है? ओके, ये कहता है कि पता है ये जो आप रीडिजाइन करने की बात कर रहे हो ना, पता है इससे क्या होगा? ये जो डिजाइन करने का काम है ना, ये कम एक्सपीरियंस के लोगों को मिल जाएगा और फिर वो बना देंगे कचरा. और जो पहले सेल जैसा भी था, अब नया तो और भी बेकार हो जाएगा. और सजेस्ट करते हैं ये क्रिटिक्स कि जो आर्किटेक्ट्स हैं वो प्रोएक्टिव सॉल्यूशंस को सजेस्ट करें, चैंपियन करें, सपोर्ट करें, rather than strict abstinence. Abstinence का मतलब है दूर रहना. In other words, what is the role of this paragraph? Can I say this role? The paragraph says that the new designs will be done by new people, less experienced, and therefore it would lead to problems. सेल्स और गंदे बन जाएंगे, बेकार बन जाएंगे. यही बोला है ऑथर ने, राइट? ये मैंने क्यों ब्लू से किया है? बिकॉज दिस लुक्स लाइक अ क्लेम. ऑथर का क्लेम जब भी होता है हम ध्यान से पढ़ते हैं, राइट? न्यू डिजाइन्स विल बी डन बाय न्यू पीपल, राइट? लेस एक्सपीरियंस पीपल. ओके, अब चलते हैं क्वेश्चन पे. Which of the following most undermines the arguments of the critics of the decision of architects to abstain from prison planning? वो यहाँ पे भी mentioned है actually, है ना? ध्यान से पढ़ोगे तो. नहीं, यहाँ पे नहीं, somewhere here, main paragraph में, यहाँ पे, है ना? वो इसमें लिखा है कि जो रजिस्टर्ड प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं वो कन्फाइनमेंट सेल या एग्जीक्यूशन चेंबर वगैरह नहीं बनाते. कोई बहुत बड़ा आर्किटेक्ट उसको जाके बोलो कि अंडा सेल बनाना है ना, फांसी घर बनाना है, तो वो नहीं बनाते हैं. ऑथर का आर्ग्यूमेंट था, क्रिटिक्स कहते हैं कि ऐसा करने से क्या होता है कि ये जो स्पेसेस हैं, ये जो अंडा सेल है और ये फांसी घर है, ये लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग बनाते हैं, है ना? इससे ये और खतरनाक हो जाते हैं, और ज्यादा लेस ह्यूमेन हो जाते हैं, और ज्यादा निर्दयी हो जाते हैं. और वो कहते हैं कि आर्किटेक्ट्स को प्रोएक्टिव सोल्यूशन देना चाहिए, ना कि इन कामों से दूर रहना चाहिए, राइट? क्या ये पार्ट समझ में आया सबको? यही मैंने यहाँ पे बताया है। यहाँ पे बस ऐड करता हूँ न्यू डिजाइन ऑफ कन्फाइनमेंट सेल, है ना, सॉलिटरी कन्फाइनमेंट वगैरह, राइट, विल बी डन बाय न्यू पीपल, लेस एक्सपीरियंस पीपल, ये ऑथर ने बोला है। क्वेश्चन कहता है कि आपको इस बात को चैलेंज करना है, चैलेंज एवरीवन, है ना? तो हमें क्या दिखाना पड़ेगा? डोंट गो टू द ऑप्शंस। वीकनिंग द आर्गुमेंट क्वेश्चन में हमेशा पहले शैडो आंसर बनाओ। हमें बोला गया है कि अगर ये एग्जीक्यूशन सेल, अंडा घर, फांसी घर, अगर लेस एक्सपीरियंस, अगर आर्किटेक्ट्स नहीं बनाएंगे, प्रोफेशनल्स नहीं बनाएंगे, तो लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग बनाएंगे, और ऐसा होगा तो ये और वर्स हो जाएगा, और खराब हो जाएगा। यानी हमें एक ऐसा ऑप्शन चाहिए जिसमें लिखा हो कि, यानी कि यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, देखो ये कह रहा है कि इफ P is done by Q, then R will follow, right? हमें साबित करना है कि इवन इफ P is done by Q, R will not follow। यही साबित करना है कि अगर लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग बनाएंगे तब भी इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। यानी हमारे आंसर में लिखा होगा कि लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग बना तो रहे हैं, बट इतना खराब नहीं बनेगा वो, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट। देखते हैं किस ऑप्शन में लिखा है। Engaging proactively in penal design did not work the last time in mitigating the psychological damage caused by isolation cells। Last time काम नहीं किया तो क्या इस बार भी काम नहीं करेगा, राइट? सेकेंड, क्या ये लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोगों की बात कर रहा है? नॉट रियली, ये प्रोफेशनल्स की बात कर रहा है। इनफैक्ट ये ठीक से बता भी नहीं रहा कि ये लोग कौन थे जिन्होंने इसमें काम किया। ये लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग भी हो सकते हैं और आर्किटेक्ट्स भी हो सकते हैं। हालांकि प्रोएक्टिवली का मतलब है शायद आर्किटेक्ट लोगों ने काम किया होगा। फाइन, लास्ट टाइम काम नहीं किया, इस बार हो सकता है, हो सकता है, बट लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग काम करेंगे तो भी काम चल जाएगा, ये ऑप्शन ए साबित नहीं कर पा रहा। एक बार चेक करके देखो एवरीवन, यस और नो। बात समझ में आ रही है? हमें क्या साबित करना है कि लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग बनाएंगे तो भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, ठीक ठाक बन जाएगा। ऑप्शन बी में चलते हैं। Some of the existing solitary confinement units were drafted by highly experienced professionals। Some का मतलब at least one। Existing solitary confinement बनाए थे experienced professionals ने, तो अगर उन्होंने बनाए थे तो क्या साबित होता है? लेस एक्सपीरियंस बनाएंगे तो भी ठीक ठाक बन जाएगा, इससे साबित होता है कुछ ऐसा? बेकार, वाहियात ऑप्शन। Inexperienced architectural students sometimes prioritize community integration over isolation in their conceptual design। Sometimes they do। What about the other times? हमें क्या साबित करना है? इनएक्सपीरियंस लोग बनाएंगे तो भी गड़बड़ नहीं होगा। अगर ये ऐसा होता भी है तो समटाइम्स दे डू, क्या पता इस बार ना करें और इस बार बहुत बेकार सेल्स बना दें, फिर तो गड़बड़ हो सकती है ना। 26% जनता, प्लीज पे अटेंशन। समटाइम्स, दीज आर कॉल्ड क्वांटिफायर्स, समटाइम्स प्रायोरिटाइज। बट ऑप्शन सी क्या कह रहा है? ऑप्शन सी कहता है फेडरल लॉ कहता है कि अगर आप कोई भी एनी स्टेट करेक्शनल फैसिलिटी, कोई भी प्रिजन हो, लॉ है ये कि उसका ब्लूप्रिंट जो बनेगा, डिजाइन बनेगा, वो रजिस्टर्ड प्रोफेशनल आर्किटेक्ट से ही अप्रूव होगा। अगर ऐसा है तो चाहे डिजाइन कोई भी कर रहा हो, अप्रूवल कौन देगा? जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड है। तो मान लो कोई लेस एक्सपीरियंस बंदा बनाता है, ऊपर लेके जाता है, पास ही नहीं होगा, और पास हो गया तो उसने अच्छा काम किया ही होगा। सिर्फ दिस इज ट्रू तो सारी चिंता दूर हो गई कि लेस एक्सपीरियंस लोग बना रहे हैं, दैट्स इट। Therefore the correct answer, this is called weakening the argument question। this is one reason why हमारे बैचेस में हम इतना क्रिटिकल रीजनिंग पढ़ाते हैं, क्योंकि जब तक आपकी क्रिटिकल रीजनिंग अच्छी नहीं होगी ये परसेंटेज नहीं हिलता, ये 25, 30, 35 पे ही रहता है। क्या ये क्वेश्चन समझ में आया सबको? समझ में आई? दिस इज द लॉजिकल स्टेप्स यू फॉलो एंड यू गेट द राइट आंसर, है ना? ऑल राइट, थोड़ा सा और आगे चलते हैं। आगे लिखा है स्टूडेंट एट हार्वर्ड ग्रेजुएट स्कूल ने प्री स्कूल करके कुछ प्रपोज किया है। इसका प्लान ये है बेसिकली कि मान लो एक प्रिजन है, ओके, और ये एक नेबरहुड है, लेट्स से ये अपना न्यू दिल्ली, नहीं न्यू दिल्ली बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा, चलो कोई बात नहीं, न्यू दिल्ली, और ये प्रिजन है सपोज गाजियाबाद में। तो इसका प्लान ये है कि बीच में एक ऐसे जोन बना देंगे और इस जोन में इन प्रिजनर्स को पहले रखा जाएगा, ओके। फिर जब ये थोड़ा कम्युनिटी के साथ घुल मिल जाएंगे फिर इनको छोड़ देंगे, फिर अपना वो घूमेंगे मस्त बाहर, नो प्रॉब्लम। इससे क्या होगा, प्री रिलीज बिल्डिंग इज सिचुएटेड बिटवीन द प्रिजन पोर्शन एंड द कम्युनिटी सेंटर, ब्रिजिंग दोज प्रैग्मेटिक एलिमेंट्स बोथ कॉन्सेप्चुअली एंड फिजिकली। क्या है वो गैप? वो गैप ये है कि भैया जब वो निकलते हैं वहां से तो उनको समाज के बारे में पता नहीं होता, इंटीग्रेट ही नहीं कर पाते अपने आप को, तो पहले इस एरिया में रख देंगे थोड़े दिन, फिर ये जब थोड़ा नॉर्मलाइज हो जाएंगे, लोगों से बातचीत करना सीख जाएंगे तो उनको छोड़ देंगे। रेंजिंग फ्रॉम, तो यहाँ पे देखोगे ना तो ये बेसिकली मोर डिटेल तो है बट ऑथर का ओपिनियन भी आता है निकल के। रेंजिंग फ्रॉम pragmatic and detail oriented to conceptual and large scale, these design approaches have something critical in common. They are attempt to address insufficiencies in the prison system through positive action rather than issue avoidance. तो ऑथर क्या कह रहा है कि देखो कंसेप्चुअली लार्ज स्केल चाहे थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो इसमें, बट ये शो करता है कि देयर आर इनसफिशिएंसीज इन प्रिजन सिस्टम। Moreover, they are aimed not only at helping prison populations but also improving the lives of those ostensibly living outside the prison system, as such, yet invariably impacted by that system. तो ऑथर इसी की बात कर रहा है, कह रहा है कि देखो प्रिजन में रहने वालों की लाइफ तो इम्पैक्ट होती है, कम्युनिटी की भी होती है। कोई प्रिजनर बाहर छूट के आ गया और वो फिर मर्डर करने लग जाए तो कम्युनिटी को भी असर पड़ता है। तो ये जो इंटीग्रेशन प्रोग्राम है ना, इससे क्या होगा कि वो कम्युनिटी में जाने के लायक बन जाएगा। Surrounding communities have just as much of an interest in reducing repeat offenses as reformed prisoners seeking to turn their lives around. तो ये कह रहा है कि भाई जब छूट के आएगा फिर से किसी का मर्डर करेगा, उससे अच्छा है कि आप उसको इंटीग्रेट करो। तो ऑथर एंड में क्या कहता है, ऑथर कहता है कि जो अप्रोचेस है ना, प्रिजन सेल को बेटर बनाना, प्री स्कूल बनाना, इनमें कमियां हैं बट दे आर गुड आइडियाज, बिकॉज इससे क्या है कम्युनिटी को भी फायदा होता है और प्रिजनर्स को भी फायदा होता है, राइट। तो ऑथर यहाँ पे अपने ओपिनियन देके खत्म कर देता है। नाउ कम बैक टू क्वेश्चन 2। ग्लेन Santayana's inclusion of a liminal zone in his prison design rests upon which of the following assumptions? Assumption का मतलब है belief of the author, है ना। जब उसने लिमिनल जोन को प्रपोज किया तो उसने किस बात को सत्य माना, राइट। assumption question करने का, assumption questions are generally tough, also करने का तरीका होता है। The first is that you find an option that is talking about the issue, related होना चाहिए option। आंसर लिमिनल जोन के बारे में होना चाहिए। तो लिमिनल जोन करता क्या है, हमने डिस्कस किया था अभी प्री स्कूल वाले डिजाइन में, है ना। उसने डिस्कस किया था जो प्रिजनर्स अबाउट टू बी रिलीज्ड होंगे उनको एक बिल्डिंग में रख देंगे और वो आसपास के लोगों से इंटरेक्ट करेंगे। जब उसने बोला कि उसे एक बिल्डिंग में रख देंगे और आसपास के लोगों से इंटरेक्ट करेगा वो, तो ग्लेन ने क्या सोचा, ये क्वेश्चन है। तो उसने उस इंटरेक्शन के बारे में, उस इंटरेक्शन के इम्पैक्ट के बारे में कुछ सोचा होगा, है ना। तो करेक्ट आंसर में उसके बारे में बात होनी चाहिए कि जब उस इंटरेक्शन हैज अ वैल्यू, दैट इंटरेक्शन इज इंपॉर्टेंट, दैट इंटरेक्शन लीड्स टू समथिंग, कुछ तो ऐसा सोचा होगा उसने, है ना। तो पहले चलते हैं ऑप्शन ए पे, 32% लोगों ने मार्क किया है। सी डी तो बहुत बेकार ऑप्शन है, छोड़ देते हैं, बट आई थिंक ए और बी में से लोग फंसे हैं, तो ए पे चलते हैं। ग्लेन ने सोचा कि प्रॉक्सिमिटी टू एन अर्बन सेंटर सप्रेसेस एन इनमेट्स इंक्लिनेशन टू कमिट फ्यूचर ऑफेंसेस। ग्लेन ने सोचा कि अगर अर्बन सेंटर के आसपास रहेंगे तो उनके क्राइम करने की दिली तमन्ना जो है उनकी सप्रेस हो जाएगी, दब जाएगी। एक बार इधर वापस चलते हैं। The scheme features a community center conceived of as a liminal zone where prisoners about to be released begin to interact with the surrounding neighborhood. A pre-release building is situated between the prison portion and the community center, bridging those pragmatic elements both conceptually and physically. तो ऑथर जब इसने सजेस्ट किया कि एक बिल्डिंग बना देते हैं, वहां पे रखते हैं, वो इंटरेक्ट करेंगे, तो उसने ये सोचा कि अर्बन सेंटर जो है उसके इनमेट के क्राइम करने की इंक्लिनेशन को दबा देगा. इस वर्ड को मैं इस आर्ग्यूमेंट में एग्जैक्टली कैसे लाऊं? एनी आइडिया? सप्रेस कर देगा. सो आर वी सेइंग दैट ग्लेन ये मानता है कि हर क्रिमिनल के मन में होता तो है क्राइम करने का मन, बट उसकी इच्छा को वो दबा के रखते हैं क्योंकि शहरों से इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो गांव से इंटरेक्ट करते तो बाहर निकल का जाता. डू यू रियलाइज हाउ इररिलेवेंट दिस ऑप्शन इज? आपने टिक तो लगा दिया है, बट हैव यू रियलाइज्ड ये कितना अनरिलेटेड ऑप्शन है? इनफैक्ट इफ यू नो हाउ टू निगेट एन ऑप्शन, निगेट करके देखोगे तो भी आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. बट आई विल शो यू दैट इन द बी ऑप्शन. एक बार देखो जरा चेक करके ऑप्शन ए को. समझ में आ रही बात? अब ऑप्शन बी को पढ़ो एक बार, मैं इसको निगेट करके दिखाता हूं. एन अनमेडिएटेड, अनमेडिएटेड का मतलब है जब बीच में कोई ना आए, आप सीधा जेल से निकलो और बाहर चले जाओ. अनमेडिएटेड फिजिकल ट्रांजिशन इनटू सोसाइटी, सबवर्ट्स का मतलब स्टॉप्स. एंड इनकार्सरेटेड मतलब प्रिजन में इंडिविजुअल्स रीइंटीग्रेशन. ऑथर यहां पे जब बात कर रहा था लिमिनल जोन का, क्या बोल रहा था वो? प्रिजन से उसे एक सोसाइटी में वापस भेजना है. इशू क्या था? रीइंटीग्रेशन का, सोसाइटी में वापस जाना. सप्रेस करना डिजायर है या वापस जाना सोसाइटी में? वापस जाना सोसाइटी में. दैट्स व्हाट ही वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट. अब इसको हम निगेट कर देते हैं. एन अनमेडिएटेड फिजिकल ट्रांजिशन इनटू सोसाइटी स्टॉप्स एंड इनकार्सरेटेड इंडिविजुअल्स रीइंटीग्रेशन को कर देते हैं. एंड अनमेडिएटेड फिजिकल ट्रांजिशन इनटू सोसाइटी डज नॉट स्टॉप. ये कह रहा है ऑप्शन कि जब आप बिना बीच में कोई टाइम बिताए, उस लिमिनल जोन में, बिल्डिंग में बिना टाइम बिताए, आप अगर किसी सोसाइटी में सीधा चले जाते हो जेल के बाद, तब भी आपका रीइंटीग्रेशन नहीं रुकता. रीइंटीग्रेशन फिर भी हो जाता है. अगर ऐसा सत्य है, इसको सत्य मानो, तो आपको समझ में आ रहा है लिमिनल जोन जो ग्लेन ने सजेस्ट किया है वो इट विल मेक नो सेंस. फिर उसके ये पूरी थियरी ही क्रम्बल कर जाएगी कि लिमिनल जोन होना चाहिए, वहां पे लोग आना चाहिए प्रिजनर्स को, फिर वो इंटरेक्ट करेंगे. इतना क्यों करेंगे अगर इससे उनकी रीइंटीग्रेशन में कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता? तो अगर आपको निगेशन टेक्निक आता है तो आप समझ जाओगे. इसको ट्रू मान के देखो डज नॉट लगाने के बाद, एंड देखना फिर ये आपके मेन आइडिया को किस तरह से, क्लेन के आइडिया को किस तरह से वो अटैक करता है. एंड यू वुड बी एबल टू फिगर आउट व्हाट इज द करेक्ट आंसर. यस और नो? कार्टून्स 9750, यस बिल्कुल. यहाँ पे लिखा भी है ना, हाइब्रिड अप्रोच फॉर प्रिजन्स, द प्रोग्राम incorporated school of criminology, right? Spaces would then be designed by less experienced. अच्छा, यहाँ पे इन्होंने जो ये बात करी है ना, हाइब्रिड अप्रोच फॉर प्रिजन. क्यों? क्योंकि पूरा प्रिजन में मत रखो, प्रिजन से रखा फिर छोड़ दिया सोसाइटी में ना. प्रिजन में रखो, फिर सोसाइटी में छोड़ने से पहले एक और बिल्डिंग में रखो, उनको सोसाइटी के साथ इंटरेक्ट करने दो. क्यों इंटरेक्ट करने दो? सप्रेस करने के लिए कि रीइंटीग्रेशन के लिए? रीइंटीग्रेशन के लिए. देयरफॉर दिस इज द करेक्ट आंसर. ये रिलेटेड भी है, और अगर इसमें आप डज नॉट लगा के देखोगे तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि ये निगेशन टेस्ट को ही पास कर रहा है. दिस इज हार्ड क्वेश्चन, अजम्पशन के क्वेश्चन थोड़े हार्ड होते हैं, बट आई होप यू स्टिल अंडरस्टूड. नाउ लेट मी पॉज हियर एंड आस्क, क्या ये बात समझ में आई एवरीबॉडी? जो पॉइंट्स मैं बताना चाहता था समझ में आ रहा सबको? What are the possible areas where we need to improve? One is passage पढ़ना. 90% स्टूडेंट सिर्फ पैसेज पढ़ने पे फोकस करते रहते हैं, बट अगर आप सिर्फ पैसेज पढ़ने पे फोकस करते रहोगे तो आपकी इंप्रूवमेंट उतनी ज्यादा नहीं होगी. यू मस्ट हैव सीन दैट एवरी क्वेश्चन नीड्स अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ अप्रोच. अगर आप वीकेंड कर रहे हो तो अलग तरीके से सोचना है, एजम्पशन कर रहे हो तो अलग तरीके से सोचना पड़ेगा, इन्फरेंस निकालना है तो अलग सोचना पड़ेगा, एंड ऑथर स्टैंस है तो भी ऑप्शंस कैन बी वेरी वेरी ट्रिकी। तो जो हमारी वो है ना, वो जो दुख कभी खत्म नहीं होता, यार 2 ऑप्शंस क्लोज हो गए, फिर हमसे समझ नहीं आ रहा कौन सा करेक्ट आंसर है, ए लगाया तो आंसर सी, सी लगाया तो आंसर ए, ये तभी खत्म होगा जब पैसेज समझोगे, क्वेश्चन समझोगे एंड देन ऑप्शंस एलिमिनेट करोगे। एंड फॉर दैट यू हैव टू वर्क ऑन थिंग्स लाइक focusing on the main idea, focusing on the details, understanding the role of the paragraph। जब तक आप ये नहीं करोगे लर्निंग नहीं हो पाएगी। Alright everyone, so I think because of the time constraint I will not go any further, but yes, अगर आपको लगता है कि हमें ऐसे मैराथन और करने चाहिए, ओके, तो कमेंट बॉक्स में लिख के जाना, कमेंट बॉक्स में, बिकॉज कमेंट बॉक्स हमें बाद में दिखता है, चैट गायब हो जाता है, मतलब वी कांट फाइंड इट, राइट। तो कमेंट में लिख के जाना एंड ऑफ कोर्स वी वुड बी वेरी हैप्पी टू कम एंड डू दीज सेशंस एवरी मंथ एटलीस्ट। तो अगर ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं यार मंथ में एक बार होना चाहिए, तो कमेंट बॉक्स में लिख देना कि प्लीज लेट्स हैव इट एवरी मंथ एटलीस्ट वंस, है ना, क्योंकि इसमें मेहनत बहुत लगती है बट बहुत मजा आता है, बिकॉज यू गाइज आर लाइक ज्वाइनिंग अस फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर द कंट्री, तो एक अलग फन है। वी विल ट्राई टू have at least 1 marathon per month, अभी तो प्लान यही है ना। सो सृष्टि, उसके लिए तो आपको vocab पे ही काम करना पड़ेगा। मॉडरेट, पैसेज वाज मॉडरेट, क्वेश्चंस वर मॉडरेट डिफिकल्ट, क्वेश्चंस इसके आसान नहीं थे, यू मस्ट हैव नोटिस्ड, है ना। देखो सीधी सी बात है, कभी भी आप कहीं पे भी आप क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करते हो, परसेंटेज का ध्यान रखना। 80% प्लस अगर लोग सही कर रहे हैं तो सुपर इजी क्वेश्चन है। 60 to 80 वाले जो परसेंटेज होता है, प्लस तो नहीं लिखेंगे, तो उसे आप इजी मॉडरेट मान सकते हो। 40 to 60% अगर सही जा रहा है तो मॉडरेट क्वेश्चन है। 20-40 वाला मॉडरेट डिफिकल्ट, एंड 20% और लेस अगर है तो फिर वो डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है ना। दिस गिव्स यू सम आइडिया कि कहाँ पे आप लैंड करते हो, राइट। ये आपको दिखेगा नहीं शायद, बट एनीवे मेरे पीछे छुप गया होगा, बट आई होप यू गेट द आइडिया, राइट। ऑल राइट, सो दिस वाज 500 शिवांश, दिस वाज 517 वर्ड्स। तुम्हें लगा होगा, फॉन्ट साइज पे भी डिपेंड करता है ना, राइट। तो अनिमेश, इनमें नोट्स तो नहीं बना सकते, बट यू कैन ऑलवेज पॉइंट आउट सम, जॉट डाउन सम पॉइंट्स रेलेवेंट टू यू। तुमने जो जो सीखा आज एक पेज में जॉट डाउन कर लो कि अच्छा मैंने ये सीखा, क्वेश्चन इंटरप्रेट नहीं हो रहे, ऑप्शंस में फंस जा रहा हूँ, एंड देन यू इनकॉर्पोरेट इन द कमिंग क्लासेस। तो 2 चीजें कर सकते हो एवरीवन, इसी मैराथन के कमेंट बॉक्स में 2 चीजें लिख देना। मैराथन चाहिए तो उसके लिए मैराथन नीडेड। सेकेंड टॉपिक क्वेश्चन टाइप लिख के जा सकते हो कि मेरे से वीकेनिंग नहीं हो रहा, तो हम क्या करेंगे, उसे हम इनकॉर्पोरेट करेंगे आने वाले मैराथन में, राइट। तो वो थोड़ा सा हमारे लिए भी ईजी हो जाता है, यू अंडरस्टैंड। तो ऐसे मत लिख देना ये अंग्रेजी कमजोर है, फिर अंग्रेज भारत छोड़ के चले गए, हमारी भी बहुत कमजोर है, ऐसी बात नहीं है, बट आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड, है ना। कार्टून मैं एक वीडियो बना देता हूँ, है ना, तुम्हारे आइडिया पे, सबके लिए अच्छा रहेगा, ओके। सो इन केस यू आर नॉट अवेयर, R5 बैच लॉन्च हो गया है, सो कंसिडर ज्वाइनिंग इट इन केस यू हैव नॉट जॉइंड एनीवेयर एंड यू वांट टू जॉइन अस, है ना। तो इसके अंदर इंग्लिश VARC, आई विल टेक केयर ऑफ VARC, ओके, एंड यू कैन जॉइन अस इंडिविजुअली ऑल्सो। एंड रवि सर DILR मुस्कुराते हुए पढ़ाएंगे, और स्वप्निल सर और ज़्यादा मुस्कुराते हुए कौन पढ़ाएंगे, है ना। तो बहुत मजा आने वाला है इस बैच में। R5 27 से क्लास शुरू होगी इसकी। बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने मैसेज किया हुआ है कि R5 R1 से अलग होगा क्या, पेस घिसाई नेचुरली, क्योंकि ये मार्च है तो तुम हमसे कोई उम्मीद नहीं रख सकते मर्सी की, है ना। इतनी क्लासेस क्यों हैं वगैरह वगैरह, यू कांट कंप्लेन अबाउट ऑल दैट। होंगी क्योंकि भाई पढ़ना है, बहुत सब कुछ कवर करना है, तैयार रहना, है ना, सारी चीज़ें होंगी। ऑल राइट, कार्टून बहुत बढ़िया है तुम्हारे तो, अर्नव नहीं, मतलब तुम मतलब 2 क्लासेस कर चुके हो R1 में, फिर ये मैराथन भी कर लिया, अब कह रहा है और क्लास करवाओ। तुम्हारे क्लासमेट ही पीटेंगे। ऑलराइट, शिव X80, डोंट फॉलो दैट सब वोकलाइजेशन विजुअल रीडिंग वाला फंडा, इट डजंट वर्क। ओके, वोकलाइज मत करो, मुंह मत चलाओ पढ़ते वक्त, बट अदरवाइज यू जस्ट हैव टू लर्न हाउ टू ब्रेक डाउन द पैसेज रादर देन डूइंग सम हाई फंडा स्टफ। ओके ओके, इसने तो 2000 बार एक ही मैसेज डाल दिया, आई थिंक उसके ग्लिच कर रहा है कुछ। ठीक है, अरे नेक्स्ट वीक होगी क्लास, ऑफ कोर्स नेक्स्ट वीक R1 में तो क्लास होगी ना, इस हफ्ते तो हो गई है ना। चलो गाइज, आई विल सी यू अगेन, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, बहुत मजा आया। इतने सारे लोग लाइव रात के 11 बजे तक, मतलब 5 बजे से लेकर अभी तक, खतरनाक टाइप से मजा ही आ गया। सो just be you 9574, you can join R5 also। R5 की टाइमिंग 5 to 7 रहेगी, है ना। तो ओके, मार्शियन कौन है भाई? ठीक है, चलो एवरीवन, बाय बाय, टेक केयर। कमेंट बॉक्स में लिख के जाना, 2 चीजें लिखना है, मैराथन चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए, सेकंड मैराथन में क्वेश्चन टाइप कौन सा कवर करना है। तुम्हें लगता है यार वोकैब पे भी क्वेश्चन आप करवा दो, तो हम वोकैब पे भी करवा देंगे। तुम्हें लगता है सर 2-4 ग्रामर क्वेश्चन पूछ डालो, हम ग्रामर पूछ डालेंगे। मतलब हमें पता होना चाहिए कि व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज द डिमांड, राइट। तो बिकॉज वी हैव आवर ओन assumptions, बट यू गाइज आर द बेस्ट जज, है ना। थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस एंड बीइंग विद अस। अभी भी 100 से ज्यादा लाइव दिख रहे हैं मुझे, दैट्स अ ब्रिलियंट थिंग एक्चुअली, है ना। अगस्त में, सितंबर में भीड़ आती है, आई अंडरस्टैंड, अभी से ग्रेट, थैंक यू सो मच एवरीबॉडी, बहुत मजा आया। मुझे थोड़ा कम टाइम मिला, बट अगली बार विल कॉम्पनसेट, डोंट वरी। और मैराथन करेंगे, हाँ बिल्कुल करेंगे और मैराथन, है ना। ओके एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच, बाय बाय, टेक केयर। एब्सोल्युटली।